The Smiling Pill by Dale. Chapter 1. Escape from Hong Kong. What you doing in my pub, white boy? The tone of the question was more mocking than threatening. Guy Ashton heard nothing. He was deep in thought, his mind 8,000 miles away. He took a large gulp from the newly filled whiskey glass in front of him, and felt the soothing, warm effect begin to take an ever stronger hold of his senses. His eyes were vacant, glazed, displaying the lackluster found in dead fish on the monger's slab. Viewed more closely, they had a lifeless 1,000-yard stare. A stare that saw nothing but indifference. A stare usually brought on by shell shock or virtual PTSD. He had just left his own personal war zone, one that he himself had created thousands of miles away in another world. His inner focus was back in Hong Kong, and he was staring down at his mother's lifeless body. It was all his fault, he realized. He had killed her. Why hadn't he listened to his father? He had known that it was stupid and suicidal to take on the Chinese Triads. No one crossed them nor challenged their supremacy. Not even his father, a senior, high-ranking police officer with a direct hotline to the governor of the colony himself. Without his fascination and deepening dependency on the contents of the whiskey bottle, this would never have happened. The Hong Kong authorities lived in a surreal, seldom spoken about world. A virtual reality, self-preservation vacuum centered around a live and let live philosophy whenever the triads were involved. If you crossed the line, you either cleared up the mess leaving no trace, or you paid the price. The price was invariably death. When life is cheap, death is always in line waiting to take its place. Those were the unspoken rules, so why had he been so stupid to think that he could rewrite the rules? Write his own rules and simply walk away unscathed? I'm talking to you, white boy. Again, the words did not register. He heard them, but they were of little consequence. He just wanted to be left alone. Alone with his thoughts and his overwhelming feeling of guilt. His subliminal focus shifted to his London hotel room. He closed his eyes and visibly shuddered as his father's lifeless body appeared. Why had his father died for no reason? It was all his fault. He had brought on his father's heart attack. He had not been able to handle his wife's death, and now his hot-headed son was on the run for a triple murder. The grief and stress had all been too much for him. Only that morning his father had been so alive, so relieved to have escaped the vengeful clutches of the Triads, the virtually untouchable Chinese mafia, the shadowy, sinister underground rulers of Chinese people worldwide. An organization who lived to a code that the Italian mafia could never even aspire to. A code of silent extortion and crime that was so brutal in its operation and application that no one of Chinese origin dares even mention their name. To cross the triad was a death sentence, not just for the perpetrator, but for the whole family. Brave men may accept death with dignity, but when faced with the death of their mothers, fathers, wives, and even their children, they observed the code of silence and total acquiescence without reservation or dissent. They had both known that this was not the end of the story. This was only the beginning. Killing the head man of the Hong Kong Triads would mobilize a Chinese army worldwide. There would be nowhere to hide, but at least London appeared to offer them a temporary sanctuary. Guy Ashton knew the score only too well. Both he and his father had been in London for less than 2 days. Yet somehow, he knew that they would soon find him. The Triads always got their man, and to cross them was a guaranteed result. No bookmaker would ever lay odds or take a bet on that outcome. It was only a matter of time before they found him. The tentacles of the Triads far outreached Hong Kong, and the suckers never released their grip once a victim had been located. Having set up their operations in Hong Kong following the communist takeover of the mainland under Mao Zedong, the Triads no longer operated in small-scale formations in the world's Chinatowns. They were now a series of international enterprises, and having observed the demise of many of the Italian mafia families, their profile remained totally secretive, operating very much below the law enforcement radar. There was no Al Capone displays of opulence or flamboyance, just a quiet self-policing policy ensuring that if left alone, there would be no rocking of boats, nor any trail to follow in their wake. By now they would be following the convoluted airline trail which had taken both Guy and his father from Hong Kong to Tokyo, Singapore, and Dubai, before landing at Heathrow. There hadn't been time to obtain false passports, so by now, the triads would be aware of their presence in London. "You are not showing me respect, white boy." Guy Ashton felt his anger rising, and unconsciously clenched both of his fists, his knuckles turning white as his whole body tensed. He was now 25, and 10 years of intense kung fu training, together with a mixed martial arts application and big money fights, had conditioned him both physically and mentally to maintain his self-control. Both his hands and feet were deadly weapons, and he could not afford to lose control again. 2 men had died the last time the whiskey had overridden his senses, and his parents had paid the price. He took another sip from the glass of whiskey, and slowly turned his head, his eyes following the line of the counter. He became aware of an inner sense of history, the old decor rich with the mellow, stained, satisfying warmth of generations of smokers. The Krays and many of London's gangland supremos used to meet here. He wondered if this was where they had planned their next job, maybe even their next killing. He smiled inwardly as he remembered the tales that his father had told him of his early life growing up in London's West End. The manor was safe in those days. The mobsters did their own policing and handed out their own form of brutal justice. If you kept your nose clean, no harm would come your way. It was very much a legacy of the First World War, a kind of live and let live agreement between the gangsters and the police. Although it was frowned on to be a grass, a strange form of inversion was commonplace. If someone stepped out of line, it was easier for the police to pass the details over to the man who was the governor of the manor, and to let him take care of it. In many ways, the governor wielded far more power than the police and was considerably richer. Not unlike present-day Hong Kong, he concluded. His father often joked that Ming, the triad overlord, was really his boss, and was effectively the law in the colony. His eyes met those of a black guy. Having spent all his life in Hong Kong, he had rarely come across blacks, and those that he had met had been in the ring and given him some of his toughest challenges. African, maybe Jamaican, he mused. He did not want trouble. He already had more trouble than he could handle, and some cocky black prick was little more than a distraction. He looked away from the rather insignificant black guy, his thoughts returning to Hong Kong and the 2 guys that he had just killed. His mother was Chinese, and they were extorting protection money from her sister, having beaten her husband to a pulp because of his stubborn refusal to pay. "Why are the police doing nothing?" he had angrily asked his father. "She's working every hour that God sends only to hand over half of her earnings to that fat Chinese bastard Ming. What exactly are you lot getting paid for?" His father had told him to leave well alone. "The Chinese community always sort out their own problems," he had said. "Get involved and you will become just another statistic for me and my department to deal with. I'm half Chinese and the man they have just beaten the shit out of is my uncle. If the police will not help, I will do the bloody job myself." "Don't do it, son." His father shook his head as he spoke. "You have no idea of the power that Ming wields. He will certainly not lose face over any threat that you have to offer. And he has more soldiers working for him than I have coppers." "Yes, and you are fucking one of them," he had replied in anger. He had felt the guilt the moment the words had left his mouth. He knew that he was way out of line. He knew that for anyone to go against Ming would result in many deaths in the family. His own actions were now testimony to this. The contract on Ashton's head had been placed after he had killed Ming's 2 henchmen, and instead of disappearing, he had decided to eliminate Ming himself. In his semi-drunken state, he decided that he may even take control of Ming's empire. "You have just shot who?" his father had screamed. "You fool, Half the Hong Kong police force are in his pocket. Ming rules the colony, not the authorities, you fucking idiot. That was why he was now alone in London less than 2 days later, and that was why both his mother and his father were now dead. It was all his fault. Ashton emptied his glass and spoke to the barman. Another whiskey, please. The barman shook his head, paused, and then flicked his eyes in the direction of the black guy. Hey honky, I'm talking to you. The whiskey was beginning to take effect as Guy Ashton again slowly turned his head to his right, and once again his eyes met the big mouth that was calling the shots. The black guy was little more than 5'6" tall and decked out with gold. Around his neck was a large gold medallion, attached to a thick gold chain, his left wrist supporting an equally ostentatious gold bracelet, balanced by an enormous gold Rolex on his other wrist. Every finger was embellished with a gold sovereign ring. Ashton smiled inwardly at the thought of him falling into a local canal and sinking like a stone with the weight of gold he wore. Alongside him stood 2 exceptionally large black men, clearly his minders, one of whom was obviously carrying the bulge in his immaculate cream suite clear for all to see. Guy Ashton once again felt his anger rising as Medallion Man tilted his head to one side and smirked as he spoke. Whiteys ain't allowed in my bar without my permission. I think that you had better leave, son, the barman said as Ashton turned to face him. Another whiskey, please. You're gonna have to pay for the damages, you know. That is, if you are still alive. The bulge in Jacko's pocket isn't his wallet. The barman turned away and walked over to the optics, sending a measure of famous grouse into the glass. Make that a double, please. Ashton grinned. He was now warming to the task as the 7 doubles he had already drunk began to take effect. What was he supposed to do on the day that his father had died? What exactly did other people do under such circumstances? The whiskey was the only anesthetic that he could think of, but it also put his temper in hair-trigger mode. His policeman father was no longer alive to keep him in check. He was now cooling in the mortuary, and excess adrenaline was now surging through his body. He was beginning to feel the same surge of adrenaline-fueled excitement that accompanied him whenever he stepped into the ring. White boy, you are trying my patience. Medallion Man was now sounding scornful, mocking almost. Why don't you and your 2 apes just go and fuck yourselves? Ashton fixed the 3 men with an unwavering steely stare. His mind was back in the fighting ring, as there it became focused on one thing only, the destruction of his opponent. With little more than a glance, he could transform what was his normally pleasant, easygoing personality into that of a wild animal consumed by bloodlust. He felt his whole body tingle. This is what he lived for. This was his drug of choice, and produced a high like no other. Steady, son. You don't talk to Ringo like that around these parts if you want to stay alive. His dad controls the whole manor, and is the law around here. The barman spoke quietly. Medallion Man and his 2 minders moved forward, the man in the cream suit reaching inside his jacket for his gun, Medallion Man pulling out a knife and snarling. Honky needs to learn respect, boys. The side of Ashton's right foot slammed into the minder's throat, as his open hand sliced into and ruptured the air passage of Medallion Man. The minder gasped for air as 2 knuckles of Ashton's closed fist cracked against the side of his temple, the immense force shattering his skull and piercing his brain, his pistol flying across the room. Both men dropped like a stone, their bodies twitching as they gasped their last breaths before turning blue. That was pretty much how it had happened in Hong Kong. Déjà vu. There is little finesse or mercy to be shown to an armed man. It is kill or be killed, and to hesitate would be fatal. The big black guy still standing raised both his hands in a gesture of submission, and backed away, before exiting smartly through the bar door. You'd better leave town, son. Ringo's dad ain't going to be pleased with you, and you can't stop a bullet with your fancy fighting tricks. You know that I will have to tell him exactly what happened, or my life will be worth jack shit. 100 quid says the security cameras are not working. Ashton peeled off 5 20-pound notes. The computer's been on the blink as of this morning, son. The barman nodded as Ashton threw back his double whiskey, picked up the minder's pistol, and headed for the front door. On reaching the door, he paused and retraced his steps. I guess that Ringo won't be needing this where he is going. He removed Ringo's gold Rolex and slipped it on his wrist. Why not grab the bracelet and the rings? He said, turning to face the barman. There must be at least 20 grand there, and if you don't take them, the cops certainly will. He walked unsteadily back towards the door, glancing momentarily at the two lifeless bodies. The barman took Ashton's advice and made his move. He understood seeing nothing was the only way to avoid trouble around these parts of the manor, and when the police questioned him, he had conveniently been down the cellar when the trouble started. The security cameras were broken. Drugs related. Ringo was never going to see his 21st birthday. We have even run a pool on it down at the station, the murder detective said as he slipped Ringo's wallet into the inside pocket of his own jacket. No need to follow this up. The black community never see nor hear nothing. Gang warfare. Case closed. Chapter 2. An arranged meeting. Guy Ashton walked slowly down the road on leaving the pub. His head was spinning and his footsteps a little unsure, yet he felt no remorse. The bastards had been armed. Ordinarily, he would have simply knocked them out. All he had wanted to do was to have a quiet drink to drown his sorrows at the loss of his father. What kind of a shithole was London? Who exactly controlled the city? His father had said nothing about blacks having their own manor. The Crays, the Richardsons, and a list of names now enshrined in gangland folklore and mythology had always controlled London. Books had been written about them, films made about them. They even appeared in West End theater plays. There had never been any mention of blacks. Sure, there were gangsters and mobsters when his father had been growing up, but they had always been white. His father had aged listening to his father's tales of life in the old country, and many of the stories involved his grandfather, who had also been a copper. But it seemed that if people didn't step out of line, they were allowed to get on with their lives without having some black bastard claiming territorial rights over a pub. A black cab pulled up alongside him, and as the window opened, a friendly black face appeared. I'm on my way home, mate, and a tenner gets you anywhere within 5 miles. The voice was pure London Cockney, not even a hint of the black man speak, so common in the films that he had devoured back in his younger days in Hong Kong. Ashton sensed danger and shook his head. Was he working for Ringo's dad, he wondered? Was the bastard carrying a gun? These are dangerous parts at this time of night, mate. I hope that shiny watch that you are wearing isn't too expensive. You ain't going to fight a knife or a gun in your condition. Ashton knew that he was right. There was no way that he was going to find his hotel, and the longer he stayed on the road, the greater the chance of his being shot. Okay, 10 quid it is, and my bed is somewhere in the Arcadia Hotel. I know it. Jump in and try not to be sick or the fare goes up to 50. Ashton climbed into the cab, not noticing the silver Toyota pull up behind them. It was 10 in the morning, and someone was knocking on the hotel room door. Come back later. A semi-conscious Ashton shouted, his headache throbbing with every word. Where the hell am I? He spoke silently to himself. And how the hell did I get here? He remembered leaving his hotel room and going for a drink, but after that, everything else was blanketed in an alcoholic haze, a London pea-souper fog that his father had so often told him about. His mouth was dry, and his breath reeked of whiskey. He had a raging thirst. The knocking on the door grew louder. For fuck's sake, he said out loud as he left the comfort of his bed and walked towards the door, bits of the previous night's short-lived problems suddenly surfacing. How had he got home? His mind was a blank. Where the hell had the watch appeared from? He slipped it off his wrist and dropped it by the bed, out of sight. On opening the door, he was surprised to see 2 suited and booted men, both perhaps in their 40s, and both looking friendly, yet possessing a latent aura of power, a presence that invariably accompanies authority. His father had that presence, a kind of force field that followed him around. Cops, fucking cops. His mind suddenly flashed two dead bodies, Medallion Man and his minder. The bastard, he silently mouthed the words. The barman had shown them the security tapes. The bastard. May we come in, Mr. Ashton? The taller of the two men was the first to speak, both men entering the hotel room before Ashton had the time to answer. Fight and flight crossed Ashton's still semi-drunk mind. Not a good idea, Mr. Ashton. The shorter of the two men read his thoughts as he looked into his eyes. We are both armed and will not hesitate to shoot you, so please sit down as we have a proposition for you. On unsteady legs, he made his way to the only chair in the room and flopped down. Good night, I see, the shorter man continued speaking. Guy Ashton became suddenly aware that he was fully clothed. How the hell had he got home? Don't you remember us? Again, it was the smaller man speaking. We virtually carried you to your room last night. You were in one hell of a state. I can't remember a damn thing after leaving the pub, and why would you want to carry me to my room if you didn't even know me? Oh yes, we know you all right, Guy. Your father has worked for us for almost 20 years. He was our man in Hong Kong. There was a knock. The taller man walked to the door and returned with a pot of coffee, pouring out 3 cups before handing one of them to Ashton, grinning as he spoke. I thought that you might need one of these after last night's escapades. Strong and black. Ashton remained silent, the word black resonating in his brain. Who were these people? How much did they know about the 2 dead men? And what did they mean when they said that his father had worked for them for 20 years? His father was a copper. He worked for the Hong Kong authorities. Okay, Guy. Let's cut to the chase, the taller man spoke. I'm Steve, and my partner here is Randy. If you haven't yet worked it out, we are CIA, as was your father. You are joking? Guy Ashton shook his head in disbelief. You mean that Dad kept it secret for all those years? I had no idea. Guy Ashton wasn't being entirely truthful. That's because he was a good guy and one of our top operatives. Because of his senior position in the Hong Kong force, he was able to keep us in the know, and his contacts within the Chinese community provided us with invaluable information. Why are you telling me this? Ashton took a gulp of his now cooling coffee. His headache had largely disappeared. We would like you to become a part of the team. Like hell I will. I don't do teams. Oh, you really ought to think about that, son. With both Ming and Ringo's outfits looking for you, we are the only chance that you have of staying alive, and the price on your head is very tempting. Isn't that so, Steve? Very tempting indeed, Randy. Probably enough for us both to retire on. Are you blackmailing me? Yes. How do you know about Ringo? There was no one around. We have been watching your back ever since you and your father left Hong Kong. We were even at Heathrow when you arrived. I spoke to your father when you went to the bathroom to brush up. I even booked this hotel for you both. Ashton cupped his chin in one hand, his elbow resting on his leg as he considered his options. So far, he hadn't really thought much about it, but the 2 men were right. He had no options. Where could he hide? There is nowhere in the world that the Triads don't have a presence, and the longer he hung around in London, the more likely he was to bump into Ringo's mob. I guessed that I could do with a job. He broke the silent standoff. So, if I am part of the team, what will I be doing, and how much am I being paid? You will be doing whatever we tell you to. And that will be? Can't you guess? Oh, fucking hell no. Teaming up with you bastards was never in my plans. You never had any plans, Guy, other than your next bottle of whiskey. You are heading for the basement, but we are offering you a lifeline. I have never taken orders from people. I go my own way. Well, you don't from now on. Your job will be to work undercover with one of our agents, and if necessary, kill whoever we instruct you to. You seem to have a talent for that task. I have already arranged your new identity and passport, so get packed. You are moving home, to where we can keep an eye on you and begin your training. Why me though? You are half Chinese, and you know your way around the Far East. That is where the drugs that we are tracking are coming from, and we need you to move in those circles. A Caucasian operative wouldn't last 5 minutes undercover, so get packed because we're moving out today before this town gets too hot for you. And if I say no? You won't unless you want us to throw you to the dogs. Best to move now before they catch scent of you. Ming's son has already dispatched 4 of his top hitters, and they arrived in London late afternoon yesterday. It won't take long for them to find you once the amount of money they are offering for your whereabouts is known. Randy and I are already having second thoughts, as a couple of $1 million is quite a nice bonus for one single phone call. Hong Kong dollars? No, US dollars. I still think that we made the wrong call, Steve. He doesn't look Chinese enough for me. Let's just cash him in and retire to somewhere nice and warm. Guy Ashton shook his head and closed his eyes in resignation. Okay, you bastards. You've made your point. Let's go. Have I got time to brush up? No. We need to move now. Every Chinaman in London is on the lookout for you, and Ringo's dad has all the black cab drivers on his payroll. Oh shit. A black guy brought me home last night. I remember now. Well, you had better get your arse in gear then, and don't forget the watch on the floor by the bed. He picked up the timepiece and studied it, his mind flashing back to a very dead Ringo. Let me have a look at that thing, Guy. I know a bit about watches. He passed it over to Steve. Jesus Christ, Guy, how did you afford this thing? It's a Rolex Daytona. I reckoned that Ringo wouldn't be needing it where he was going to, so I borrowed it. The cheapest of these babies costs over 30 grand, and if this is what I think it is, solid gold, you wouldn't be getting much change out of 100. I'll have it back then before you grow too attached to it. Chapter 3. Out of London. The car journey took several hours, during which time the 3 men became better acquainted, and gradually Guy Ashton began to learn more about his father's secret life, and with it came ever more admiration for a man that he realized he had barely known. Both CIA men seemed to have known his father well and contributed to the story. Bit by bit, the pieces began to fall into place. During his father's first couple of years with the Hong Kong police force, he had naively allowed himself to become involved in the payment for favors system adopted by most of the more experienced officers. It was a simple enough transformation. You looked the other way when a large consignment of drugs was on the move and arrested anyone who tried to set up any form of rival drugs business to Ming. The extortion rackets were never an issue as no one ever reported them to the police, the Chinese being very much self-policing, each Triad Master controlling his own designated territory and being answerable only to Ming. Your father hated the system, but knew that his new Chinese bride, your mother, would pay the price for his non-compliance with her life. The Triads knew that to threaten a man's family was far more effective than to threaten the man himself. You bastards, Guy interrupted Randy as he told the story. That's how you blackmailed Dad into the CIA, isn't it? Just as you were doing to me. Both Randy and Steve burst out laughing. Steve spoke first. It was a bit before our time, but as you will learn, Guy, blackmail will become the most effective weapon in your armory. Your martial arts skills will only take you so far. Not every man responds to violence, but put his family in the firing line and the breaking point jumps one hell of a way forward. Is this part of the training that you touched on? Just a small part, buddy. You have got a lot to learn before we let you loose in the field. Otherwise you won't last 5 minutes. Just remember though, you are on trial. Our orders are coming directly from the States. You are also dispensable. Never forget that your life is worth no more than any other operative. That right, Randy? Fuck all, Steve. Randy burst out laughing. Absolutely fuck all if you fuck up. Welcome to the happy family of the CIA, buddy boy. The light was beginning to fade as the Toyota pulled off the main highway, and made its way along a narrow country lane for a couple of miles before turning left down a bumpy, unmade dirt track, leading to what appeared to be an aging, rundown farmhouse, complete with a decrepit old barn that was filled to virtual capacity with bales of straw. Nice touch, don't you think, Guy? Randy opened his eyes questionably as he spoke. Old barn on an ancient working farm, and any strangers that appear will either be farm laborers or workmen doing up the house. Clever, huh? Yay, right. Guy Ashton was not feeling well. He had begun to feel the residual effects of his hangover as the car had jumped around on the unmade farm track. He felt sick, and his headache had returned. He knew that he was in Devon, as he had kept an eye on the signs. He also knew that he was a million miles away from London, and was almost certainly at a CIA safe house. He wondered if the British Secret Service were aware of the CIA, operating undercover in Britain. Perhaps they were working together. The car ground to a halt in a cloud of dust outside the farmhouse, and suddenly, as he stiffly climbed out of the car and took in a gulp of the fresh country air, his eyes and mouth opened wide in disbelief as the front door swung open. Was he hallucinating? What the bloody hell is she doing here? He almost shouted. Good to see you again, big boy. How's your neck? Come inside and tell me about it. The Chinese girl was stunningly beautiful, her tight-fitting top and jeans exaggerating the curves of the perfectly toned body. Her eyes, however, were not Chinese. They were full and round, and were the focus of every man's gaze once the body appraisal had been completed. She pouted slightly. There was no sign of any lipstick, but like the eyes, the lips held a fascination of almost hypnotic enslavement. Before you speak, Guy, Jinlin has been working undercover for us in Hong Kong for the last 2 years, and she has promised not to hurt you again. Both Steve and Randy burst out laughing as Steve spoke, cowering and covering his head with both hands. Hurt me. She almost fucking killed me when I shot Ming. She saw everything and damn near broke my bloody neck jumping me from behind like that. Almost killed you, Guy? Both Randy and Steve again burst out laughing. If she had wanted to, she would have done. Probably with one hand. She did what she needed to do for effect only, and had to get the gun off you before you shot up the rest of the place. Randy was still laughing as he spoke. I damn near shit myself when she started firing at me. It's a good job that she can't fucking shoot straight. Believe me, Guy, she can. Randy was still grinning. That is one of the things that she will be teaching you over the next few weeks. Steve suddenly turned serious. You really fucked up 2 years of undercover work by killing Ming, Guy. Jinlin had been his girlfriend and was getting ever closer to not only the identity of the main drug supplier, but also where the drugs were being produced, and how they were moving through Hong Kong before making their way to Europe and the States. We thought it safer to pull her out after you killed Ming, as without him to look after her. Some of our successes in intercepting the bigger shipments were beginning to look suspicious, and it was only a matter of time before Ming's son put 2 and 2 together. Yay, that Chai is one real smart Oriental. Randy spoke. Eton and Oxford educated, I believe. Vicious bastard as well. Fancies himself as a Chinese version of Stalin. Let's go inside, gentlemen. Jinlin spoke in a rather deep, yet quite intriguingly sexy voice. I have a nice log fire burning. And as we are in England, and Big Boy here is half English, we will have a nice cup of English tea. Chinese piss taker. Thank you, Guy. I am sure that you and I are going to get along just fine. Unless, of course, you step out of line. Then I will kill you. Jinlin led the way in, all 3 men focusing on a firm, well-proportioned rear that enticingly swayed from side to side with each step. Guy Ashton's thoughts turned to Ming as he followed her through the farmhouse door. Ming had been in his 50s, perhaps even his early 60s, and had seen extensive plastic surgery on his face following a grenade attack by a rival Triad Master. If Jinlin is what money and power can buy, he wanted some of it. How did Ming ever keep up with her, he wondered. Was he screwing her every night, the dirty, lucky old bastard? If he were, it had to be the Viagra, as no man of his age could possibly satisfy a piece of work like Jinlin. Both Steve and Randy followed Guy's eyes. They knew what he was thinking. They were having the same thoughts, and had been ever since the day 2 years earlier, when they had engineered a meeting between Jinlin and Ming. Jinlin had been born in the more salubrious part of Chinatown in New York City 20 years earlier. Her father a high-ranking diplomat, and her mother a table tennis champion. Phenomenally clever, she excelled at athletics and had taken to both karate and judo almost as soon as she could walk, becoming a double black belt long before puberty set in. Recognizing her exceptional talents, the CIA had approached her parents while she was still in her early teens, and with their permission, lubricated by just a hint of blackmail because of their knowledge of her father's career-destroying dalliance with a secret lover, moved her into a special one-on-one training program reserved for little more than a handful of operatives in the entire country. Throughout their years of intense training, CS7, a newly developed experimental drug was tested on the Black Ops recruits from day one to accelerate muscle growth and suppress all forms of emotion. The tasks that they were to perform operationally required the ambivalence to human life found only in psychopaths. For members of the Black Ops unit, to wipe out an entire family, including children, produced no emotional response, and the CS7 drug became an integral part of eliminating any residual feeling of guilt. For Jinlin, a new identity had been acquired together with a new, assumed Singapore life history, and when the time was right, she had been flown via Singapore to Hong Kong in preparation for the unplanned meeting with Ming. During what had appeared to be little more than a chance meeting, she had shown Ming just enough attention to gain his interest, before walking away with little more than a wave. This was classic honey trap procedure. It was a full 2 weeks later that Ming walked into the Hong Kong Carlton, and on spotting Jinlin alone by the bar, walked over to buy her a drink, dismissing his ever-present bodyguard with a wave of his hand. She accepted, and after a little small talk, left with a gentle kiss of Ming's hand some 30 minutes later, after thanking him for the drink. Same place and same time every week, there no longer, chance meetings took place, Jinlin becoming conscious of a tail following her wherever she went. The honey trap seduction was beginning to take effect. Rarely did it fail, especially when someone as stunningly beautiful as Jinlin was the honey. This whole apparent chance meeting and seduction had been a major part of her CIA Black Ops training, the comparisons between the Black Widow spider accepting the lovemaking of the male before turning on him and eating him being most appropriate. Jinlin's last assignment had also been a honey trap. The U.S. senator with compromising information on the president was discovered in a hotel bedroom with no external injuries and no drugs in his body, his death a complete mystery. Week by week the web tightened, until a totally besotted Ming could contain himself no longer. Diamonds followed gold, and as they began living together, Jinlin started to learn the tricks of the trade, the extortion rackets, the prostitution rackets, the murders, and most importantly of all, the secrets and the contacts of the drugs trade, the most lucrative of all Ming's enterprises. Chai, Ming's son, looked on with an ever-increasing hatred of his father. He coveted his father's empire, he coveted his father's power and his respect among the Chinese community, but most of all, he coveted Jinlin. Chapter 4. The Final Whiskey. As the three men entered the room, Ashton finally averted his eyes from Jinlin's rear and looked around. This was no ordinary farmhouse. One half of the room was seemingly modeled on Cape Canaveral, with an array of computers and monitors, each one flickering and flashing pictures. "That's my fucking room in Hong Kong," Ashton blurted as he recognized a familiar image on one of the screens. "You bastards have been spying on me while I was 8,000 miles away. Just how much of this whole charade has been planned?" "Pretty much everything was well under control, Guy. Your father was anxious to get you out of the place after you told him of your intention to sort out Ming's henchmen. We placed you under surveillance for your own protection, but you caught us out by getting drunk and killing them before we could get to you. And then when you killed Ming, You fucked up the entire operation. Still, all's not lost. By that point, Jinlin seemed to have come up against a dead end, and we were just about to pull her out when you had your brainstorm. Steve shook his head as he continued. From now on, your whiskey benders end tonight, as we cannot afford any further irrational behavior. You will now be operating strictly by the book and under our instructions. If you become a liability, you become history, and that is not an idle threat. Too much is riding on this operation. And what exactly is this operation? It has been christened Operation Smiling Pill, the name now being bandied about in the States. Now the problem is under control, but for how long we have no idea. Selective areas in the Uyghur province of Xinjiang in China seem to have been chosen as some form of experiment, and the US authorities are scared shitless. Chosen by whom, and where the hell is Xinjiang province? Ashton's eyes narrowed as he spoke. That is what Operation Smiling Pill is all about, Guy. Steve's voice reflected the seriousness of the topic. The Uyghurs are an Islamic race of people that live in northwest China and are being systematically eliminated by the Chinese Communist Party. World opinion has turned against the Chinese, and a system of trade and financial embargoes put in place. I have no problems with eliminating anything to do with Islam, Steve. I hate the entire concept of it. Most people do, but the Chinese appear to have come up with an entirely different solution this time, and the world has no idea what is going on. A few Uyghurs have managed to escape from the villages and re-education centers, as the Chinese call them, and tell of a pill that all the people are being forced to take. If let loose on the world, it could eventually lead to major power shifts worldwide by whoever has control over it. You're exaggerating, of course, Steve. This is James Bond stuff, not real life. This is the scariest drug we have ever come across, Guy. Randy joined in. We have had our top brains working on it for months now, and the damn thing has everyone baffled. It seems to be almost an intelligent drug, acting as if it were alive. Virus-like, it can self-destruct when subjected to any form of test. This thing could not have been created by any scientist in a chemistry laboratory. How then? The theory is that someone has managed to program one of the world's supercomputers. Randy again spoke. There is no form of antidote, and any attempt to synthesize it has simply resulted in the damn thing changing its chemical composition. We know that Ming was linked with the usual drug shipments making their way to America and Europe. Jinlin broke into the conversation, and we are certain that the manufacturing of the smiling pill is being done somewhere in Southeast Asia, but so far, we have come up against a brick wall. The trail takes us to Bangkok in Thailand. That is where we will be working from once you are ready, Guy. Guy Ashton remained silent for several seconds before speaking. Okay, so what exactly is the problem with the drug, and why is it called the smiling pill? Let's sit down and have a drink first, Guy. My bloody back is killing me after the drive here, and carrying you to your room last night didn't help. Drunk again, was he, Steve? Jinlin said contemptuously. He could barely stand up that night when he shot Ming. One smell of his breath and I nearly keeled over. Guy Ashton turned red. The two men and Jinlin laughed. She went on. I had trouble making the skirmish look like a real fight. He was so drunk that I had to hold him up as I hit him, and when I finally pointed him in the direction of the garden so he could escape, he asked me if I wanted a drink. Steve and Randy almost collapsed, laughing. I'm not joking. Ming and his bodyguard were lying lifeless at our feet. I was shooting at him, trying my best not to hit him, and all he wanted to do was to buy me a drink. Both Steve and Randy could now barely breathe. They were laughing so hard. Fuck you, Jinlin. You got the jump on me from behind. You got lucky. In your dreams, big boy, you are alive because I allowed you to live. Don't you ever forget that. Jinlin walked over to a small cabinet in the corner of the room, and on opening the glass door, produced 4 glasses and a bottle of famous grouse whiskey. For old time's sake, big boy, enjoy, because this will be the last time for the pair of us. Tomorrow we get serious. And if I say no? Guy Ashton was fuming at the merciless mocking delivered by the still smiling Jinlin. Jinlin placed the glasses and the bottle on the small coffee table in the middle of the room, and in the blink of an eye, she spun around, her body 3 feet in the air, and the heel of her left foot connecting with Ashton's temple. He hit the ground with a thud, still semi-conscious but unable to respond. And if you say no, big boy, you die. Chapter 5. The Smiling Pill. Guy Ashton thoughtfully took a sip of his whiskey, an angry red swelling appearing on the right side of his temple. It tasted good. Was Jinlin serious when she told him that it would be his last drink? Whiskey had always been his drink of choice for as long as he could remember. He leaned back into the old leather settee. Steve sat beside him with Randy and Jinlin occupying the 2 large armchairs. His mind again drifted between Hong Kong and the life that the other 3 people in the room seemed to have already mapped out for him. He felt a surge of excitement. This sounded dangerous. Maybe his life needed a change of direction. He felt the lump that was developing on the side of his head. Where the fuck had that kick come from? He hadn't even seen her move, and what did she mean when she threatened to kill him? How the hell could a little Chinese bint kill the mixed martial arts champion of the Far East without a gun? Fierce, skilled heavyweights had crumpled in submission or unconsciousness after being on the receiving end of his immense power. In Hong Kong, Macau, Singapore, and Malaya, his blemish-free feats in the ring had made him a good living. Well, almost blemish-free. It should have been 25 straight wins at the highest professional level, but Chin, the little Chinese bastard, had caught him on a bad day. 1 kick in the guts had turned the previous night's whiskey into an internal weapon from which he had no chance of recovery. He desperately wanted a rematch with the smarmy Chinese bastard. It would have been no contest if he had been sober. He was going to kill the little slant-eyed shit. His thoughts returned to the present. Steve, Randy, and Jinlin were talking among themselves as if he weren't even there. They were discussing him. Was she actually serious when she had threatened to kill him? She would have no chance without a gun. If 1 punch of his could knock a fit trained heavyweight fighter senseless for 5 minutes, the same punch would almost certainly kill her. He was still concerned about where that kick came from, though. He didn't even see her move. Everything had been just a blur. Okay, he said out loud, as he emptied his glass in 1 gulp. I'm done with the whiskey. Can we now move on? Tell me about the smiling pill. Very little to tell, Guy. Steve finished his whiskey before continuing. It's a harmless little pill with no smell or taste, other than what is brought about by the normal flavoring processes. Ashton looked puzzled. Steve continued. Someone is manufacturing it to look and taste exactly like one of a dozen kids' candy treats that are openly sold in any shop or store. The candy being the vehicle for the tiniest drop of liquid, perhaps several thousand drops to 1 pint. Our intelligence tells us that China is buying the pill for literally pennies, but are unable to produce it themselves. We have to stop them from obtaining the formula and manufacturing it before it is too late. So, what is the effect of the pill then, Steve, if it scares you so much? The problem, Guy, is that once in the body, it produces a mild euphoric sensation, nothing more. Occasionally, the early symptoms show up in the form of anxiety and panic attacks. These, however, soon change into a peaceful, relaxed state of happiness, which over a truly short period of time, turns into an increasing loss of cognitive ability. The brain simply slows down, and the individual loses much of his ability to think and reason without even being aware of it, often walking around with a permanent smile on his face. At the moment, as far as we can ascertain, no one is making any money out of it. So the question is, what is the point of a drug that doesn't make money? Yes, what is the point? There is no way that Ming would have become involved if he wasn't making money from it. Exactly how long does the effect of the drug last for? Randy and Steve looked at each other as if reluctant to answer the question. Several seconds passed before Randy eventually spoke. That is what terrifies us, Guy. There is no coming down from the drug. It appears that over time it kickstarts a degenerative process in the brain. So far, no one has recovered. The Uyghurs that managed to escape are now in the US and in a state of near dementia. The destruction in the brain cells is irreversible. Jesus Christ, that's one hell of a smiling pill. Ashton shook his head almost in disbelief. Smile for the camera, then die. Think about it, Guy. If someone was only in the initial testing stages of the drug, what do you suppose would be the long-term objective, and who other than a government or a country would benefit from it? Randy broke in. The drug was initially let loose in selected Uyghur towns and re-education centers some months ago, and no one had a clue of what was going wrong. Teachers were reporting that whole classes were becoming unteachable. No one was in the least bit interested in learning, and as of now, the kids have got even worse. A whole generation in those towns has been destroyed. Good God, Steve, this could be a weapon far worse than an H-bomb, and you would never know who was responsible. I guess that it would move on from kids' candy to city water supplies, and that way only us whiskey drinkers would be safe. Are you listening, Jinlin? Everyone in the room laughed. That's the biggest fear of all, I guess, Guy. There are numerous ways that it could enter the food chain, and that is why both the US and the UK governments are pouring unlimited resources into the project. At the moment, we are certain that whoever is responsible for the manufacture of the drug either cannot produce it in sufficient quantities, or they haven't yet discovered how to make it water-soluble. But with time and enough resources, who knows how long we have got. Does it affect adults the same as kids? Oh yes, only it takes a little longer to reduce the cognitive ability to a noticeable level. The initial group of adults who were forced to take the pills a few months ago in the affected towns are now virtually unemployable. The symptoms initially resemble a mild form of amnesia bordering on dementia, and up to now, the Chinese have managed to keep a lid on it. They are not aware that we are fully up to date with developments. One thing we are aware of, though, is that the bigger the dose, the faster the effect. Half a dozen of the pills in one hit, and an adult is rendered helpless within minutes, his brain turning to near jelly in days. Guy Ashton whistled and adopted a worried expression. Have you any idea who is responsible, and do you think that the long-term objective might well be money? The solution to most of the world's problems has always been to follow the money. Blackmail money is the most obvious answer. We don't think that the objective is blackmail or money, Guy. We have a suspicion that there is more chance of an ideological objective somewhere down the line, almost certainly linked to China. This drug has the potential to gain control over entire countries without any form of reprisal, and you don't need to be Einstein to figure out which countries will be first in the firing line. After America comes Israel, and knowing the mindset of the Israelis, if it were let loose in their country, they would nuke every Arab territory in the Middle East, and we would be powerless to stop them. Yay, but come on, Randy, the Arab countries know that. The radical religious fanatics in the Arab countries don't care, Guy. They can't wait to meet Allah, and would willingly sacrifice the entire human race, including their own families, if they could destroy Israel. It's some fucking nonsensical idea that they have of going to paradise as martyrs, and spending the rest of eternity screwing a never-ending supply of virgins. Are you working with the Israelis then? Yes. Them and the British. Other than that, whoever is manufacturing and selling the drug to China must not be aware that we are yet onto it, or they may spook and move their operation. This would send us back to square one. What put you on to Ming then? He couldn't have given a shit about Israel or any form of blackmail. He virtually ran Hong Kong, and according to Dad, owned half the police force and almost of all of the judges. I heard that his personal fortune was several $100 million. Jinlin suddenly burst out laughing. Several $100 million. Good God. He wanted to marry me not long before Big Boy here shot him. You dick. And now here I am with a bunch of Boy Scout losers, when I could be on my own yacht moored somewhere close to my own private island in the Caribbean. It was now Ashton's turn to laugh. You owe me then, lady. Always remember that I was the one who saved you from getting fat on champagne and caviar. I will be eternally grateful, Big Boy, you dick. No need to thank me. So, during your time with Ming, did you ever come across the pill or any evidence of Ming's involvement? No, nothing. I don't think that he would have gone near to anything like that. Sure, he killed people, but that went with the territory and his normal triad practice. He was always good to me. But Chai, his son, he is a snake. Charming on the outside but evil on the inside. She's right, Guy. Steve stroked his chin as he spoke. Chai does not possess the human qualities of Ming, and if the price is right, he will sell his very soul. Looks like I killed the wrong man. Damned right you did, Dick. Jinlin shook her head. My own private island and yacht, and you had to come along. I should have shot you when I had the chance. I did offer to buy you a drink. Randy and Steve burst out laughing. Guy, Ashton, and Jinlin joined in. Chapter 6. The training begins. Guy Ashton awoke just as the sun was rising. It was 6 in the morning and someone was banging on his bedroom door. Jinlin's voice boomed loud. Get up, Guy. We start work today, and I have got little more than 3 weeks to bring you up to operational readiness. Slip on the tracksuit and hurry. I must have overslept because of that damned whiskey of yours. I don't know what you see in the stuff. He suddenly felt an empty feeling in the pit of his stomach. He needed a glass of whiskey. For the last few months, he had always started each day with a glass of whiskey. It had become almost a religion for him. One that his body always craved after a heavy night's drinking. He had only drunk the one large glass the previous night, yet his body was now begging for more. Had he really made the promise to stop drinking? How long would his body take to adjust, and exactly how much pain would he have to endure? No, he wasn't an alcoholic. He just enjoyed an odd glass or two of whiskey, that was all. He had been telling himself this for the last few months now, and had never really tested himself by abstaining. Today would be his first challenge. Just one to liven me up. Please God, just the one, he said out loud as he slipped on the tracksuit and left the bedroom. Jinlin was waiting in the main room where they had been drinking the previous evening, a glass of orange juice in each hand. She spoke as she handed one glass over to Ashton. Not your usual morning kicker, I believe, Guy, but don't worry, you will soon get used to it. Ashton glared. Bollocks. Come on, Guy, it's no secret. Steve and Randy have been observing your morning cup of grouse on the monitor for the last few weeks now, trying to work out if you were even worth the effort. Are you, or are you too far gone? If you put my life in danger even once because of your drinking, I will kill you without hesitation. Now drink up. We will be in the gym every morning, and then you can have some breakfast. Why do I have to go to the gym, Jinlin? I know how to fight. From the day I entered the Asian professional circuit, I have won 24 out of my 25 professional fights in the MMA ring. Yes, I know that. I was also there in the crowd with Ming when you were demolished by that Chinaman half your size. What are you? About 6 feet 2 inches? He couldn't have been more than 5 feet 8 inches, yet one kick in the guts and you were finished. It's my job to teach you how to fight properly. Guy Ashton burst out laughing. You are going to teach me how to fight? You are having me on. You're not much more than 5.5 feet tall. You probably weigh less than a tin of baked beans, and you are going to teach me how to fight? That's right. I'm going to teach you how to fight and how to kill. Have you heard of Krav Maga? Sure. It's an Israeli form of self-defense, but it's never used in the ring as it cannot compete with the more traditional martial arts. That's true, Guy, but it has a place, particularly in our job. Imagine the Israeli mentality if you can. They can never afford to lose a war, or Israel will cease to exist. This philosophy is Rule 1 of Krav Maga. Ashton assumed a questioning expression as his brow furrowed. Rule 1. Always win at whatever cost. Ashton let out what appeared to be a contemptuous snort before speaking. In that case, Jinlin, there cannot be any rules. Jinlin grinned. Almost correct, Einstein. Rule 2. Strike first. Do not wait to see how a problem may develop. eliminate the problem before it eliminates you. So the next time I am in the ring, instead of touching gloves, I simply kick my opponent in the bollocks. Game over. You're getting the hang of it, guy. Rule 3. Use any weapon at your disposal regardless of consequences. Now once you have taken on board the rules of Krav Maga, your mind must go back to your MMA rules. Then you must forget them completely. If it is banned in the MMA ring, then that will be your move of choice. You mean eye gouging, choking, bollock kicking, head butting, and the like? Guy, you are proving to be a quick learner, so let's go into the gym and put these things into practice. Do I get to kick you in the bollocks then, Jinlin? Yes, Guy, but you seem to have forgotten Rule 2 of Krav Maga. What do you mean? Jinlin spun round, and with little more than a lightning flick of her right foot, caught Guy lightly between the legs. He gasped in pain and grabbed his testicles. If under threat, activate Rule 2, Guy. You appeared to have issued a threat. Never forget Rule 2. That was Krav Maga and one of the banned moves of MMA working together. Now let's get down to some serious work. I'd rather have a morning cup of whiskey to deaden the pain, you vicious little Chinese shit. Jinlin laughed as she opened a door leading into a small gym, in the center of which was a fighting mat. Ashton followed, still gently rubbing his testicles. It was around day 6 that Guy Ashton finally eliminated 10 years of kung fu and martial arts training from his originally closed mindset. Once in the gym, he had by now completely forgotten that Jinlin was a woman, appearing little more than a girl. She had been merciless with him. There hadn't been a part of his body that had been spared the pain. He was good. A particularly good seasoned black belt. He had always been good, and any punch or kick landing cleanly in the MMA ring had usually ended the fight early because of the immense transfer of power. At 6 feet 2 inches and near 15 stone of bone and muscle, he had been forced to travel around the Far East in order to find an opponent. Few Hong Kong professionals were willing to compete against him in the ring, and as his reputation grew, the opposition became ever harder to find. He was in fact quite a celebrity in the Far East, with every fight being broadcast live in many countries. In China, he had a cult following, and his next fight, expected to be in Beijing, would earn him enough to retire if he won. The Chinese loved to gamble, and his return fight with Qin, the Chinese bastard who had beaten him, meant a multi-million-dollar payday for the Triads. He would have won, of course. Qin would have been no match for a sober Guy Ashton. That was before he had killed Ming. His only fight now was to stay one step ahead of the Triads, and to stay alive. Jinlin was different. To begin with, he was afraid of breaking her, knowing that his immense power could easily cause her permanent damage. She just looked so fragile, a porcelain doll-like figure dancing around, 1 minute on her toes, and the next minute flying through the air as if unaffected by gravity. He had never hit a woman, and holding back resulted in his initial undoing. His punches and kicks met with little more than thin air. Her lightning-fast reflexes moved her out of range, and in the microsecond that he was off balance, Jinlin struck, her judo skills often sending him to the mat with little more than a slight push. Occasionally, he got lucky, and gradually he learned to sacrifice power for speed and technique. The target area is far more important than the power, Guy, Jinlin always stressed. A flick by one finger on the testicles can do far more damage than a full punch to the jaw. Think target, and think Krav Maga. The second week saw more of an emphasis on killing. Ashton learned that there were several target areas of the human body that could be exploited, with some areas requiring power and technique, and some bringing about a swift and silent death by little more than the use of one finger. A broken neck requires immense power if the target is a fit, strong man who is trained to resist, Jinlin had said. Push one stiff finger sharply upwards in the neck just under the chin. The neck muscles collapse, and the head immediately tilts back. Then you twist and turn the head in an upwards motion, with one hand under the chin, and one on the top of the head, using your body for leverage. Observe, she said as she tried to twist Ashton's head. He tensed his neck muscles and held firm. Jinlin then forcefully pushed her middle finger into the fleshy part of his neck, and his submission was instant. You nearly fucking killed me there. Anytime I want a guy, just remember that. You got lucky with Ming's 2 henchmen, Jinlin told him. They were both trained triad assassins, and you took them by surprise. If they had been prepared, you would have been dead within seconds. Guy Ashton no longer thought of whiskey. He now realized that were he ever to have come across an opponent with the skills of Jinlin, just one single glass would slow him enough to guarantee his end. By the end of the second week, a killing machine had been created. He was still 6 feet 2 inches tall, but his body shape had changed already. His muscles had become taut, and his senses heightened. Gone was the slightly soft underbelly, to be replaced by a ridge of muscle conditioned to take a hammer blow. He knew that he could never enter martial arts competitions again. One slight moment of madness, and a dead man would be leaving the ring. Week 3 largely concentrated on weapons training, much of it being conducted in the barn, where a narrow passage between the bales provided range and sound deadening. Ashton became proficient, Jinlin proving to be slightly more accurate and twice as fast. Her ability to throw herself to the ground and still hit the target whilst on her way down proved to be near impossible for Ashton. Fire only when you have stabilized Guy, she had said. Less than half a dozen people in the world can hit a moving target on their way down. You don't have the luxury of 7 years of training. You need to be ready in 4 days. I've seen James Bond do it many times. Idiot. Jinlin was pleased with her work. With Ashton watching her back, she now felt confident enough to go back into the field. Chapter 7. Activated. Ashton and Jinlin had been at the farm for a little over 3 weeks, and after a few hours of intensive weapons training in the morning, they settled down for a later than usual breakfast. They heard the car pull up outside the old farmhouse. That will be Steve and Randy. They rang me early this morning while you were still fast asleep. That would be because I am a member of the human race, Jinlin. Don't you ever go to sleep? Only when I have to. They are bringing details of our Mossad contact in Bangkok, and how we are to get in touch with him. Mossad Jinlin? Are they still working on the Israeli angle? I still think this whole thing is about money. Follow the money, and you will never go far wrong. Ming would have never had anything to do with world politics, especially the Middle East. Ming's only motivation in life was money. Surely you worked that out after living with him for so long. Who has the most easily accessible money in the world, Guy? Ah yes, I see what you mean. The Arabs would come up with billions if there was ever a way to destroy Israel. I guess that is why they are always in the market for nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons are something that the Israelis can do something about, Guy. But the smiling pill, well, that's something else. I don't really trust the Americans as far as I could punch them, Jinlin. Who's to say that once the CIA get their hands on it, they won't weaponize it and let it loose on, say, North Korea or even the Chinese? We are not being paid to think, Guy. We work only on orders and instinct. We do the job and then we leave. Don't you ever worry about the consequences of killing someone? The people you leave behind. The family. Maybe children? No. The door opened. There was no knock, and in walked Randy followed by Steve. Both men walking across the room without a word, just a slight nod of the head, before sitting themselves down on the settee, with Ashton and Jinlin facing them, already being seated on 2 large individual chairs. We've got a problem, people. Half of London is looking for you, Guy. $2 million seems to have started a treasure hunt, and you are the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Steve looked serious. We have decided that you have to die. Sorry, buddy, but that's the only solution. Randy grinned as he spoke. In fact, you are already dead, and your body is in a London morgue as we speak, ready for cremation this afternoon. R.I.P. Guy Ashton. What? An unfortunate accident, Guy. Some poor Chinese-looking chap about your size, build, and shape got in the way of a bullet in the back of his head. So now all we need are a few photographs of you dead. MI6 has agreed to dispose of your dead body by cremation and to get the pictures of you published in the papers. That should satisfy Ming's son and give us a nice $2 million bonus for the operation. So from now on, you two will be able to operate like millionaires. I always operated like a millionaire when I was with Ming. I got quite used to it. Jinlin sported a whimsical expression and fully opened her round eyes. You callous bastards, all three of you. Not us, Guy. MI6 sorted the accident. The target was a recognized drug dealer. Better out of the way, really, so no need to worry. Steve pursed his lips as he spoke. He met his accident in broad daylight in front of several witnesses, if you know what I mean, and once the photographs become public, you will no longer exist as Guy Ashton. You will be Mr. Jeffries. Yes, you two are now officially married, and your names are James Jeffries and Juan Jeffries. All the background relating to your lives has been covered, and were anyone to check, as I am sure they will, your cover stories will check out. Randy has the passports, credit cards, and money, plus a comprehensive briefing of who you are and your life history. You have 3 days to memorize every tiny detail, as I feel that the circles you will be mixing in will have the highest possible contacts. Your Mossad contact in Bangkok is called Mark, and he has been working in the city alongside the CIA for the last 2 years. He is expecting you in 4 days and will meet you at the airport. Your flight is direct from Heathrow and leaves in 3 days, so we will pick you up here on Wednesday at 6 in the morning. I'm still curious as to why you think that the pill is manufactured in the Far East, Steve. Guy scratched his chin as he spoke. Why not Mexico or Colombia? Surely they are the major sources of most of the drugs entering the States. No, Guy. This is definitely the Far East, and to our knowledge it hasn't yet touched down in the U.S. We have analyzed it 1,000 times, and the opium is definitely from around the Golden Triangle area of Thailand. Also, all of Southeast Asia has a major yaba problem. Yaba? Methamphetamine and caffeine. The smiling pill, however, contains some form of metabolizing agent, which is why it can be taken orally and does not need to be smoked. Ah, that is why they can get the kids addicted then. Exactly. And because of the metabolizing agent, it becomes undetectable once it enters the bloodstream. The Uyghur authorities have known that they have had a problem with certain kids for months, and if it hadn't been for the defectors that risked their lives escaping, no one outside of China would be any the wiser. You said that the drug self-destructed when you tried to analyze it, Steve? Not the meth, nor the opium. They remain fairly stable. It's the missing magic that disappears when we tamper with it. The door leading to the gym suddenly burst open, and 2 Chinese men jumped into the room carrying Uzi submachine guns. First to react were Randy and Steve, who were facing the 2 men, their pistols instantly to hand. Steve took the first burst full in the chest, the 9mm bullets finding his heart. He hit the ground stone dead. Randy fired 2 rounds before himself spinning round as a burst from the second man smashed into his shoulder. The gunman dropped as one of Randy's bullet entered his forehead. Jinlin was up in the blink of an eye, her movement little more than a blur as she vaulted over her chair and launched herself feet first at the still firing second gunman. He instinctively moved to one side, catching only a glancing blow to the side of his head, his bullets peppering the farmhouse ceiling. His split-second off balance was all that Ashton needed. Kicking the gun from his hands, Ashton's hands grabbed the man's head, his middle finger burying itself deep into his throat. The neck muscles relaxed, just as Jinlin had said they would. The neck snapped with the crack of a whip. Nice work, you two. You saved my life. I don't think Steve's made it, though. Randy turned the lifeless body over before checking his pulse. No chance. The bastards must have followed us all the way from London. Ashton glared in anger as he spoke. I thought you guys were supposed to be fucking professionals. How could you allow that to happen? he suddenly became aware that his whole body was trembling. His actions had been a combination of instinct and Jinlin's training, and now surplus adrenaline was flooding through his veins. Randy went quiet for a few seconds before speaking. This is not the fucking movies, guy. In real life, people use tracking devices, drones, GPS, and they can follow easily from several miles back. Don't you think that we didn't take precautions and constantly check? These guys were pros, almost certainly two of Ming's top hitters. I know the one with the hole in his head, Randy. His name is Chen. He shadowed Ming everywhere. Guy got lucky when he shot Ming. Chen was on a special assignment that day, or he would never have got so close to him. Jinlin studied the other dead man, lifting his shirt. This one is from the mainland. Check out the tattoo. He is from the sacred Viper Triad that controls Beijing. Believe it or not, the Chinese Communist Party leader's brother, Zai, runs the sect, so Ming's connections were far greater than we originally thought. Why would Ming have connections in Beijing? Everyone has a boss, I suppose, Guy. Even Ming. Jinlin was still staring at the mesmeric snake tattoo as she spoke. In Ming's case, he was so high up that it would almost certainly have to be the PM's brother. His wealth is legendary, and his powers span the globe. During my CIA training, I learned almost everything that the Western world knows about the triads, which is probably less than 10% of what really goes on. No one, and I do mean no one, in the Chinese community will even acknowledge their existence, let alone speak about them. I spent months on facial recognition during my CIA training, and can spot any one of 100 top triad operators from a mile away. This one was called Li 1, and he was only used for the especially important assassination jobs. You did well, Guy. He has more kills to his credit than Stalin. Aren't you two overlooking the obvious? What do you mean, Guy? Why are you pointing the finger of suspicion at Ming? He's dead. My money is on Chai, his son, as I cannot see Ming getting involved with China. Why would he? He already had all the power in the world. Jinlin nodded. Yes, I am beginning to agree with you, Guy. Ming would have too much to lose. Chai, however, would have everything to gain. There's a medical kit in the top drawer of the cabinet over there, Jinlin. Randy grimaced as he spoke. I'm losing a fair bit of blood from my shoulder, and I think that the bone might be broken. It's now starting to hurt like hell. Jinlin walked over to the cabinet and took out a small medical box, and together with Guy, carefully cut away Randy's clothing, revealing 2 clean entry wounds no more than 1 inch apart, and 1 exit wound where the bullet had passed clean through, completely missing the shoulder bone. Look, just stop the bleeding. There is something more urgent. Randy spoke through gritted teeth as Jinlin applied pressure to the wound. You two had better go and find the car that these two came in. It's possible, in fact, it's highly probable that there is a third man, and if he gets spooked, he will be off. No prisoners. You both understand. There must be no prisoners, otherwise the cover story on Guy's death is blown. Now move the pair of you. I will be okay until you get back. Take the 2 Uzis. Jinlin and Ashton exited the old farmhouse by the back door and cautiously made their way to the unmade farm track. Partially hidden by the thick hedgerow less than 100 yards away, they spotted a silver Mercedes pointing away from the farmhouse, its engine running for a quick getaway. Guy, I'm going to work my way around to the front on the other side of the field. You keep low along the hedge and get as close as you can to the car. Open fire as soon as you hear me shoot. Remember what Randy said. No prisoners, and do not get in my line of fire. Keep close to the hedge, or I might just blow your balls off. Great. I should have stayed in Hong Kong. It was safer than this quiet English countryside. Jinlin crawled through, following the hedge line, swiftly making her way across the field, and then forward towards the front of the car. Ashton crawled on all fours as close to the car as possible without being seen, his Uzi cocked ready to fire. How fortuitous, he thought, grinning as he moved forward. Firing the Uzi had been part of the last couple of days' trainings, and now he was actually going to use one to kill for real. Jinlin opened fire through the front window of the car, and Ashton ran forward to shoot into the side window. Both Uzis were completely out of ammunition as the pair opened the car door to view their handiwork. The Chinese body was still twitching as the blood spurted from half a dozen wounds. "What have I got myself into with you lot? Is this all?" Ashton broke off as an oriental voice spoke in Chinese from behind. "Hands up and drop the guns." "Oh fuck, there were 4 of them." Ashton's voice mirrored the resignation of a condemned man as the noose is slipped around his neck at the gallows. "Goodbye, Mr. Ashton," the voice said mockingly, this time in English. "Mr. Chai sends his regards." Ashton closed his eyes as the shot rang out, and bits of bone and brains spattered his body. "I thought you guys might need a little help. Sneaky bastards, these Chinese. Now can we go back to the farmhouse and take care of my shoulder? It still hurts like hell." "Thank you, Randy, thank you, thank you. I honestly thought that we were dead meat. What can I say? I want to have your baby. How does that sound?" "That sounds great, guy, but sort my shoulder out first, and we'll figure the sex out later." "However, Jinlin, I must point out that you were sloppy. You must always secure the area before patting yourself on the back. Let's get back and finish the job on my shoulder. Before I leave, remind me to take the photos of an extremely dead guy Ashton. These 4 Orientals certainly won't be spoiling our cover story. I'll ring my contact in MI6 to clean up the mess, and then we can sort out your baby guy." The tension was suddenly released as all 3 burst out in uncontrollable laughter. It was spontaneous. It just happened. Back at the old farm building, Guy stared intently at Randy as Jinlin reapplied the dressing to his shoulder. "You don't seem too concerned at Steve's death, Randy. Aren't you guys supposed to form some kind of bonding with your partner?" "We work together as partners, and not friends, Guy. Been together for a little over 2 years now. But things went sour between us after I stayed at his place for Thanksgiving. His wife, Gail, was one of the nicest people that you could ever wish to meet, and his 2 little girls were absolutely adorable." Ashton cocked his head to one side, a questioning frown creasing his face. He couldn't keep his dick under control, Guy. Anything and everything with a skirt, and he was like a rat up a drain pipe. Perhaps I should have kept my mouth shut about it. When I told him flatly that there was no way I was going to cover for him by lying to Gail, things went downhill from there. How do you think his wife will take it, Randy? Bad, Jinlin, really bad. For her, he could do no wrong. The sun shone out of his arse. Women can be so stupid. Jinlin glared at Guy Ashton. He edged slightly out of range as he again spoke. Come on, girl. Don't tell me that you have never strayed from one of your partners. It's human nature and bred into all of us. Jinlin didn't answer and walked away, heading for the bathroom. Randy spoke quietly in Guy's ear. Don't go there, Guy. She doesn't understand what you mean. Guy Ashton looked confused. Just don't go there, buddy. She isn't like a normal woman. She doesn't have feelings like the rest of us. It's the drugs. No one can have a body like that without needing sex. That's the only reason she was put on the planet. Trust me, buddy, just leave it. Too many deaths have already happened because of Jinlin's unit. You don't want to be the next one. What is she? A fucking android or something? Randy chuckled. About as close as you will ever get to one, that's for sure. The pair went quiet as Jinlin re-entered the room. Chapter 8. On honeymoon. Guy Ashton was nervous as the woman looked at his passport. Why was she taking so long? Why had he chosen the queue with a Chinese immigration officer, when the alternative had been a West Indian? If Chai, Ming's son, hadn't been convinced by the reports of his death in the daily newspapers together with the TV coverage, the obvious place to look for him would be at the airport. Everything is in order, Mr. Jeffries, she eventually said. Enjoy your flight and make the most of your honeymoon. These things only happen 2 or 3 times in your life. Jinlin, now Mrs. Juan Jeffries, grinned as she spoke to the woman. You have read my mind. But first, I have to get my hands on his money. Sorry, James. It's a woman thing. How do you know that we are going on honeymoon? Ashton's near paranoia was beginning to get the better of him. Everywhere that he looked around the airport, he could see Chinese men. Were these Chinese men just waiting for the opportunity to kill him? Not every passenger has honeymoon plastered on their suitcase, Mr. Jeffries. Ours didn't. Move on, Ashton, wake up. The immigration officer spoke in a whisper. You will also be accompanied on the flight. Now go to the first-class lounge and keep your head down. Mr. and Mrs. Jeffries walked over to the well-appointed lounge and sat down at a table by the window, both looking for any sign of a tail. Sorry, Juan. I almost messed up there. How was I to know? I didn't know myself until she let it slip. Then I realized that she did it on purpose in order to let us know that we are not on our own. Jesus Christ, Jinlin, you people are really taking this whole thing seriously. Guy Ashton shook his head from side to side, slowly, very slowly before continuing. Do you honestly think that once in Bangkok we will be able to find anything? I've only been there once, and that was for a fight, so I saw nothing, but the red light district known as Nana Plaza. It's one hell of a big city, you know. Yes, I know that, James. I spent a week there with Ming a few months ago, and don't you call me by that name again, unless we are alone. Just one slip, and we could both end up dead clear? Sorry, Juan. Somehow you just don't look like a Juan to me, so I forgot. Well, don't. The Juan that I knew in Hong Kong was a lovely, friendly girl with a sense of humor. You definitely do not look like a Juan to me. Would that be the same Juan that ran off with all your money and sent you onto that alcoholic binge? Touché, Jinlin, that was the Juan. How the hell do you know that anyway? Randy and Steve let me know shortly before you arrived. I told them to bugger off and find me someone else. I bet you're glad that they didn't. No. When the flight was called, the couple made their way to boarding, and a tall, 30-something Chinese man looked both of them briefly in the eye and offered the slightest of nods. Looks like we have a minder, Juan. Jinlin remained silent. She was accessing her memory banks. The face looked familiar from her CIA training days. She had memorized the faces of around 100 top Triad members. The man wasn't one of them, but something troubled her. She was sure that the face looked familiar, but from where? She decided not to mention it to Guy. His training, though intensive, had been accelerated and compressed into too short a time scale, and was not sufficiently developed to disguise his emotions. This had been most noticeable when passing through immigration. He had exhibited genuine concern at the word honeymoon, and to anyone trained in emotional face response, had sent a clear signal of an impending panic attack. Did you have sex with Ming? The plane was now over the Middle East as Guy Ashton spoke quietly into his wife's ear, as half asleep, her head rested on his shoulder. None of your bloody business. Come on, I am your husband, and I deserve to know just how experienced my new bride is. Wife in name only, so F off and let me sleep. What about my conjugal rights? Surely you will not be denying me those. Do you fancy joining the Mile High Club? I assume that you know what that is. I hear that the taste of the male penis is quite unpleasant, James dear. So if you fancy the experience, just ask me that question one more time, and I will rip it off and shove it down your throat. Oh my God, you are still a virgin, aren't you? None of your fucking business? Vav, you will be the only virgin in Bangkok that isn't still in a pram. Am I to assume that Ming was impotent then? That would be why his whole focus in life was to make even more money. With money comes power, so why did he want you around if he wasn't screwing you? You're not too bad looking, I'll give you that, but you really can be a pain in the arse sometimes. In fact, most of the time. Jinlin sat up, realizing that Guy's questioning would not go away. At first, I was little more than what the Americans call eye candy, but I believe that he genuinely fell in love with me. Despite his reputation for killing anyone that ever crossed him, he was quite sweet with me. Nothing was too much. I could have had all the riches in the world if I had wanted them. I had to refuse literally millions in both cash and gifts to comply with the illusion that I in turn was in love with him. The more I turned down, the more he offered. Did you have sex with him? We slept together. So, you didn't have sex then? 2 bloody years without sex, my balls would explode. I don't have balls. You must have urges. Everyone has urges. I don't. I just get on with my life and do my job. Well, if Ming hadn't been impotent, would you have got on with your job between the sheets then? That is a purely hypothetical question. I know that. So how about a purely hypothetical answer? I'm hungry. Jinlin pressed the button by the side of her seat. A pretty Eurasian girl walked down from the front of the plane, smiling, and flashing her eyes at Guy as she said, "May I help you, sir?" Jinlin's expression visibly changed as she glared at the girl. "Attendant, may we see the dinner menu, please?" The delivery was noticeably abrupt. The flight attendant smiled as she passed over the menu. "Can you see any dick for dinner, dear?" Guy Ashton whispered into Jinlin's ear, keeping both eyes on the pretty flight attendant. He gasped in shock, as a fierce, well-delivered elbow caught him in the ribs. As his breath returned, he gasped, "I need a whiskey." "Over your dead body, Mr. Jeffries. Over your dead body." The flight attendant smiled as she passed over the second menu, winking at Guy as she did so. Jinlin felt something strange happening to her. It was an experience that she had never come across. Jealousy was not an emotion that members of her Black Ops unit could comprehend. Unknown to her, the controlling effect of no longer taking the CS7 drug was beginning to kick in. Its vice-like grip on her emotions was beginning to loosen. It had been almost 2 months since she had last topped up with the medication. Steve had been carrying her top up. Steve was now dead, and no one had even considered the consequences of Jinlin coming down from the drug. Strange things were happening to her. The embryonic rise in her emotional awakening was exponentially taking root. The drug-induced suppression of these emotions was lessening with each passing day. Chapter 9. Arrival in Bangkok. It was early evening as Mr. and Mrs. Jeffries passed through immigration at Suvarnabhumi Airport, Bangkok, with their luggage. The tall Chinese man who had nodded to them at Heathrow, moving through a couple of minutes earlier. Jinlin took note as his mouth moved, obviously in disguised conversation with another much smaller Chinese-looking man who appeared to have been waiting for him. Jinlin had been taught to lip read during her training. However, the two men were talking in Cantonese, a language near impossible to decipher purely from lip movement. "Something's wrong, James. Our Jewish contact isn't around, and that Chinese bastard talking to the tall one is involved. Don't look now, but they are both keeping an eye on us and talking about us." "You are sure that you are not being paranoid, Juan? No one other than the CIA know that we are here. I have a horrible feeling that our cover has been blown, and we've only just got off the plane. There's our contact Juan, the balding chap with the board. See him? Tour guide, J&J written on the board. Nice touch, James and Juan. Got him, James. Walk towards him, but do not acknowledge. He will give us around 20 seconds and then follow us out of the airport. How do you know that? Standard CIA procedure. We wait outside to let him pass and check that no one is tailing him. Then we follow him to the taxi. As Juan walked past the balding man, their eyes met, her eyes flickering in the direction of the two Chinese men. "They're ours," he said quietly, not moving his lips and turning his head away as he spoke. Once outside the main airport area, both Guy and Jinlin paused. The Israeli contact walking nonchalantly past, stopping at a white Toyota people carrier, and holding the sliding door open for Guy and Jinlin as the suitcases disappeared inside. "Thank God that never-ending journey is over," Guy said out loud as he climbed into the back seat of the people carrier. "It may have been first class, but my bloody back is killing me. 12 hours in a plane is way too much, especially without a decent drink." Yes, it is. But you did have some wonderful company, Guy. And it's lovely to meet you again, Jinlin. I will be taking you to your hotel, and wherever you wish to visit during your stay in Bangkok. My name is Mark. Well, that's my Thailand name. Yes, we were told that we were meeting someone called Mark. Anyway, James and Juan Jeffries, please from now on in public, Mark. Jinlin sounded serious. Our background cover stories are pretty comprehensive, and we cannot afford to be compromised, especially if we are to penetrate the Triad network. What? How the hell are we going to do that? Guy Ashton's voice betrayed a hint of panic, and was delivered an octave higher than his normal speech. You are asking the impossible, Jinlin. No one breaks the code of silence of the Triads, and membership is harder to obtain than joining of the British royal family. The Greeks and the Germans appear to have managed that quite successfully, Guy. Anyway, you are already a Triad member. Mark chuckled as he spoke. You will be having your sacred viper tattoo tomorrow, and when completed, you will eliminate and take the place of a British Triad member who is due in the country in 3 days' time. I will supply you with full details over dinner this evening. Why this pretense of being married then, Mark? Anyone will be able to access the BA records and see that we flew in from London. What records, Mr. Jeffries? They are gone. You will also be less conspicuous as a married couple on honeymoon. Thousands of couples come to Thailand for their nuptials. I can't really understand why though, as the whole country is awash with beautiful young women looking for their pot of gold. And where and when do we take out this Triad member, Mark? Possibly in his hotel room after he has checked in, Jinlin. Guy will be waiting in the room for him, and hopefully he will succumb to your usual honey trap procedure. I believe that you are quite good at that. We will discuss the plan this evening once you have checked out your room. Just one thing, Jinlin. What's that, Mark? The senator that you killed on your last job. How did you manage it? The autopsy couldn't find a single mark on him anywhere, nor could they find any trace of drugs in his body. She certainly didn't fuck him to death, that's for sure. Fortunately, Ashton was out of Jinlin's elbow range as he spoke. Jinlin changed the subject as she always did whenever the mention of sex came up. She knew nothing about it, other than that men were supposed to enjoy it, and that it was the basis for the honey trap. It had been a loving one-finger death during a long, lingering kiss. To the senator, it had been little more than a touch of routinely exciting foreplay as he fell silently into a peaceful sleep from which he would never awake. I don't remember meeting you before, Mark, but you look familiar. I didn't look quite the same when you were doing your training, Jinlin. The mafia put out a hit on me shortly after I helped to bust a major cocaine operation that cost them millions. One press of the button, and $50 million worth of cocaine and heroin were blown into the stratosphere. Even the angels were high for weeks. I had to have some facial work done, followed by transfer to our Far East operations. Mossad often works hand in hand with the CIA. Guy Ashton's eyes rolled slightly, and he turned his head to look out of the window. Jinlin looked closely into Mark's eyes. Jacob Linus, explosives. Clever girl. The eyes are something that cannot be changed, and wearing glasses is so tiresome, especially when the eyesight is still good. The hair had to go also. That really upset me as I was quite handsome when I had hair. A bit like Guy here, but not quite so tall, of course. The people carrier slowly maneuvered through the congested Bangkok traffic as Mark broke into a grin. You are both booked into the honeymoon suite at the Hilton. However, I thought it a little suspicious to book 2 single beds, so you will have to sort out your own sleeping arrangements, unless of course. Jinlin interrupted, almost shouting, a look of horror on her face. Stop right there, Mark. This is purely business, so kill any assumptions that you may have. Big boy here can sleep in the bath for all I care. Have you debugged the room? All taken care of, and try not to be so touchy. We are all on the same team, and a recently married couple have to show some sort of affection. Please remember that, Jinlin. Sorry, Mark. Guy Ashton burst out laughing. There was a hint of mockery resonating through the laughter. Mark felt uncomfortable as the mockery was obviously directed at Jinlin. Still, It was her own fault, as she had made the comment about sleeping in the bath. His discomfort turned to concern at the obvious animosity and aggression that they had both just exhibited. They were both capable of killing each other without the need for guns, so it was essential that he defuse the situation. At 6'2", athletic, and extremely handsome, Guy had always had to fight off the amorous attentions of women, and now he was being cold-shouldered by a little Chinese bint. He had no idea how long the arrangement was for, and wondered if her mood would ever soften. His own mood suddenly changed. He began to feel irritated. This was a new experience for him. He had been rejected before he had even had time to show the slightest inclination of interest. Who the hell did the little Chinese virgin slut think she was? Glancing in the rearview mirror, Mark saw his plight and read his thoughts. No worries here in Bangkok, Guy. He chuckled out loud as he spoke. If someone like me can find a bed warmer within minutes, you will have them queuing up. You will of course have to use a different hotel, as taking a local girl to the honeymoon suite would appear to be pretty odd, don't you think? Not really that interested at the moment, Mark. I would rather settle down with my old mate Jack Daniels, or a few shots of famous grouse. However, the only path to true enjoyment has been forbidden by Frau Hitler here. Don't you forget it, big boy, or the honeymoon will come to an abrupt end. Yes, my darling wife. And what flavor of smiling pill would you like to suck on this evening? I doubt that even that would change your bloody mood. The elbow missed its mark. Mr. Jeffries was getting used to Mrs. Jeffries' behavior. We're being followed, Mark. Red pickup. Yes, I know Jinlin. They are the two Chinese from the airport. Once they are happy that we are not being tailed, they will disappear until I get in touch with them again. You Yanks are all paranoid. Guy shook his head, a look of disgust creasing his face. What's wrong with you, for God's sake? If we know bugger all about this supposed smiling pill, why would anyone be interested in us? We do not know nothing, James. In fact, we are beginning to learn quite a lot. I will fill you in over dinner tonight. The table is booked for 8, and you will need to dress smart, as the Hilton has standards, and we do not want to stand out from the crowd. Guy Ashton cocked his head to one side questioningly as he spoke. Who exactly is running this operation, Mark? Mossad or the CIA? What makes you think that they are two different entities, James? Israel is the permanently moored American aircraft carrier from which it exercises control over the Middle East, so why would Mossad and the CIA be any different? Two names, one entity. Let's leave it at that, okay? Guy Ashton again rolled his eyes. But this time Jinlin noticed. How are we supposed to take out this triad member, Mark? These guys are good and trust no one. The chap on reception at the hotel is one of ours, Guy, and the important decisions I will leave for Jinlin to arrange. That is more her line of work than mine. She is equipped with physical attributes that few men can resist. My specialist skill is explosives, not the messy one-on-one kind. I rarely get to see the results of my handiwork. You bastards have people everywhere. Correct, Guy, and cameras. You will be surprised how many important people use the honeymoon suite at the Hilton. Blackmail? Naturally. That is what the CIA is usually all about. We even have Zai, the Chinese premier's brother, on tape with his mistress. That is how we first discovered his involvement with the smiling pill. He knows all about it, but like us, he knows bugger all about where it is being produced, and by whom. If that bastard got his hands on the formula, you can wave goodbye to Taiwan. And that would be just for starters. I'm hungry. And me, my darling wife. Let's get a move on, then we can eat. Just one question, Mark. Go on. Why was the Chinese premier's brother in Bangkok? I saw nothing about it in the papers, and Chinese news is usually Hong Kong news. Not that the papers have any choice, of course. He has a Thai girl over here, a real beauty named Han Sen, and being recently married back in Beijing, he likes to keep things under wraps. Fortunately for us, he always stays at the Hilton, in the honeymoon suite, where he meets up with Chai, Ming's son. Incognito, I presume? Naturally. Chai owns the hotel, so an indiscreet word would have serious consequences. You know how the triads operate. Guy Ashton nodded. Jinlin smiled. Jinlin knew only too well how the triads operate. She had seen it firsthand on several occasions. Ming had shown a certain amount of benevolence, backed up by firmness, and accompanied by perhaps just a hint of compassion. Chai, however, was different. Chai seemed to obtain a great deal of pleasure in both watching and inflicting pain and death. It was never enough to simply kill someone. Far better to torture and record, firstly the victim's family, and finally the victim himself. The recordings did the rounds in Hong Kong as a reminder to the people of who controlled the colony. Chai had never crossed Jinlin, and had always been respectful. The rules of Krav Maga never left her. She was always on her guard in his presence. Jinlin observed Chai's eyes. The eyes never lie. Chapter 10. The meal. Why do you people only ever use first names? I've met 4 of you so far and never once has anyone mentioned a surname. Simple James. Mark smiled as he went on. When you are being tortured, and the red-hot needle is just about to enter your eyeball, you may well be tempted to give out a little more information than you really ought to. We all operate on a need-to-know basis where possible. That's very reassuring, Mark Doe. I will sleep well tonight knowing that. Both Mark and Jinlin grinned as Jinlin took the Chardonnay bottle from the ice bucket and topped up the 3 glasses as she spoke. I guess the meal was acceptable, gentlemen. But if Ming had been on the receiving end in Hong Kong, there would have been a few problems. On one occasion he reduced the head chef in one of the colony's finest restaurants to a quivering wreck, simply because he thought that the steak was a little undercooked. Like most Chinese, he had never eaten steak before, and the sight of a little blood inside almost turned him sick. He would have loved mine then tonight. It was so rare that the animal was almost still alive and kicking. You have had it too good for too long if you think that there was anything wrong with that meal, young lady. Now, let's sort out a few things. Mark scratched his chin before proceeding. I was informed earlier this evening that the boffins have moved on regarding the constituents of the smiling pill. By dropping it into liquid nitrogen at near -200 centigrade or something like that, they have been able to prevent it from destroying itself for long enough to analyze various chemicals. Not surprisingly, traces of both amphetamine and opium were found, which confirms our suspicions that it is being produced in the Far East. But here is the bit that came as a bombshell. One way or another, the components appear to have become bonded with human tissue. Oh, how fucking grotesque is that? Maybe Guy. Sorry, James. Nevertheless, that is the genius of the damned thing. It appears that the tissue is extracted from stem cells, and can remain alive, well, active is perhaps a more appropriate word, for some considerable time. What appears to be a harmless pill or candy drop is almost a living organism. Life has to obey the 7 vital functions, Mark. I was taught that at school. Almost correct, James. But only if it wishes to reproduce and continue surviving. This bastard has a shelf life, at which point it self-destructs. How are stem cells extracted, and where in the human body are they found? Jinlin curled her top lip upwards as if a foul smell had reached her nose. Ah, here at last is something positive that we can work on. 1. Even though stem cells can occur in many parts of the body, the boffins believe that the cells analyzed so far are from a section deep within the brain that cannot be operated on, meaning that a live patient is being used, and a dead donor is the result. How does that help us? The key to solving most of the problems in this big bad world, James, is to follow the money. I am Jewish, so I am most certainly aware of that. However, in this case, maybe we need to follow the bodies. There will certainly be money involved. Lots of money, that's for sure, as the cost of research to have come up with this baby has to have been in the multi-millions. The link at the moment is certainly tenuous, but nevertheless there has to be a link between money and possibly a glut of mysterious deaths, not forgetting a state-of-the-art medical research facility. Could it be in the Ping Pong or whatever region of China that the Uyghurs live, Mark? Neither Mossad nor the CIA think so. The Chinese are as desperate to find the source and formula as we are, so the smart money is on one of the lesser developed nations in Southeast Asia, Laos, Cambodia, or Burma, probably somewhere in the Golden Triangle. Thailand? No, James. Thailand is thought to be unlikely as they already have a major amphetamine problem, which has spawned a rigorous search and destroyed drugs policy. Okay, Mark. Is there any way that we can put this jigsaw puzzle together? I'm completely baffled as to where Ming, the Chinese leader's brother, the Triads, and this virginal little Chinese tyrant here come together. You mean the little Chinese tyrant that kicked your half-English arse all around Devon for 3 weeks? I didn't want to hurt you, girl. When this is over, we go for real. Jinlin's first noticeable sign of anger surfaced. She was shocked. Where did that come from? What the hell was happening to her? Anger was not in her makeup, so why, after all these years of suppression, had it suddenly surfaced? Some kind of emotional change seemed to be taking place. Unknown feelings were beginning to put in occasional appearances, some of them feeling good, some of them tinged with anger bordering on rage. She had felt an overwhelming desire to lash out at the flight attendant who had so blatantly flirted with Guy. Guy meant nothing to her. He was little more than an inexperienced weapon who was along for the ride. She smiled inwardly. Guy Ashton was male eye candy, though, an equal and opposite foil to her usual role. If I win, I get to screw you then, okay? Guy sounded serious. Jinlin's fists clenched. Her body tensed. That's enough, you two. We are supposed to be on the same side. Now let's concentrate on the matter in hand. Guy Ashton and Jinlin held each other's eyes and glared at each other. Ashton stroked his chin, as thoughts and visions of the naked Jinlin complying and submitting to his every demand filled his mind. He felt a not too strange excitement that accompanied a stirring in his loins. He hadn't had sex for 2 or 3 months now, not since the breakup with Juan, his Chinese girlfriend in Hong Kong, the breakup that had been instrumental in his increased intake of whiskey. He attempted to eliminate Jinlin from his thoughts. He had been fantasizing about her much too much lately. Before any fight with Jinlin took place, he still had a score to settle with Chin, the smirking Chinese bastard that had ruined his 100% record, in or out of the ring. He didn't mind either way, but it was going to happen. Rumors were already circulating around the Chinese mainland of a possible $1 million rematch. Guy Ashton was a cult hero in China, and his first appearance in the country was eagerly anticipated. He had received many offers to fight there over the last couple of years, but on his father's advice, he had always resisted. The result of the fight will be decided long before you even get on the plane, his father had said. If you go against the result that the Triads want, you can wave your mother and me goodbye before you leave, a permanent goodbye. Guy Ashton had crossed the Triads in a different way, and both of his parents were now dead. Fuck the Triads. His mind spoke. His voice remained silent. Jinlin visibly shuddered, her thoughts in turmoil. Had she accepted the challenge from Guy? No, she had issued the challenge, and Guy had accepted. Why had she done that? What was she trying to prove? She knew that in an even fight she could take him out. He was much too big and powerful for her to knock out, so she would have to kill him. She didn't really have any other choice. What if the unthinkable happened and she lost? He was going to screw her. God, that could never happen. She had always been completely asexual, little knowing that her food had been doctored by her CIA controllers ever since puberty to maintain a state of semi-brainwashed control and to suppress all emotions, both physical and mental. Even when living with Ming, there had been the monthly top-up during the occasional meeting with her CIA handlers. The drugs were beginning to leave her system. It was now 2 months since her last dose. She hadn't been aware that Steve had been carrying them back at the Devon farmhouse when he had been shot, Where had this anger towards Ashton suddenly come from? She was concerned. There had been occasions in the Devon farmhouse gym when during a grappling session, she had become conscious of a strange physical feeling as their bodies had pressed together. It hadn't been unpleasant, but had immediately been replaced by a desire to hurt him. She had seen the way that the pretty young air hostess had flirted with him during their flight to Bangkok, and for the first time in her life, had felt a degree of jealousy, a completely new emotion. It was a form of ownership, maybe possessiveness. What was happening to her? Guy certainly had a good body, and she had felt a scary shiver go down her spine on catching sight of him naked one afternoon as he took a shower after a hard training session. She overcame the new tingling sensation and tried to move on, her mind mentally comparing the useless roll of flabby, redundant flesh that Ming loved her to play with before going to sleep, to something much more substantial hanging from Ashton. She knew a little about sex, yet never imagined it happening to her. She felt nothing, neither physically nor emotionally, yet something deep inside was beginning to stir. It had to be suppressed. She wasn't sure if she wanted it suppressed. These strange feelings were exciting. They were also scary. All right, children, let's put together what we have so far. Mark's voice contained a hint of both sarcasm and cynicism. He had been around for long enough to see what was happening between Ashton and Jinlin. This could easily turn into an emotional situation that could compromise the whole mission if not nipped in the bud. Having been involved for several years in her training, particularly the explosive and ballistic segment back in the States, he was aware that the effect of the CS7, the emotion suppression drug, was beginning to wear off. Jinlin was a weapon, no more and no less. She was a weapon without either feeling or emotion, programmed to obey orders at whatever the cost. He had to get hold of a supply of the drug for her, as without it, there was no telling where the process of coming down would take her. He had heard, unofficially, of course, tales of operatives who had suddenly cut loose with automatic weapons and killed masses of people back in the States. A fabricated story of mental illness or even religious fervor was always the government line. Never were they allowed to live to tell the tale, and no autopsy was ever performed. Jinlin's mental state worried him. He continued speaking. Firstly, Juan, you spent 2 years on what appears to have been a wild goose chase. Ming never had any involvement whatsoever with the smiling pill. Everything was controlled by his son, Chai, a real wild card who has become second in command of the Sacred Viper Triad. The Grand Master, of course, being 11, the Chinese Premier's brother. We gleaned much of this information in the very room that you two are staying in. The cheeky bastard Chai himself volunteering to take control of the distribution. Distribution to who, Mark? The pill is hardly going to be much sought after, unless it can deliver the same high as some of the laboratory drugs now on the market? As I said, James, Chai is a complete wild card, who unlike Ming, sees nothing but power. His suggested distribution was to any and every government that would come up with the money. Fortunately, or at least I think it's fortunate, he was overruled without a moment's hesitation by Zai. China wants the damned pill for themselves, yet are even more in the dark as to where it is coming from than we are. That is the only advantage that we have now. And the mysterious Mr. James Jeffries and his psychotic wife, where do they come in? You are what would be called middlemen, fixers. You are part of the Sacred Viper Triad, and so are answerable to the Chinese Premier's brother. You are also working on behalf of a Middle East consortium that is prepared to put up $5 billion for the formula. I don't need to tell you what use it will then be put to. Buy Israel. $5 billion can't be hidden under a pillow. Surely you will be able to trace it within seconds of any transfer. Let's leave that one, James. It's beyond my pay grade. I'm not high enough up the food chain. Modern-day computers can make money orbit the Earth 1,000,000 times before it finds a home. So, what exactly is our next move? No idea yet, buddy. We have men working on locations of Far Eastern chemical facilities, billionaires with attitude, and exactly what communications have taken place over the last few weeks between Chai and any third party. Don't forget the dead body angle, Mark. We won't want. I'll give Control a call this evening to see where we are now. Prepare yourself for a bit of pain tomorrow, James. I'll pick you up at 9 for your tattoo. I'm off now. The meal is on my tab, so have a good evening. Bye. Guy, Ashton, and Jinlin sat in silence for a minute or so, both deep in thought. Ashton's thoughts were with his parents. Ming may not have killed his mother after all. Maybe his renegade son had been responsible. And what about his father? He was a fit man, too fit and too young to have died from a heart attack. Had Chai, Ming's son, arranged for some slow-acting poison to have been slipped into his food before he left Hong Kong? Or maybe even at some time during the various flights? He had been a damned fool. Without the whiskey, he would have thought things through. He had probably killed the wrong man in Ming, and his actions had cost both of his parents their lives. Jinlin saw deep into Ashton's mind, through his vacant eyes. The 1,000-yard stare had returned. There was an emptiness, the guilt amplified by mild facial contortions, as dead bodies clearly began to appear. Ming and his bodyguard, his 2 henchmen, Ringo and his bodyguard, Steve and the 4 would-be assassins at the old farmhouse. He was beginning to lose count. Somehow the bodies just kept piling up, and before this assignment was completed, he just knew that there were going to be many more. What had his life become? He closed his eyes and sat back in his seat, his head tilted slightly back. He had fucked up badly. It wasn't really the loss of Juan, his Hong Kong girlfriend, nor the money that she had run away with, that had upped his whiskey intake. It was the inner vision of himself lying on the floor of the ring, doubled over in pain from the kick in the guts, and the sight of that Chinese bastard Chin stood over him, gloating, taunting him and laughing. That's right, the bastard was laughing at him. The return bout would have made him millions, and no matter what Chai and his fucking triads had told him, he wasn't just going to win, he was going to kill the Chinese bastard. He knew that one day soon, it would happen. Chapter 11. A lucky escape. You buy me drink? Guy Ashton slowly turned his head to his right and looked at the pretty girl who had sat beside him. She was perhaps in her mid-20s, and had the long glossy black hair so common among Thai bar girls. Like so many thousands of Thais, she was a working girl, and for the price of a few drinks, would make a perfect bed warmer, as Mark had so aptly described them. Why not? You are very pretty. One lady drink it is then. He nodded at the old female Thai bartender, and ordered another bottle of tiger beer for himself. The old lady herself had been a working bar girl in her prime, the exaggerated wrinkles around her eyes betraying countless late nights, servicing the whims, desires, and sexual fantasies of far too many men to ever imagine. But as age had cruelly set in, customers had become ever rarer, preferring the fresh-out-of-school look exhibited by all Thai girls throughout their 20s. Somewhere in their mid to late 30s, they wake up one morning to find that time has caught up with them, and the rich pickings of their youth have gone forever. This was now his 3rd night in Bangkok, and Jinlin was beginning to irritate him once again. She seemed to be either schizophrenic or bipolar, jumping from woman to automaton. One minute they would be engaged in a somewhat philosophical conversation, then she would suddenly turn into textbook spoof operative, completely on her guard in case she revealed some life-threatening secret. 2 whole bloody nights of torture, he thought to himself. 2 nights and days without a single word from Mark, and nothing but inane conversation with a computerized robotic virgin. His mood softened. Perhaps it wasn't really Jinlin's fault. She had told him of how she had been taken from her parents at an early age, missing out on her teenage years, missing out on boys, parties, even the fashionable clothes that her contemporaries were wearing. She had never had a social life. She's fucking brainwashed. He suddenly blurted out. Like Susie? The girl alongside him looked hurt. Sorry, Susie. I was thinking of something else. Another drink? The girl nodded as she spoke. You want to take Susie home with you? Yes, Susie. But first I need a drink. Placing her handbag in front of Guy, the girl got up and disappeared in the direction of the toilets. Guy's thoughts returned to Jinlin. She was beginning to show a little more interest in him, sometimes spending several seconds staring at him when she thought that he wasn't looking, occasionally even looking into his eyes, before immediately turning almost stony-faced, her expression betraying a deeply hidden guilt, as if any display of feeling or affection had to be suppressed at all cost. They had to be feeding her drugs. Surely no one gifted with such beauty could forever suppress hidden feelings of emotion or sexual urges. Lack of emotional control brought on by love could cause wars. Weren't the Punic about the love of one man for a woman? Love is the strongest emotion known to mankind. Yes, a combination of suppressive drugs and brainwashing was waiting for him back in his hotel room, wrapped in a body that had begun to affect his sleep patterns. Should he even discuss this with her, he wondered? If she weren't aware of it, then almost certainly she would be in complete denial. Susie returned and sat down next to him. We go to your hotel now. Susie feels so horny. He knew that this was a standard procedure for bar girls throughout the Far East, as he had seen it so many times in Hong Kong. Newcomers to the region usually fell for the ploy, believing that they had magically achieved film star looks overnight. The reality was that the sooner the girl had performed the necessary sexual function and been paid, the sooner she could move on to her next customer, her next sexy man. He turned his head as he heard the distinctive click of a pistol being cocked, and instinctively threw himself to the floor, just as the bullet whistled harmlessly over his head. Susie screamed and ran back towards the ladies' toilets. Guy looked up just in time to see the pistol fly from the assailant's hand, and an open-handed chop be delivered to his throat. Time seemed to stand still, as in slow motion. The assassin slid forward and downwards, as the slim stiletto blade entered his brain, a look of disbelief on his face. He gasped, but no air passed down his ruptured windpipe as his brain shut down. Move, Guy, now! Jinlin's voice was pitched at almost a scream. He jumped to his feet and saw the old Thai lady bartender slumped on the floor, a bullet hole in her throat, blood spurting from the wound as she gargled and took her final breath. The pair left the bar, and Jinlin put her arm around Guy. Slowly, Guy. Walk slowly, and head for the main road before the screaming starts and all hell breaks loose. As they exited Swa Cowboy, one of Bangkok's famed red light areas, Jinlin once again appeared to freeze. The relaxed hold and easy smile were replaced by a block of ice. It was almost as if he was being held in the grip of a robot, a cold, emotionless robot. Guy Ashton smiled inwardly. There had been genuine feeling as she had placed her arm around him on leaving the bar. He was sure of that. Maybe the drugs and the brainwashing were once again kicking in. 2 police cars shot by sirens blaring as the myriad of motorbikes scattered in front of them. They walked on through the bustling, steamy, almost claustrophobically hot and humid Bangkok streets, passing the hookers, the massage parlors, the ladyboy transvestites, and the multitude of street vendors selling everything from recognizable food to a stomach-churning selection of insects, lizards, scorpions, and fried frogs, before finally reaching the hotel and making their way to the honeymoon suite. Guy was pleased to find Mark comfortably seated in one of the large chairs, a glass of whiskey in hand, relieved at being spared the tsunami that would certainly have been heading his way. Nice evening, lovers? Mark grinned, unaware of the events. Not really, Mark. Guy then went on to recount the attempted assassination down Swa Cowboy. That's pretty much fucked up all our plans then, especially as the Triad chap is due to arrive tomorrow afternoon. Either your Hong Kong exploits have caught up with you, Guy, or someone is onto us regarding the mission. We will have to change our plans, that's for sure. Pity really, as things were beginning to make sense at last. How do you mean, Mark? Well, Jinlin, our intelligence has come up with what can only be described as a body factory operating in the western sector of China populated by the Uyghurs. Spare parts in the form of organs are being shipped to the highest bidders all over Asia, and brain tissue appears to be winding up at a remote village location in Burma. Satellite photographs are showing up the construction of an extremely large building in an area containing little but a few village hill tribes. Interesting, don't you think? What about the Triad member? Do we still eliminate him? No, Guy. Instead, I think that we will have to track his movements. Wherever he goes, we go. How safe are we here, Mark? Not very if this evening is anything to go by, Jinlin. Perhaps it would be a good idea to do a moonlight flit to one of our safe houses. Not exactly the Hilton, but at least you will be able to have separate beds if... Enough said, Mark. Jinlin jumped in and looked annoyed. Guy burst out laughing. We just walked through the streets of Bangkok tonight, Mark, with Jinlin holding on to me for dear life. She couldn't stand the idea of me having a good time without her, so she followed me. I followed you to check that you weren't getting pissed, nothing else. It's a good job that I did as well, or I would probably be on the first flight out of Bangkok tomorrow morning on my way to the States. True love, Mark. What do you think? Fuck off. Charming Jinlin, not very ladylike. There was a knock on the door. Mark reached into his inside pocket, took out and cocked the pistol. Jinlin walked to the door, carefully stepping to one side as she opened it in case of shots coming through the door. This was standard CIA practice. Her jaw dropped as the door swung open, revealing a tall, smartly dressed Chinese man. Good evening, Jinlin. How nice to see you again. Aren't you going to invite me in? Chai, son of the now dead Ming, walked into the room. Chapter 12. A different ball game. Please put the gun away, Mr. Linus. You are making me nervous. Chai walked over to Mark and held out his hand. Mark hesitated, moving the pistol to his left, and with it still pointing at Chai, shook his outstretched hand. Chai walked across the room towards Guy, this time not offering his hand. And you are the famous Guy Ashton. I have long wished to meet you, Mr. Ashton, as I have been a great admirer of yours for several years now, and have watched you fight on many occasions. What the hell is going on, Chai? Why are you here? Jinlin's voice was threatening. Chai turned his head slowly to face her, his eyes displaying neither anger nor any sign of emotion. A faint smile crossed his face, possibly more of a condescending smirk. All in good time, Jinlin. But first, aren't you going to offer me a drink? My favorite whiskey is on the top left-hand shelf of the cabinet. They always place it there for me whenever I stay, and I ordered it last night. I think that we could all do with a drink, Chai. Jinlin walked over to the drinks cabinet and brought 4 whiskey tumblers and the bottle of finest malt from the left-hand side of the top shelf, just as Chai had said, before continuing. Now what the hell are you here for? And why did you try to kill Guy tonight, as if we don't already know? Not me, Jinlin. That is in fact the reason that I am here now, as it appears that my hand has been forced, and I have had to bring my plans forward. We are not the only ones seeking the Holy Grail. That became apparent tonight, so I am here to offer you a deal. Chai's voice had no Chinese inflections, his speech being delivered in a flawless English public schoolboy accent. What sort of a deal, Chai? I didn't trust you in Hong Kong, and I trust you even less now, so what are you after? It is rather a simple little deal really, Jinlin. I am prepared to allow Mr. Ashton, yourself, and Mr. Linus to live, in return for you keeping the smiling pill out of Chinese hands. You are lying, Chai. You are now second in command in the Sacred Viper Triad, answerable only to the Chinese Premier's brother, and you dare not go against him. Yes, I am aware of that. But I also know how China intends to use the pill. My family were supporters of Chiang Kai-shek during the war with the communists and fled to Taiwan before making their fortune in Hong Kong. Many of them still live there. China wants to destroy Taiwan, and as they dare not take on the American military, the pill is the perfect answer to avoid any form of retaliation. That's all you want. Yes, Mr. Linus. How the hell do you know my name? The Chinese triads know everything. You did us an enormous favor when you took out the mafia drug cartel in New York, Mr. Linus. You opened the door for my organization to step in and take over. And Mr. Ashton, I could have had you killed any time that I wished from the moment that you arrived in Heathrow on your way to Bangkok, right up to the present moment. There is not a corner of the earth that my organization does not cover. Why didn't you? Maybe I thought that you would become useful to me. No other reason. When you killed my father, you did me a big favor, as it finally allowed me to take control of his empire, which is something that otherwise may have been many years in the future. Jinlin squinted and looked deeply into Chai's eyes as she spoke. What exactly do you propose then, Chai? I propose that we pool our resources and share information. Tomorrow, I am flying to Beijing to meet up with Zai, the premier's brother, to discuss progress. If I can feed him any new information, he in turn will update me on the progress that he has made. As we have both sworn allegiance to the Sacred Viper sect, he will withhold nothing. You are of course aware of the body part shipments? Jinlin nodded. Chai continued. They are being shipped to Myanmar, but we do not know where. In America, we still refer to it as Burma Chai. However, we do have a probable location in the north of the country. Yes, Mr. Linus. I am aware of that facility. Unfortunately, it is little more than a deception. The institute in question is a biochemical facility working on pathogens created for biological warfare. It is entirely funded by China and staffed by Chinese scientists, I must add. And after the last viral outbreak was traced back to Wuhan in China, they are taking no more chances. So where is the brain tissue going to, Chai? Really, Mr. Linus, your CIA is so far behind the curve that I am beginning to wonder if indeed your organization is even worth cooperating with. As we used to say when I was at Oxford, you are being led up the garden path. The brain tissue is almost certainly the deception that points you in the direction that the manufacturer wishes to point you, and was deliberately planted in order to keep you guessing. The smiling pill is pure chemistry. There is nothing organic about it. Just like Yaba, I could produce it in my own kitchen if I could only synthesize the one missing ingredient that makes it so destructive to the human brain. That chemical is the key to the smiling pill. I don't get it, Chai. Why then go to all the trouble of infecting so many kids in Xinjiang? Simple, Mr. Linus. China wants to totally control the province and to evaluate the American reaction. They are concerned about a military response which they are unable to counter. They are now working on phase 2 of their plan, having seen that phase 1 has deceived your entire scientific community and produced little more than the three of you and a load of bogus conspiracy theories. You are all chasing your own tails now. Phase 2? What is that, Chai? Ashton's eyes narrowed. He didn't believe a word so far. Phase 2, Mr. Ashton, is to produce a water-soluble version of the pill, something that has so far eluded the Chinese chemists. When mixed with water, the mystery substance within the pill self-destructs, leaving a benign cocktail of morphine sulfate and methamphetamine. Once the process is refined, however, I think that you can guess where that will lead, and the long-term objective of the Communist Party. The destruction of the Western world's economy and total Chinese financial control? Quite probably correct, Mr. Linus. That has been the party's goal for many years now. So, do you see why we must work together and pool resources? The whole dynamics of the world's manufacturing and finance were changed irrevocably by the release of one single virus little more than a few years ago. Just think what an entire passive population of a country with reduced cognitive abilities would be like. China will have the means for total world control and dominance. Are you for real, Chai? Oh yes, Mr. Ashton, I'm for very real. Now do we work together or not? Chai's manner appeared to have turned threatening. What about my safety? That will be taken care of, Mr. Ashton. I would rather you stay here in the Hilton until I return from Beijing. There will be no need to either kill or follow my sacred Viper associate tomorrow. He was simply the bait that lured the three of you to the hotel. He doesn't exist, and never did. Bollocks. And now I am stuck with this stupid tattoo. Yes, I know, Mr. Ashton. I left orders for the process to be as painful as possible. It's not just Taiwan that you are worried about, is it, Chai? That is just a distraction. Your ambition is to expand your father's empire? Very perceptive, Mr. Ashton. The smiling pill in Chinese hands will effectively destroy the Triad's near dominance of the world's drug market. That is worth billions, and will collapse if passivity and total compliance become more important than either cocaine or heroin. Fucking hell, Chai. Mark raised his voice in anger. Do you people have no conscience? No one forces weak people to take drugs, Mr. Linus. Poor people without hope here in Asia I can understand, but Americans with probably the finest lifestyle on earth? No, you are weak. Your time has passed due to your own hedonistic principles and ambitions. All empires come to an end, almost always destroyed from within. Until such a time that your Western world does eventually destroy itself, it is my intention to safeguard the empire that the Triads have built, and not to allow a corrupt Chinese Communist Party to take it away from us. Is your boss in Beijing on board with this, Chai? No, Jinlin, this is to be our little secret. The three of you will naturally be handsomely rewarded once a favorable outcome is achieved, and money will be deposited into an unnamed Swiss bank account. In your case, Mr. Linus, it will join the 2 million that I deposited for you some 3 years ago. Jinlin and Ashton looked at Mark accusingly. Just a token of our gratitude, Jinlin, for blowing up the Mafia's drug depot. Chai burst out laughing before continuing. Everyone has a price, even you, Jinlin, as you will discover once the drugs have completely left your system. I have never taken drugs, Chai. I will let Mr. Linus explain, Jinlin. I must be off now as I have an early flight to Beijing tomorrow. I will meet you here in 3 days' time, so I suggest that you obtain as much information as possible from your CIA and Mossad contacts, and keep details of this meeting strictly secret. Chai stood, politely bowed his head to each in turn, and walked towards the hotel door, pausing before exiting. I have posted my people throughout the hotel, Mr. Ashton, and they will be discreetly following you should you need a little exercise or female company. Your safety is guaranteed. My only concern is, who else wants you dead? This must be linked with the smiling pill, but it has nothing to do with my organization. I will, however, find out. Chapter 13. A stunned silence. As the hotel room door closed, the three of them sat in stunned silence, each one deep in their own thoughts. Were they still working for the CIA, America even? Or had Chai now become their new master, maybe even their paymaster? Mark had long thought of retirement. With his $2 million in the Swiss bank, he had already made the decision that this was to be his last assignment. Ashton's mind was now focused on possible untold riches for doing what the CIA were paying him a pittance for, a blackmailed pittance. Keeping the smiling pill formula away from the Chinese may be a noble gesture, but if the CIA or the Israelis got their hands on it, would the outcome be any different? The only thing that would really change would be the geography of the distribution, nothing else. Jinlin broke the silence. What did Chai mean when he mentioned the drugs? He was specifically referring to me. Guy Ashton glanced at Mark and raised his eyebrows. You ought to tell her, Mark. She deserves to know. Know what, Guy? I have never taken drugs, and nor have I ever needed to. I've always taken energy pills as they helped with my training, and all of the Black Ops people took them. Okay, Jinlin. Perhaps it is time for you to know the truth. Mark bit his bottom lip and emitted a sucking sound before proceeding. During the Russian, or rather the Soviet communist era of the 60s onwards, they came up with a drug that was codenamed CS5. This was fed to the promising young female gymnasts to prevent them from going through the physical changes of puberty. The result was small, lithe young girls that did not change their body shape as they got older. Often, 18-year-old girls still had the physical size and shape of an 11-year-old. For this reason, the Eastern Bloc completely dominated world gymnastics for decades, with names such as Olga Korbut and Nadia Comaneci. It was all down to their need to prove that communism was superior to our Western capitalism. Athletes were dosed on steroids and performance-enhancing drugs, with virtually every athletic and field record being broken. Some of them are still standing to this day. Where do I fit in then, Mark? My body followed pretty much the same development as other girls of my age. The CS5 drug was worked on by American scientists and modified into CS6. Physically, it had mixed effects, as some girls began to grow body hair and some men became effeminate. There really was no telling what would happen because the results were entirely random, and the American government banned all further experiments. As per usual, the CIA continued to work with the drug until they eventually came up with CS7. This was a breakthrough, and testing showed up to a 20% increase in muscle tissue and body strength, and a reaction time less than half that of a normal person. It was quite a few years before the problems began to surface. No wonder I could never land a punch on her. That's why she was so bloody quick and why she punched like a bloke. Exactly, Guy. What went wrong, Mark? Jinlin sounded concerned, almost fearful. Coming down from the drug was what went wrong, Jinlin. Emotionally, it was devastating. How? It was a 100% efficient suppressant of all feelings relating to emotion or conscience. The CIA kept secret control of the drug and formed a special unit for Black Ops. You and the rest of the Black Ops team were turned into human killing machines. Machines with no feelings. Machines that killed without question or any form of emotion or guilt. I always knew that I was different somehow. How many more are there like me, Mark? Jinlin's voice was a little submissive, fear crossing her face for the first time in her life. Her mind was in turmoil. The original program was for 20 trained operatives, and you were the only female. However, things didn't quite work out as planned. Only yourself plus 4 others are still alive. 15 dead, Mark. Ashton's voice rose an octave. What kind of fucking missions did you send them on? You created them for suicide missions, didn't you? It wasn't just the suicide missions that killed them, Guy. It was when they were taken off the drug that the problems arose. 3 of them committed suicide, and 2 others went on a killing rampage. Family, friends, in fact, anyone that encountered them once the psychosis reached its climax. Jinlin began to tremble as the enormity of her possible future hit home. Am I still on the drug, Mark? No. You are still in the end stages of withdrawal. This has proved to be the most dangerous period. You were frequently topped up during your time with Ming, but as far as I can gather, you have been clear for over 2 months now, and your system is almost completely purged. Is she a danger to us, Mark? Because I already know what she is capable of. I don't know. The psychosis seems to be triggered by acute emotional events, and we have no way of knowing how long this condition will last for. Right then, girl, let's have the truth. Do you feel like killing me? I've done since the day I first met you, Guy. Fuck. And there was me thinking that you were just playing hard to get. Hang in there, Guy. Mark burst out laughing. She may well turn into Bangkok's #1 nymphomaniac once the drug finally wears off. This is what happened to the Soviet gymnasts. They became man-eaters. Who knows what animal instincts will be let loose in Jinlin after all these years of emotional suppression and sexual abstinence. I think I will concentrate on the psychotic, maybe even psychopathic approach as far as you are concerned, Guy. With or without your clothes on. Fuck you. You're getting the hang of it, girl. You can already read minds. Okay, you two, shut up. Let's get back to the smiling pill, and what do we do about Chai? I am now with him all the way after what you have just told me, Mark. I'll go for the money. Ashton and Mark both adopted a look of surprise at Jinlin's comment. She continued. The CIA has fucked up my life without either my knowledge or my permission. They have taken away all my teenage years. They were stolen from me, and now they can go and fuck themselves. From now on, I'm going to look after number one. You do realize that this is the drug-talking Jinlin. You are coming down, going cold turkey. You are in a period of withdrawal, and not all of your thoughts will be entirely rational. Mark paused. If you take that route, Guy and I will either have to go along with you, or expose your intentions to our superiors. They will almost certainly ask us to kill you. Tell him about Rule 2 of Krav Maga, Guy. He has almost crossed the Rubicon. Calm down, girl. He did say either or. I can understand your position, and I rather think that I will go along with your decision. You, however, have no choice, Mark. It's all for one, or you will never get to spend your 2 million in the Swiss bank. Mark withdrew his pistol from his breast pocket, cocked it and swung it firstly at Ashton, and then at Jinlin. You both forgot about this now, didn't you? His face broke into a grin as he ejected the bullet from the chamber and slipped the pistol back inside his jacket as he spoke. And one for all. Let's drink to our newfound partnership. I've got a much better idea. Mark and Guy turned to Jinlin as she spoke. Let's go out and get pissed. I have a lot of catching up to do, and it seems like Bangkok is a good place to start. You don't drink, and you told me that you hated it. As you have already pointed out, Mark, maybe it was the drug talking. Maybe the real me will learn to enjoy many things that I have never even considered before. Guy Ashton shook his head. I think that I prefer the old version of Jinlin. At least I knew where I stood. I have a feeling that the new model may well prove to be far more dangerous than the robotic one. Bear that in mind, Guy. The physical attributes are still fully functional. You haven't even tried out the more pleasurable attribute yet, girl, as Mark pointed out. You may well be a nymphomaniac in waiting, just bursting to rip my clothes off. I am far more likely to rip your head off, big boy, so just remember that. Mark shook his head in disbelief. It's the mental baggage that concerns me, Jinlin. He looked concerned. Can you still control your emotions? You are entering a brave new world, and it may not be what you expect. Emotional problems are 1,000 times more difficult to cope with than physical ones. Surely not if you are rational, Mark? There is nothing rational about emotional problems, girl, and controlling them is the biggest danger that you will face. Your training only taught you how to deal with physical problems. The 3 Black Ops members who committed suicide and the 2 who cut loose on their killing spree did so because of emotional problems. Having been denied any form of emotional release for so many years, they could not control the intensity. You may well have to forcibly restrain yourself if you feel that you are losing control. I am under control. So are we going out for that drink, or are we going to spend the rest of the night discussing me? What do you think, Guy? Are we lighting the blue touch paper, or do we take her word that she is under control? I don't know, Mark. It's a little like handing a loaded gun to a kid. You know that sooner or later it will go off, but you don't know which direction it will be pointing when it does. Up to you 2 jokers, 'cause with or without you I am going to hit the town. Mark and Guy looked at each other, their expressions being total resignation of the inevitable. Okay, Jinlin, you win, but if you begin to experience any problems, for God's sake let us know so that we can keep an eye on you. Jinlin smiled and nodded. She felt happy. Happiness was also a new emotion, and it felt good. Tonight, she would really show them. She had always noted how men visually devoured every inch of a scantily dressed woman. Tonight, she would feed them what they wanted. She had to know what kind of a reaction there would be. Could she really stop the traffic with her looks, as one client had once said? The client had died peacefully, still sat in a chair before he had even made it to the bed, the whiskey glass still in his hand. Jinlin had appreciated the compliment, but felt no emotion or guilt as she had left the hotel room. Chapter 14. A night on the town. The decision to do the town was proving to be a good one, as the 3 of them moved from bar to bar. At the 4th bar, on their way to the world-famous Nana Plaza, it was Jinlin's turn to order. She looked ecstatically happy as she called for 3 Bacardi and Cokes. Guy and Mark were a little concerned. Gone was the Jinlin of old, and in her place was an almost unrecognizable creature. She was simply too good to be true, laughing, joking, flirting, not just with Guy and Mark, but with any male bar customer that came into her line of vision, young or old. Jinlin was beginning to understand the power that she had over men. It was almost a hypnotic power. One glance with those eyes, one brief moment of a flickering, almost lingering hint of a smile, and they were hooked. Putty in her hands. Gone was the inscrutable, oriental, non-committal stare of her teenage years. In its place was more of a released, seductively primeval force. She reveled in her newfound powers. Why had she never noticed them before? Men stared at her before. Men had always stared at her wherever she had gone ever since she had entered her mid-teens, but she paid little to no attention. Somehow things felt different tonight. She followed their eyes as they moved up and down the curved lines of her body. "Do you think that I am pretty, Guy?" Guy Ashton tensed as she put her arm around him. "Yes, Jinlin, you are very pretty. Now slow down a little with the drink. You are not used to it, and alcohol has a habit of catching up with you when you least expect it." "I am happy, Guy. I have never been happy before, and I like it." She ran her hands through his hair. "Am I pretty, Mark?" "Beautiful, Jinlin." She turned slightly away from Guy and began to run her hands through what little hair still adorned Mark's head. "You were quite handsome in your American days, Mr. Linus, but now all that remains are the eyes. I remember the eyes. I remember seeing the fear in them on the day that I wired the charge incorrectly, and the timer began counting down. Do you remember?" "How could I ever forget that, Jinlin? You almost killed the entire Black Ops team. Millions of dollars and years of training would have gone up in smoke, not to mention my life. Bugger the rest of you. I saved the day, though." "Ripping out the wires is not the way to defuse a bomb, Jinlin. Anyone with any sense would have run like hell. There was only 10 seconds left on the clock. I shit myself when you grabbed the wires. It didn't worry me, Mark." "It fucking worried me, and it still does. I still have nightmares about it. Perhaps you should have taken one of my pills." The first crack appeared some 5 minutes later when a pretty Thai bar girl, seeing Jinlin talking to Mark, came to sit by Guy and put her arm around him. "You buy noi drink, handsome man?" Jinlin's eyes narrowed, the circular globes becoming slits. The alarmed girl took the hint and disappeared into the toilets. Neither Guy nor Mark noticed, and nor did they think anything of it, as Jinlin left her bar stool and followed her into the toilets, emerging a couple of minutes later to take her seat and resume her drinking. "Next stop, Nana Plaza, gentlemen. I need to party." Jinlin laughed out loud as she glanced towards the toilet door. The bill was paid, and the three of them left the bar, just as a bar girl screamed in alarm on entering the toilet. Outside, the three of them jumped into a waiting taxi and made their way to Nana Plaza, a 3-story block of bars off the Sukhumvit Road. If Bangkok could be described as a gigantic red light city, Nana Plaza was the red light district of that red light city, with over 30 bars and go-go clubs, each one containing dozens, and in some cases hundreds of bar girls, all available at a price, and all eager to engage with any Westerner that was prepared to spend money on them. One drink in every bar. Jinlin could barely contain herself. Intoxicated by the music and bright lights, life had never been so wonderful. Why had she wasted some of the best years of her life? "We'll try my favorite go first, Jinlin. There's a little girl that works there who is so in love with my wallet that she can't resist me." "What are her mates like, Mark?" "Follow me and I'll show you." Jinlin's eyes narrowed. The three of them climbed the stairs to the second floor and walked into the Paradise Club. "Mark!" the topless girl yelled as she rushed over and threw her arms around him. "Who is handsome man with you?" Jinlin's body turned rigid as the girl homed in on Guy, and stepping in front of him, she ordered 3 Bacardi Cokes, her eyes narrowing with barely controlled rage. The girl took the hint and returned her attention to Mark. You buy saffron drink, Mark? Of course. Now firstly, 3 of your best seats, and let me watch some of my favorite dancing girls, Saffron. The Paradise Club always employs the best tits in Thailand, so what do you think, Guy? They look alright to me, buddy. Mind you, I'm a bum man myself. Tits and legs always come second for me. What about my bum then, Guy? Jinlin turned around and shook herself provocatively in front of the half a dozen topless go-go dancers that were gyrating around the silver poles. Guy was just about to answer when a large Dutchman wearing the traditional orange Holland football shirt walked over. May I buy you a drink, beautiful? Jinlin looked into his eyes as she answered. Why not? And why don't I come and sit with you? Guy's jaw dropped. Steady, Guy, Mark said. She will be okay as long as she doesn't get too drunk. Just keep an eye on her. Whatever happens, she must not leave with him. Christ only knows what will happen if he starts to touch her up. We can't afford any trouble in here. The security carry guns and are not afraid to use them. Most of the bars are owned by either the police or the Thai mafia, so there can only ever be one winner, and that will not be a customer, especially a Westerner. I'm only half a Westerner, Mark. Then that is the half they will aim at. Both men burst out laughing as Saffron returned with the 3 drinks and one for herself before sitting next to Mark. Lost your girlfriend then? She looked at Guy. Don't worry, I have many sisters for you. Which one would you like? Before he had time to reply, a tall girl with long black hair and firm but small breasts disengaged herself from the silver go-go pole, walked over to Guy, and sat beside him. You buy Nan drink, handsome man? Guy nodded, his eyes returning to Jinlin, who now had her arm around the Dutchman. Jinlin glanced over and glared at the girl. The girl headed in the direction of the bar as Guy spoke. Oh fuck, Mark. It's going to kick off at any minute. Jinlin is coming on too strong and has no idea where this is going to lead. Guy Ashton was right. There was a sound of breaking glass, as firstly the table in front of Jinlin flew across the room, followed by a gasping Dutchman, clutching his groin. Jinlin wasn't finished, as a kick to the head sent the poor chap sprawling across the stage, scattering the screaming topless dancers. 2 Thai security men moved in and tried to grab Jinlin, one of them delivering a punch to the side of her head to send her spinning to the floor. Guy Ashton shot forward and moved towards Jinlin and the by now semi-conscious Dutchman. The 2 Thais turned to face him, taking up the familiar Muay Thai martial arts defensive stance. These Thais were not run-of-the-mill doormen. From their body positioning, it was obvious to Guy that they were skilled martial arts exponents. Many MMA fighters were skilled in Muay Thai, and having faced them in the ring, he was acutely aware of their next move. As expected, a roundhouse head kick headed in his direction, but instead of the more orthodox defense on the back foot, Guy moved forward, coming inside the kick, delivering an uppercut, not to the jaw, but to the man's groin. This was textbook Jinlin training in action, utilizing the moves that the MMA rulebook doesn't allow. His left hook caught the second Thai off balance as the first security man crashed into him. A right cross sent him to sleep. Jinlin stood up on unsteady legs. Come on quick, you 2, Mark shouted, throwing a couple of 1,000 baht notes in the direction of Saffron. Let's get out of here before the rest of the security staff crawl out of the woodwork. Jinlin felt intense anger for the second time that evening, as an unfortunate Thai bar girl was still lying in a Bangkok toilet, surrounded by police and ambulance men. She grabbed the still moaning Thai man's arm, dislocating the shoulder with a twist of her body. He was only doing his job, Jinlin. Mark looked on in disgust. Yes, I know, she replied. I am only doing mine. The 3 of them left the bar and headed for the stairs, passing half a dozen security men, pistols drawn, running in the opposite direction. The men stopped as one of the girls dashed from the Paradise Club and screamed, as she pointed at Guy. Main road, quick, this way. Mark was in panic mode. Several days in a police cell, and the entire operation was blown. Several shots in the back, and everything was blown. One of the security men fired a shot in their direction. As many of the Nana Plaza bars and A-Go-Go clubs are owned by the Thai mafia, the payment of protection money to the local police ensures their total control without any questions being asked. Shootings happen and deaths are cleared up by money changing hands. It's a simple solution to an age-old problem. Gangland drug rivalry is always the reported problem when the incident hits the press. The three of them ran, and as they reached the main Sukhumvit road, a silver Mercedes car pulled up and the rear door swung open. "Jump in." The order was in Chinese. It was not a request. Almost without thinking, they sprang, slamming the door, just as a volley of shots ricocheted off the rear bulletproof window. Mr. Chai was right. "You do need looking after," the driver said as the car accelerated away. "Where would you like to go now? Perhaps your hotel would be a good choice." No one spoke for a couple of minutes before the driver broke the silence. "Will you be fighting in Bangkok, Mr. Ashton?" "It's a bit late for that question now after tonight's fun and games." The driver smiled before continuing. "I watched your last fight. I was protection for Mr. Ming and Jinlin. It was an unfortunate result for you, but not for me. I was still drunk from the previous night." "No, Mr. Ashton. You were not drunk, you were drugged." With odds of 7-1 against Chin, Mr. Ming could not resist the bet. "I had 1,000 Hong Kong dollars on Chin. Mr. Ming had 100,000. It was a most profitable night." "Jinlin, did you know this?" "Yes, but what could I do? I could hardly tell you as I was sat with Ming. Besides, I didn't like you. You were just too confident and cocky for your own good." "So, you have been winding me up for the last month knowing this?" "Yes, I loved every minute of it." "You bitch." "Yes, I suppose I am. I watched the fight on Chinese TV over here in Bangkok, guy. You really were slow and ponderous. The word on the street was that you had been got at and took a dive." Mark shook his head from side to side and pursed his lips as he spoke. "Bollocks. I thought it was the whiskey." The driver glanced around as he spoke. "Will you be fighting a return match with Chin, Mr. Ashton?" "I doubt that, mate. Too many people seem to want me dead at the moment." "I will ask Mr. Chai for you to win if you do. Mr. Chai will decide." Guy Ashton just shook his head. "Fuck Mr. Chai." He quietly mouthed the words. He alone would decide the outcome, not Mr. fucking Chai. Guy Ashton had a strange feeling, perhaps a premonition of things to come. He knew that sometime soon he would have to kill Chai. There was just this inner feeling in the pit of his stomach, a gut feeling of being in the company of a snake. A poisonous snake that was waiting for the right moment to strike. At this point in time, the snake wasn't hungry. In the short term, Chai was useful. But Guy Ashton was deeply conscious of Rule 2 of Krav Maga. At the first sign of danger, he would strike first. Chapter 15. The Aftermath. On entering their room at the Hilton, Jinlin headed straight for the drinks cabinet. "Don't you dare go there, Jinlin." Mark's voice was threatening. "You really fucked up big time tonight. You have probably completely screwed up any form of cooperation that we may have had with Chai. He's not stupid. He is probably aware of what went on by now, and there is no way that he will deal with a near psychopath that is completely out of control. You have jeopardized the entire operation." "He's right, Jinlin." He stuck his hand up my skirt, Guy. "Oh, for God's sake, you were all over him. What did you expect? You were in Bangkok, and we were in the seediest part of town. That's what men do over here. That is what the girls get paid for letting them do." "Why?" "What do you mean, why?" Mark gritted his teeth in anger. "Back in the real world, what goes off in Bangkok is little more than a fantasy. Your Dutchman wouldn't get within a mile of a girl like you back in Holland at his age unless he was a multimillionaire. Over here, money is number one regardless of how old the man is. Sex is little more than a commodity that pays the family bills back in the villages where all the girls come from. You started the ball rolling by wagging your arse at him. He simply thought that you were one of the bar girls. Jinlin went silent and sat down on one of the armchairs. Mark was right, she had fucked up. Where was her self-control? Why the anger, when to simply remove his hand from her leg was the obvious answer? He hadn't just grabbed at her, he had been ever so gentle as he had stroked her leg and moved upwards towards her thighs. Her whole body had tingled. It was an experience that she had never known before, and she had wanted it to go on forever. She had wanted his hand to go ever higher. So what happened? Her mind was a complete blank. A whole time sequence of her life had disappeared from her memory, as if it had never happened. Why had she punished the girl in the toilet at the bar? She could vividly remember that, but why kill her? She hadn't received orders to kill her, and previously had only ever acted on orders. The girl was only doing her job. Sitting next to Guy was no big deal. She felt guilty. Guilt was an unknown emotion. Members of the Black Ops team were programmed not to feel guilt. There had been no real uncontrolled physical violence towards the girl. Just the one finger pressed against the temple, and one close to the jugular, had been enough to cut off the blood supply to the brain. Few people recovered, and most people died if the pressure was applied for long enough. For those who survived, permanent brain damage was common. Who was now going to help feed her family back in the village if she didn't recover? A tear appeared in Jinlin's eye. She didn't know how to cry. She had never cried. She had tried to raise a tear when informed of her mother's death, but indifference cannot produce tears. Crying only occurs when emotion kicks in. Jinlin had never experienced emotion. Tonight, she had experienced both good and bad emotions, and was uncertain of how to deal with either of them. Where do we go now, Mark? Jinlin wiped the tear from her eye, hoping that neither Mark nor Guy had noticed. I'm not sure, Guy. It really depends on how Chai views tonight's events. Perhaps we can convince him that the Dutch chap was trying to steal from Jinlin's handbag, and you stepped in to prevent trouble. Some bloody trouble when half of Bangkok was shooting at us. Yes, you're right there, buddy. However, we don't really have any other options open to us. If we do a runner, Chai will find us and kill us, so I guess that we just must sit it out until he gets back. As for you, Jinlin, keep your bloody hands away from the booze. It seems to trigger an emotional response that you are unable to control. I did warn you, and if it continues to get worse, you are out of here before you manage to get us all killed. Remember, one hell of a lot of money could be coming our way, and I will not allow you to fuck things up again. That goes for me as well, Jinlin. Guy Ashton looked deeply into her eyes as he spoke. He suddenly felt sorry for her as her newfound vulnerability became apparent. This wasn't her world. Once the effect of the drugs had completely worn off, she would no longer be an unfeeling weapon, a mere killing machine. She was a woman who had never experienced the apprenticeship of growing up. Her mind was still that of a prepubescent teenager, almost a child. There had been no heartbroken tears at the loss of first love, no tingling embarrassment of a first kiss that never goes quite right, no sexual trembling in some dark alleyway. Nothing. She was little more than a blank canvas experiencing the first lick of paint. There was no sign of emotion, no remorse, no feeling, nothing but a blank space where the intangible essence that separates humans from the rest of the animal kingdom should be. She was just a machine, nothing else. A machine trained to take orders and to kill. A machine that was losing its ability to function. At that moment, Guy Ashton began to loathe the CIA and everything that they stood for. They were users, and couldn't give a shit whose life they destroyed. Even his own father had been blackmailed into working for them, and now it was his turn. I'm good. Honestly, I'm good. No more alcohol, I promise. Jinlin's voice was firm and decisive. Her eyes betrayed her. They no longer sent out a message of authority, nor one of confident self-control. Jinlin's eyes reflected the fear of a young woman who had suddenly found herself out of her depth in an unknown world, a man's world. Neither Guy nor Mark was fooled. Both men wondered if she would ever be able to shake off the effect of the CS7 drug. Mark was aware that people had tried, no one had succeeded. Jinlin was the last of the Black Ops unit still alive. He had lied when he had told her of the other 4 surviving members. They had been eliminated internally for expediency. The CIA could not afford to allow Jinlin to live. Once this operation was over, she would be killed. Fuck the CIA. She would not be allowed to leave Bangkok, and he just knew that her elimination would be his responsibility. Unlike Jinlin, he did have a conscience. Blowing people to smithereens had been his specialty in years gone by, but that was different. It was totally impersonal. He had purposely avoided any form of meeting with the victims and never got to know them. His job was like that of a bomber pilot. You just pressed a switch, bombs away, and then you went home. It really was as simple and non-committal as that. The explosion killed people, not him. He didn't kill them. He doubted that he could kill Jinlin. Like everyone who ever met her, he had fallen in love with her beauty, and now, out of the inner depths of the unfeeling automaton, a vulnerable person was beginning to emerge, slowly to begin with, but the progress was accelerating. No, he couldn't kill her. He knew that. He also knew that given the order to kill her, he couldn't simply ignore it and walk away. It was likely that he himself would then become a fugitive. A CIA man, especially one of his seniority, did not disobey orders. It would not only be his pension that would go up in smoke, but he would also be going with it. Chapter 16. Chai's return. Jinlin's behavior returned to normal for the next 2 days as they awaited the return of Chai. The alcohol cabinet remained firmly closed, and other than 1 hour exercise twice a day, the time passed slowly as discussions centered around each person's soon-to-be wealth and their plans on how they intended to spend it. Each evening, Mark left for his CIA apartment, returning at 8 in the morning. Guy slept on the sumptuous settee, and Jinlin in the separate bedroom on a king-sized 4-poster bed. Guy's sexual fantasies about Jinlin troubled him. Her body screamed sex, yet her demeanor not so. Was she simply keeping her own fantasies under wraps, or were her feelings like his, he wondered. He couldn't make any form of a move as her mental state was still unpredictable, and in many ways, such a move would perhaps be taking advantage of a girl whose emotions were still in the early stages of puberty. On the 3rd morning, Chai arrived, accompanied by Randy. What the hell? Guy Ashton's jaw dropped, and then a big smile crossed his face as the two of them walked through the door in front of a smiling Mark. Chai stood by the door as he spoke. Well, before I continue, have the 3 of you come to a decision? Am I wasting my time, or do we become a team? We're all on board. That's good, Mr. Linus. However, I'm not too sure that Jinlin will be joining the party. I'm okay, Chai. Honestly, it was the drink. We will see. Chai reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bottle of pills before throwing them across the room to Jinlin. She plucked them out of the air with the speed of a viper's strike. They are CS7, Jinlin. Randy brought them over with him. You have been on them for 7 years, and your body still needs them. No fucking way, Chai. I can manage without them. As you wish, Jinlin. But any repeat of the other evening's performance, and you will become surplus to requirement, and you know what that means. Not if I get to you first, it doesn't. No one has ever threatened me twice, Chai. Bear that in mind. Chai smiled. That is what I wanted to hear, Jinlin. Perhaps you are not a lost soul after all. Maybe I can still use you, but hang on to the pills. Simply knowing that you can always fall back on them will be reassuring. Randy walked across the room and sat down. Is no one going to offer me a drink? And does anyone want to know why I am here? How's the shoulder, Randy? It's fine, Guy. The bullet that didn't come out lodged itself in my shoulder bone, and other than a slight splintering, should heal completely. So why exactly are you here then? Simple answer. For the same reasons that you are here. To find and destroy the smiling pill, and to secure my pension. Mark turned to face Chai. Can we trust you, Chai? If not, we will be burning all of our bridges going along with you, you know that? Mr. Linus, I am disappointed that you even asked that question. In fact, I am insulted. The word of a Triad Grand Master is absolute and irrevocable, and I have given my word. I apologize, Chai. Now how about a drink to celebrate our partnership? 4 pairs of eyes focused on Jinlin. Screw you all. I don't even like the taste of the stuff. Came the not unexpected response. Guy Ashton burst out laughing as he mockingly spoke. Serving wench, please serve. Jinlin glared at Guy and gritted her teeth in mock anger as she headed for the drinks cabinet, pouring 4 decent measures of whiskey. After placing them on the large coffee table, she sat down and listened intently as first Randy and then Chai spoke. It appears that I owe you an apology, Mr. Linus. The smiling pill is not pure chemistry after all, and does indeed contain a tiny amount of human gene tissue found only in the brain. Chai went silent for a few seconds before continuing. Zai, the Chinese premier's brother, assured me that its extraction would certainly leave a trail of dead bodies, which he is currently following from Xinjiang. As of now, the body organs are being shipped for sale to the highest bidders all over Asia, yet the destination of the brain tissue is still a mystery. How come, Chai? Guy Ashton was still not convinced of Chai's honesty. He was sure that he was holding something back. The spare parts business is obviously being coordinated by the Chinese government, so how are they not aware of where the brain tissue is going? That is for us to find out, Mr. Ashton. No one was even aware that the tissue was being extracted, not even the Chinese government. It was assumed that all the bodies had been cremated once the useful organs had been harvested. God only knows how much tissue was removed, or for how long it had been going on. There may not be any further need for fresh tissue, as our scientists consider it entirely feasible that once in the laboratory, it can be grown as a culture. So, we are no farther forward than Chai. Not so, Guy, my dear boy. Randy broke in. Do not dismiss the contribution of the CIA. I can add a few pieces to the jigsaw. Everyone faced Randy as he continued. We may not know where the smiling pill is being made, but we do know who is making it. The room remained silent. We have turned over a couple of known Chinese sleepers back in the States, who quite obligingly gave us a few details, after a little persuasion. 2 professors at the Fort Detrick Laboratory in Maryland had been working on a similar project for several years, using Chinese funding, and were experimenting with brain tissue obtained from monkeys. Apparently, their work was cut short when the American government discovered the source of their funding, and they fled to China before we could obtain a warrant for their arrest. Were you aware of this, Chai? No, Randy, damn it. I could have pressed Zai if I had known before I went to Beijing. We don't even know if he is aware of it himself. The scientist's funding could have been coming from a country, a private company, or even a rich individual when they were back in the States. Damn, I was led to believe that the Fort Detrick laboratories were closed down in 2019. Officially they were, Chai, but the underground facility was still operational at a top-secret level. The Americans will never admit to this, though. This was the same facility that came up with the CS7 drug that the CIA have been stuffing into Jinlin for the past 7 years. China has similar biological facilities. We all know about the Wuhan disaster, of course, Randy. Not only China, Chai, but even the Third World has also been conducting experiments on all forms of biological and chemical weapons, usually under the guise of pharmaceutical products. Look at the shit that Saddam dropped on his own people, as well as that prick in Syria. Guy shook his head from side to side at Randy's comment, an ironic smile on his face. The human race just can't wait to eliminate itself, can it? Maybe the smiling pill will help speed things up. I thought that is what we are trying to prevent. Jinlin sounded genuinely concerned. If you believe that, Jinlin, you must also believe in fairies. Guy looked directly into her eyes. You have been airbrushed out of real life for too long. Hand over the smiling pill to the Chinese, the Israelis, and the Americans, and you immediately get rid of mad, mutually assured destruction, the only thing that has prevented America, Russia, and China from going full-scale nuclear war for the last 70+ years. They won't be able to help themselves from releasing it into any society or country that upsets them. How many Uyghur kids has China already wiped out with the pill so far? Once they have eliminated the entire race, they will move on to Taiwan, and that is why Chai wants to get his hands on it. So then, where? Okay, Guy, we all know your feelings on the pill, and we all have similar reservations, but if we do manage to get our hands on it, at least we will be able to exercise some form of control. If not, what the hell do you suppose will happen if only one country got hold of it? Tell me that. One James Bond megalomaniac character really will have world control. I say that our original plan is the lesser of several evils. I agree with Mark. Let's put it all together and see what we have so far. Jinlin's voice reflected a hint of resignation at her perceived inevitability of an impending disaster. Mark rubbed his hands together and looked down at the floor. We know that the opium and amphetamines are coming from the Golden Triangle in Thailand and the brain tissue from Xinjiang. There is a distinct possibility that the two Fort Detrick scientists are making the pill, and they almost certainly turned up in China. Okay so far? Everyone nodded. That leaves us with two unanswered questions. Where are they now, and where are they producing the pill? Jinlin coughed nervously as she spoke. You are forgetting two other important things, Mark. Who is funding the operation, and what is the long-term aim? Very true, Jinlin. But if we manage to obtain both the pill and the formula for producing it, then both the funding and the long-term aim become irrelevant. Accepted, Mark. I have said from day one that the key is to follow the money, and I still believe that the money trail is the most obvious solution to finding both the scientists and the place of manufacture. What money, Guy? Who in China was paying the scientists for starters when they were still working in America, and who is likely to pay for the finished product, maybe even the formula? Randy, when we first spoke about the smiling pill back in England, you indicated that the CIA considered the objective to be ideological rather than simply profit. Do you still go along with that? Chai lit a cigarette. There is a no-smoking rule in this hotel, Chai. I own the Hotel Jinlin. Now why didn't I work that out? Chai took a deep draw on the cigarette before speaking. Mr. Linus, am I to assume that you are wearing your Israeli hat rather than your CIA bonnet? Mark grinned. I have two heads when it suits Chai. And am I also to assume that Mossad, your intelligence network, is also working with you? Mark again nodded. Then perhaps I should inform you that much of the funding for the fait accompli of both manufacture and formula is almost certainly coming from the Middle East, and for this project, they are pretty much in bed with the Chinese. The Chinese target is definitely Taiwan, and you can guess the Arab one. Can you follow the route of the Arab money, Chai? That should lead to its destination, which will lead us to the two scientists. We are working on that at the moment, Jinlin, but we are going to need the assistance of both Mossad and the CIA. Without raising the suspicions of the Chinese government, we have limited access to the necessary information. I will move on that as soon as I can get in touch with my contact tonight, Chai. With both Mossad and the CIA working on it, I'm fairly sure that one of them will come up with something. Thank you, Mr. Linus. I am unavailable tomorrow, so shall we say same time and place in 2 days' time? In the meantime, I will arrange for my associates in Beijing to check out the known passport forgers. It is almost certain that the two scientists have left the country under an assumed name to escape the attentions of the government. Perhaps that may lead us to their final destination. It's a long shot, but one I feel is worth pursuing. As Chai got up to leave, he looked at Jinlin. I agree with you that you should lay off the pills. But if you think that things are getting out of hand, take just the one, as it may save your life. You are the last one alive. There's still another 4 alive, Chai. No, Jinlin, you are the last. Ask Mr. Linus. Chai left the room without looking back or speaking another word. Chapter 17. A Dark Secret. As Chai closed the door behind him, the room fell silent. The smiling pill had gone away, everyone's thoughts turning to Jinlin. Aware of an uncontrollable tremble, she slowly took the top off the bottle and emptied 2 pills into her open hand, looking down at the lightly yellow-tinged tablets. No one spoke. This was her decision, and hers alone. One way she turned into an emotionless killing machine, fully under control, calm, measured, and receptive to orders without question, and the other direction took her on a journey into the unknown. She slowly rose from her seat and walked into the bathroom. Still, no one spoke. They heard the toilet flush. Jinlin re-emerged with the empty bottle and a big grin on her face. Cheer up. I'm having too much fun to go back now. It was a brave attempt, but no one was fooled. Guy turned to Mark. Was Chai right? Is Jinlin the last? Mark nodded as he spoke. The entire Black Ops program was terminated a couple of years ago. Jinlin's group were the first and last to complete the course. Not every operative wanted to continue with the drug, and that's when the problems began to surface. A trained killer with an emotional problem that is magnified 100 times when coming down from the drug can present unprecedented dangers to the public. You bastards, Guy almost shouted. You couldn't give a damn about the public. The CIA didn't just terminate the project. You terminated the fucking operatives as well to cover your own asses. That is spot on, Guy. The decision was made just below presidential level. The CIA was trying to keep things under wraps, but the bodies just kept mounting up. All records of the project have been destroyed, and all the operatives eliminated. And Jinlin? That's my job, Guy. Randy broke in. That is why I was sent to Bangkok. When the operation is completed, I am to kill her. That way there will be no evidence of the program ever having taken place. Jinlin is the last piece that can be tied into either the CIA or the presidency. Excuse me, gentlemen. Jinlin spoke with a cynical expression on her face. Has anyone even noticed that I am in the room as you discuss my future demise? Do I actually get to have a say in my future? Does the trail of bodies end here, or does it start again in this room with you fucking lot? That's the Jinlin of old. Guy Ashton burst out laughing. Cocky little tart with a chip on her shoulder. At least we knew where we stood with that one. It's her alter ego that has me worried. Randy, what's your plan? How do we get rid of her? Jinlin fixed Randy with a threatening stare. Randy averted his gaze and transferred it to Mark. You're the explosives expert, Mark. What if we just blow her up? Okay, just let me know when. The atmosphere in the room felt good. A team spirit was emerging. Jinlin felt reassured. It seemed that she had acquired 3 big brothers to look after her. Was this what it was like in the new world into which she was emerging? Did men protect and look after women? Jinlin had never needed protection. She had always looked after herself. However, she was aware that she was developing a sense of vulnerability. To sacrifice her life for the job in hand had always seemed a completely natural thing to do. Now, she wasn't so sure. What if her orders were wrong? What if they were given to ensure political advancement, or perhaps even for nothing more than someone's financial gain? She was a puppet. Someone had always been operating her strings, and she had danced to their tune without thought or question. Her mind flashed back to her time with and before Ming. Other assignments followed. She had blown up an entire house containing children to kill a politician. Those were her orders, and the children were little more than collateral damage, simply an inconvenience that had got in the way. She had felt no remorse or guilt, no moral feeling of what was right or wrong. It was right. Then again, she did have certain doubts after the event. Those were her orders, and she successfully accomplished her mission before returning to her training. Her trainers were pleased. She was indifferent to their praise. It was a job. No more, no less. After a temporary lull, Guy broke the silence. Now that you have made the decision to come off the drug, can you talk about it, Jinlin? Sure, I have no hang-ups. The only problem is that much of my life during my Black Ops training is pretty much a blur. The period immediately after each dose is a complete blank, but the periods in between I can remember. The week spent on explosives training with Mark is quite vivid, as was the operation I was sent on shortly after. I questioned the need to kill the children and was told to take the drug within minutes. I had completely forgotten about it until a few minutes ago. How did it affect her physically, Mark? Well, for a start, she has never had a period, Guy. Is that true, Jinlin? I guess not, but that has never concerned me. It was only during my stay with Ming that I became aware of what a period was. Ming asked me the same question, and when he explained it, I was horrified. That explains a lot then. What do you mean, Guy? You have been in a perpetual state of PMT all your life, no wonder you were so bad-tempered. Mark and Randy burst out laughing. What is PMT? I am not bad-tempered. You are just so bloody irritating. There is something else, Guy. Mark had an amused look on his face. During your training session with her, did you never wonder where the power came from? Yes, come to think of it, I did. She kicked like a fucking mule and punched like a heavyweight. That was the CS7 kicking in, Guy. And that was why the CIA initially developed the drug. In most cases, there is an increase in body strength of a little over 10%. In Jinlin's case, it was closer to 20. Imagine what the military could do with it. You would have an army that obeyed every order without question, with men impervious to pain, no fear of death, and up to 20% stronger than the opposition. Christ, Mark, is that still the plan? No, definitely not. The generals were all for it, but imagine the consequences of thousands of men returning to civilian life and coming down from the drug. Once the powers that be saw what was happening to Jinlin's Black Ops unit, everything hit the trash can double quick. And the last bit of trash remaining is, fuck off, Guy, or 20% extra power is going to break your neck. Sorry, Jinlin. I couldn't help it. All three men broke into uncontrollable laughter. Jinlin smiled. Was it something that she had said? Had she just made a joke? It was so easy to make men laugh, maybe even manipulate them. They seemed to have such outrageously big egos. She had never noticed this before. Ming didn't have a big ego. Then again, he didn't need one. Perhaps ultimate power and control preclude the need for an ego. Now, Chai was different. Chai seemed to operate solely on ego because of having spent so long in the shadow of Ming. Jinlin concluded that too much ego was dangerous, but was not sure why. Chapter 18. Chai's return. Right on time, Chai arrived at the hotel and entered the bridal suite. He bowed slightly before walking over to the drinks cabinet. 4 whiskeys and 1 water, everyone? Smiles and nods indicated their acceptance. Sitting down next to Jinlin, he began speaking. Firstly, the good news. My sources have identified the man who attempted to shoot you in the bar, Mr. Ashton. The intention was to simply get you out of the way before killing the sweet Jinlin. He failed to notice Jinlin in the background and paid the price for his sloppy work. Now for the bad news. The man was a CIA operative. So the question is, why are you trying to kill your own people, Mr. Linus? As if I haven't already guessed. It is almost certain that they will try again. Randy shook his head as he spoke. So that's why they sent me out at such short notice. My brief is to kill Jinlin, Chai, but not until the operation has been completed. Mark has agreed to do the job for me. Yes, Chai. I will blow her up once we have sorted out the little problem of the smiling pill. Good, that's settled then. Chai smiled. It's good to tie up loose ends in advance, but please do not do it in my hotel. So, can we now move on? Have your people made any progress on the source of the Middle Eastern money, Mr. Linus? Dead end, Chai. The paper trail goes cold once it enters the electronic world. We know that the money must have a final destination, but it can continue swirling around in cyberspace until the order is given for it to find it a home. Now there appears to be no designated home. How much money are we talking, Mark? Billions, Jinlin. Absolutely billions. So it can only be coming from the oil-rich Middle East. Israel is definitely the target then. Have you anything else, Chai? Of course I have, Mr. Linus. It looks as if my long shot paid off. I now have the new identities of both scientists. They did indeed change their names on arrival in Beijing, and 11 arranged for their false passports. So, he knows where they are then? No. That is better news. They must have had contacts waiting to meet them, and they simply disappeared into thin air. And that is why we have to get to them before Zai does, as once he gets his hands on them, either he or the Chinese government will have both the formula and the means of production. I'm lost, Chai. Guy Ashton's expression was one of total confusion. Whose side is Zai on? Is he working for the Golden Viper Triads, or for the Chinese government? Either way, there appears to be a major conflict of interest. One way he destroys Taiwan, and the other way he goes against his brother and the Chinese government, leading to the possible elimination of the Triad's long-term drugs trade. So, which is it? No Golden Viper Triad member has ever gone against the organization. Instant death for them and their entire family would be the result. But isn't that what you are doing, Chai? No, that is not what I am doing. Chai became angry. When Mao Zedong came to power in 1949, he tortured and slaughtered most of my family in his purge on anyone who had supported Chiang Kai-shek. My father barely escaped with his life to Taiwan. I have no love for the Chinese Communist Party, and will do everything in my power to destroy them. Oh fuck. Guy Ashton shook his head, a cynical smile crossing his face. You have no intention of destroying the smiling pill to stop the Chinese from getting their hands on it, do you, Chai? You are lying. Your aim is to let it loose in China. You are after revenge for your family. Chai was silent. Is that true, Chai? Mark looked concerned. Chai almost growled. And what exactly do you think that the CIA and Mossad will do with it, Mr. Linus? Do not insult my intelligence by pretending that they want it destroyed. You and I both know that isn't the case. Once in their possession, the smiling pill will indeed end up in the Middle East, but not in the Israeli water supply, of course. Within a short number of years, Israel will have total control of the entire Arab world and half of the world's oil production. And the Golden Viper Triads will have total control of China. How fucking convenient. Do not be so naively cynical, Mr. Ashton. Can't you see where Chinese control of the pill will lead? Not only will China destroy Taiwan, but they will also then move on to my base in Hong Kong, and the Triad Empire will disappear. No one will survive the purges. Ah well. There is no such thing as an unsolvable problem, gentlemen. All eyes turned to focus on Jinlin. Either we destroy the pill, and all means of its production, or we share out the spoils 3 ways. I am totally indifferent, and as long as you come up with the money, Chai, I personally couldn't give a shit which option you all choose. I'm with you, Jinlin. You, however, have the problem of remaining alive, making your future anything but secure. Guy Ashton sounded serious and sincere. Jinlin can return to Hong Kong with me. My father's bed is still warm. You are a braver man than I am, Chai. Yes, Mr. Ashton, I believe that I am. Jinlin, however, has few options open to her as long as the CIA is on her trail, and only I can guarantee her safety. No more pills, Chai? No more pills, Jinlin. Well, gentlemen, which of the 2 options are we to choose? Chai lit a cigarette and continued speaking. Option 1 is to totally destroy the pill, and we all know that can never happen, as only one of us will survive the fallout. We all have our reasons for taking possession of it no matter who dies. Then there is option 2. We share out the spoils as Jinlin suggested. That way we all get what we want, and there will be no conflict of interest. We all get to retire rich, Chai? Yes, Mr. Linus. I will place $2 million into a private account in Geneva for each of you this evening. Consider it a down payment. A further $5 million will be deposited once the operation is completed and I have possession of the smiling pill formula. I am happy with both the CIA and Mossad also having the formula, gentlemen. This way we can all have complete trust in each other. I'm in. Option 2 it is. Guy Ashton was the first to speak. Each nodded their approval to Chai. That's the easy bit sorted then. So now for the hard part. It is essential that we get our hands on the 2 scientists. Forget about the production facility. Without the scientist, everything will grind to a halt. There is no way that they will have written anything down, nor will anyone else be aware of the formula. Chai lit another cigarette before continuing. I am back in Beijing tomorrow, and will be meeting up with Zai. Once I am up to date with the progress that he has made, I will remove him from the equation. What? Let's just say that he will be having a taste of his own medicine, Jinlin. You wouldn't? Oh yes, I would. We will be dining together, and I have a man in the kitchen. A crushed smiling pill in his soup will slow him down within a matter of hours. Within a few days, he will barely be able to function. Triad loyalty, where did that go, Chai? It disappeared, Mr. Ashton, on the day that he informed me that he was happy to go along with his brother's decision to destroy Taiwan. He was unaware of where my loyalties lay. You make a bad enemy, Chai. Is there such a thing as a good enemy, Mr. Ashton? I need a drink. And so do I, Mr. Ashton. I will pick you all up at the hotel at 8 tonight, and we will see a few of the sights of Bangkok. Chai looked at Jinlin. Your services will not be required this evening. We will be accompanied by my own security staff, and for the near future at the very least, alcohol is off the menu. I still want to go. I promise no alcohol. If not, I will go out on my own. Yes, you probably would do, and there is no limit to the trouble that you may cause. What do you think, Mr. Ashton? I suppose that she can do no harm as long as she stays sober and doesn't punch any more Dutchmen. 8 o'clock it is then. I will ring you from reception. I have a late flight tomorrow, so there will be no time, nor drinking limit, except of course for you, Jinlin. You're too kind, Chai. Jinlin's eyes radiated displeasure, controlled yet undeployed hatred. Chai left the room. 2 armed Chinese men who had been stood outside the door accompanying him to the lift. Once Chai was completely out of earshot, Mark was the first to speak. Does anyone trust him? He has all the firepower that he needs to take us all out any time that he wants. What is to stop him simply eliminating the lot of us once he has his hands on the smiling pill formula? And your suggestion is what, Mark? None of us has a choice. We either play it his way, or you know the consequences. Randy is right, Mark. Guy glanced at Jinlin as he spoke. You know him better than anyone, Jinlin. Can we trust him? I think so. Ming killed competitors at the drop of a hat, but he never broke a promise. It's some form of a code of honor that the triads are strict about, and goes back a long way. Guy Ashton cupped his chin in his hand. You heard what he said about 11. He will surely be breaking the so-called triad code of honor if he slips him the smiling pill tomorrow. Not if Zai has already broken the code, then it is acceptable to kill, but not to compound the crime. How do you know all this, Jinlin? Don't forget, Randy, it was you that arranged for me to live with Ming for 2 years. He liked to talk, and was proud of his triad roots, something that he put above even his family members. Chai isn't Ming, Jinlin. Mark sounded serious. Ming was old school, Chai is young and ambitious, but I think that we all have to agree on one thing. He is all we have got, and we have to go along with whatever he says. Everyone in the room nodded pretty much in resignation. Chai had somehow hijacked the entire operation, and now had control of all their strings. If he said dance, they needed to dance. One thing. I'm fairly sure that we are all more than a little suspicious of Chai, and I personally wouldn't trust him as far as I could punch him. So let's form our own little pact. We watch each other's backs and sort the problem if it arises. I know him well, Guy, from my time with Ming. He is pretty much a cold-blooded psychopathic killer, but I believe that when he gives his word, he will keep it. He's incredibly smart, got a first at Oxford. All the more reason to keep an eye on him then. Guy opened his eyes wide as he spoke. Clever, rich, powerful, well-connected. That's some cocktail. Handsome as well. I think that it is time for one of your pills, Jinlin. You are not programmed to notice such things. Just an observation, Randy. No more than that. Thank heavens for that young lady. Randy cocked his head to one side, a strange look on his face. What I can't understand, though, is how he knew about my arrival in Bangkok. He intercepted me at the airport. Why? Probably got contacts in CIA headquarters at Langley. The Triads have infiltrated every government organization in the States. That's their biggest drug market, and it is always useful to have friends in higher places. I suppose you're right, Mark. He definitely has someone on the inside. What surprises me most about the Triads is that even though we know the identities of most of the Grand Masters worldwide, we allow them to fly into the country with total impunity, yet we hit the Colombians and Mexicans as soon as they cross the threshold. Fear, Randy. The Mafia bribe the right people and the Triads save their money and simply threaten the right people. The ones that caused trouble in the past found their kids with their throats cut. Nowadays the authorities stay well clear, and being self-policing, no murders are ever reported within the Chinese communities. Hong Kong to a T. Guy and Jinlin nodded and looked at each other as Guy spoke. Dad always used to say that policing in Hong Kong is the easiest job in the world. You just let the Chinese community police themselves, and look the other way when told to do so. It's a pity that you didn't follow his advice then, Guy, as all your troubles started when you stuck your nose into Chinese business. It was my fucking uncle that they beat up, Randy. He almost died. Yes, and so far the fallout has been close to 12 deaths and still counting. Chapter 19. The meal. Spot on 8 p.m., the phone in the hotel room rang. Jinlin answered in Chinese before replacing it in the receiver and nodding in the direction of the three men. The four of them made their way to the lift. Jinlin had dispensed with the provocative short skirt and revealing tight-fitting top worn on her last night out, and her attire, being a little more somber, consisted of close-fitting jeans and a figure-hugging t-shirt top. Guy looked her over as they stood in the lift. What's wrong, Guy? Jinlin sounded vulnerable, a little unsure of herself. Do I look okay? You look fine, my dear. Just fine. And the lipstick makes your lips look just so adorably kissable. Was Guy making fun of her, or did he really mean it? She felt uncomfortable. She had never really cared about her looks before. She simply took advice, and followed whatever seemed to be the least conspicuous option. When working on a honey trap, however, things were different. On those occasions, she was supposed to stand out. Did her lips really look kissable? What did kissable lips look like, she wondered. The lift door opened, and Chai, flanked by two of his security men, was stood outside to greet them. Follow me, please. I have arranged for a table at my favorite Thai restaurant. The three men waited until Jinlin left the lift, and immediately Chai linked her arm. You look good, Jinlin. I have rarely seen you wearing lipstick and makeup. Probably not since the days when you first snared my father. You should do it more often. Jinlin felt mixed emotions. She had always avoided both lipstick and makeup, and had dismissed compliments as being irrelevant. Now, they felt reassuringly good. First Guy, and then Chai. Were they being serious, or was it just an act? Could they be mocking her, or were their compliments genuine? This new world that was opening before her was confusing. Chai stepped back as Jinlin climbed into the waiting people carrier, 4 pairs of eyes focusing on her firm, quite magnificent rear. Chai and Guy glanced at each other and nodded their obvious approval, a faint smile crossing both of their faces. Good evening, Miss Jinlin. She smiled, Good evening. It was the same driver that had helped their escape from Nana Plaza a few nights earlier. The people carrier pulled up at the Bangkok Siam restaurant some 15 minutes later, and the group, including the driver, made their way inside. The two security men stood outside by the door guarding the entrance. It was a large restaurant with seating for around 50 people, yet there was no one else inside. Let me guess, Chai, Jinlin said. You own the restaurant. It's yours if you want it, Jinlin. And the price? Just one long lingering kiss. Nothing else. Too expensive, Chai. The pills haven't completely worn off yet. Everyone burst out laughing. What about me, Jinlin? And what are you offering, Guy? I will have $2 million in the bank tomorrow if Chai is good for his word. Not enough, Guy. My last boyfriend owned Hong Kong and had several $100 million in the bank. God rest his soul. Both Chai and Guy shook their heads. This was proving to be a tough nut to crack. Nevertheless, cracks were beginning to appear. They both knew that it would be just a matter of time. Alcohol would probably do the trick. However, it could easily end up with them both being dead if things took a wrong turn. They were both aware of the unpredictable nature of coming down from the CS7 drug. No one had yet successfully cleared that hurdle. How come your English is so perfect, Chai? There is barely a Chinese inflection in your voice. There had been no food ordered yet as Guy spoke. All of them now sat around a large marble table. Tell him, Randy. We had no idea in the CIA who the hell he was, Guy, and nor had anyone else. He just appeared out of the blue some 5 or so years ago. Chai burst out laughing. That is because my father did such a good job of hiding my identity for my own safety. Kidnapping and blackmail being his main concern. I was the son of his mistress and not his wife, and was shipped to England to get me out of the way. I spent several years at Eton under my mother's name before going on to Oxford, where I got my degree in philosophy. It was only when my father's wife died that I was allowed into Hong Kong. That was when I saw my father for the first time. I shed no tears when you killed him, Guy. I hope you don't mind me calling you by your first name. To me, he was never a father. I always held it against him for abandoning me. He loved you in his own way, Chai. That's nice to know, Jinlin. But he never showed any affection towards me at all. I always felt an undercurrent of resentment whenever we were together. My father dumped me on the CIA when I was 13 years old. I can't even remember what he looked like, nor have I any wish to meet him. He didn't dump you, Jinlin. He was blackmailed without ever knowing the reality of what was in store for you. Why did he never get in touch with me then, Mark? We didn't let him. Too much money and resources went into your training. We simply couldn't allow any form of emotional attachment that may have compromised your effectiveness. What about the rest of the people in Black Ops? Just the same. We now know that we made an error of judgment by keeping you under wraps for so long. On coming down from the drugs, the new emotional entanglement simply overwhelmed the people that had been on them for too long. It was a completely new experience for them, and they had no defense against it. Their brain became overloaded. So, you just killed them in order to cover your asses. It wasn't quite so black and white, Jinlin. We did try to help them to adjust, but too many innocent people died. So I guess that the answer is a sort of yes. Don't put the blame on me, though. The order came down from the highest level in the land. I was just a puppet who taught you the explosives game. I never killed anyone. And the New York Mafia explosion, Mr. Linus? Chai sounded cynical. I believe that it took weeks to reassemble the body parts. Ah, that was just a job. Your job. You can't really count that, Chai. And the gas explosion in Washington that atomized those Black Lives protesters. I didn't kill them. The explosives did. I just pressed the button. Conscience clear then, Mark? If I may call you Mark? Blank canvas as far as I am concerned, Chai. And the $2 million in your Geneva bank account. You paid for my expertise, Chai. No more, no less. What got you into the CIA then, Mark? Were you blackmailed just as the bastards did to me? Mark laughed. No, Guy. I was in the military in Afghanistan working intelligence alongside the CIA, and kinda just drifted in when my tour came to an end. I had seen enough of war zone experience, and asked for a transfer. My field or specialty was explosives, and disarming IEDs was not my idea of a good time, so they transferred me to undercover work against the drug cartels. On reflection, the IEDs were a damned sight safer than working against the mafia and Chai's Chinese triads. You stayed alive, Mark, Guy grinned. I didn't always work against them. I shut my eyes when things got a little too hot to handle, buddy. There were times when looking the other way was the only way to stay alive. Is that why you now have $2 million in the bank? That is exactly why. What about you, Randy? Schoolboy dream? No way, Guy. My father was a colonel in the Marines, a Vietnam vet. He got me in through the old boy network. Can't say that I ever really took to the job. That's probably why I was never anything other than a foot soldier. The group went quiet for a minute or so until looking at Guy, Chai asked. And what about you, Guy? How on earth did you get into the professional mixed martial arts game? Was it purely for the money, or do you just like hurting people? Jinlin is the one who likes hurting people, Chai. She kicked and punched the hell out of me for the 3 weeks that we trained in the UK, and loved every minute of it. Yes, it was rather fulfilling, Guy. I kind of miss hurting you. Normal women break hearts, and not bones, Jinlin. Didn't my father teach you that? Yes, Chai, he did indeed. But my way I get to experience the best of both worlds. That is because you haven't got a heart to break, Jinlin. You never know, Guy, and perhaps you never will. Maybe someone else will find it before you do. The table went silent. Was this the breakthrough that everyone was hoping for? Was the comment directed at Chai and not Guy? Chai took a deep breath. For 2 long years, he had observed his father's dalliance with Jinlin. For 2 long years, he had prayed for his father's death. Guy Ashton had done what he himself had been planning to do. The prize wasn't just his father's Hong Kong empire. For him, the main prize had always been Jinlin. Was he not tall for a Chinese national, good-looking and rich? He had many mistresses in many cities, and his 30th birthday was still 2 years away, yet Jinlin had always rebuffed any attempt at friendship that he had made. Was she now noticing him as the effect of the drugs was beginning to wear off? Guy Ashton was the main obstacle. Maybe he would have to. Are we ever going to eat chai, or are we to spend the entire evening discussing each other? Personally, I think that you are all pretty boring. Jinlin interrupted his thoughts. Chinese women rarely think of anything but food, Chai. You of all people should be aware of that. Yes, Guy. I'm inclined to agree with you there. I'm still hungry. All in good time, Jinlin. Chai looked over to the waiter standing obediently by the next table and nodded. I took the liberty of ordering the various courses in advance, he smiled. The chef is a personal friend of mine, and was unquestionably the #1 chef in Hong Kong before I persuaded him to run my restaurant here in Bangkok. Do I get to keep the chef, Chai, if I acquiesce to the carnal demands of your lips, and return to Hong Kong with you? Chai smiled and nodded vigorously. Sorry, I'm still too expensive for you. Again, everyone laughed as Chai mockingly appeared to sulk. Jinlin was beginning to revel in the newly discovered power that she seemed to have over men. To pass such a comment at someone as powerful as Chai would have been unthinkable in Hong Kong. The meal lasted for almost 2 hours, and consisted of multiple lavish courses, and throughout the time, not one mention of the smiling pill surfaced. Tonight is a night for pleasure. Chai paused as he raised his brandy glass before lighting a cigarette as the meal finally ended. Tomorrow we begin some serious work. When I return from Beijing, there can be no going back for me. With Zai out of the way, I will have no further contact with the mainland, and will only be able to use my triad connections. Why take out Zai then, Chai? Mark looked puzzled, a frown creasing his forehead. Wouldn't it be better to keep him on board and tap into whatever information he can come up with? Yes, of course it would be Mark. However, Someone appears to have infiltrated the Golden Viper Triad, and I cannot afford Zai to become suspicious. The communist government has effectively taken total political control over Hong Kong, and if they decide to eliminate the triads, Zai knows the names of every single Grand Master together with their senior lieutenants, and the top men will be the most obvious targets. Our power base will disappear overnight, which would mean relocating to Taiwan. That, of course, is the red flag to the communist bull. Invasion of Taiwan by the mainland has been on the horizon for years, and something like that would probably be the catalyst. Chai fell silent at the sound of screeching tires. Internal alarm bells rang around the table. A machine gun opened up within yards of the restaurant, and Chai's 2 security guards by the door fell dead, as bullets began to rake the restaurant interior. Everyone hit the ground. The waiter who was clearing the table gasped as his chest exploded, before collapsing on top of Randy, blood spurting from multiple holes. 2 men burst out of the kitchen, each firing Uzis. One burst sank into Chai's driver, who had begun running towards them, firing as he went, one of his shots finding its mark. The assassin gasped and sank slowly to the ground, his Uzi flying across the room. The second Uzi held by the second assassin jammed, a couple of seconds before Jinlin's open hand sank into his throat, followed by the sickening crack of his neck, snapping, as in the blink of an eye. Her arm closed around it, and her body twisted to obtain maximum leverage. The shooting outside the restaurant stopped as the roar of a car engine accelerating away gave a feeling of relief to the people. Only Jinlin was standing, her arms still clasping the dead man's neck, using him as a human shield. Slowly, everyone stood, Randy, Mark, and Chai, all holding pistols. The gunman shot by Chai's driver moved and moaned. Chai held his pistol to the man's head. Talk, or tonight your family die slowly. Chai looked deeply into the man's eyes. You cannot betray the Golden Viper. Blood spurted from the man's mouth as he uttered one single word. Zai. Chai squeezed the trigger. Chapter 20. A Night in Bangkok 2. The people carrier, driven by Chai, maneuvered into the only available space in the parking lot of the Avanti Hotel and discharged its cargo. Tonight, Guy, you will be able to watch Muay Thai at its most basic level. I have a front row table ordered, so watch out for the blood. I don't need to watch out, Chai. I'm covered in the stuff from that bloody dead waiter of yours, Randy said ruefully. The situation somehow seemed surreal. Dead bodies had littered the restaurant, yet Chai had treated the whole event as little more than a day at the office. Take 100 grand from the safe, he had told his chef. Hand it over to the policeman in charge with my compliments. Tell him that it was a drug war between 2 Thai mafia gangs. He will know what to do. You have just lost 3 men, Chai. Guy Ashton looked puzzled. Don't you feel anything? Death is just an absence of life. Would that be Confucius or Chairman Mao? Aristotle. Jinlin burst out laughing. I wouldn't argue, Guy. He did do philosophy at Oxford. How could I possibly forget? The group walked through the hotel foyer and entered what appeared to be a large conference room, in the middle of which was a boxing ring surrounded by tables occupied by the more affluent members of Bangkok society. When the party was seated, Chai ordered a bottle of expensive champagne and 5 glasses. Guy looked at Chai accusingly, his eyebrows raised, and his eyes then flicked in the direction of Jinlin. Surely the poor girl deserves some kind of reward for saving our lives back at the restaurant, Guy. Chai cocked his head to one side questioningly. I am almost tempted to hand it over to her, possibly even dispensing with my original request for payment. I am beginning to warm to you, Chai. It's taken a long time, but occasionally you can be quite charming. Jinlin's smile and comments took everyone by surprise. Beware of Greeks bearing gifts, Jinlin. There is no such thing as a free restaurant. Thank you, Mark. I will bear that in mind if a Greek ever offers me one. Tonight, however, I will graciously accept anything that our host has to offer. Anything, Jinlin. Let's just see where the champagne takes me, Chai. Guy Ashton began to feel uncomfortable. Somehow, he was being sidelined. Jinlin sensed Guy's discomfort. She was enjoying it. He would have to try harder. She now held all the aces. Money and power were perhaps the aphrodisiac advantage that Chai possessed, and Guy coveted. From now on, she would hold the balance of power, and she would be pulling the strings. Guy and Chai would just have to fight over the spoils. The first two fights of the evening were exciting, but as often happens in Muay Thai fights, things end abruptly with one well-delivered telling blow. The champagne flowed freely, and no one seemed too concerned with Jinlin's rate of consumption accelerating as the evening wore on. Chai loved to spend money, and tonight in particular, he was out to impress. Two fighters entered the ring, one of them just a little more than 18 years old, and the other one perhaps in his early 30s. During the warm-up ceremony, the younger fighter fixed his eyes on Jinlin, his smile being returned. Jinlin licked her lips enticingly in front of him. It was a gesture without sexual connotations, just something that she had noticed one of the bar girls do that evening at Nana Plaza shortly before things got out of hand. The fifth bottle of champagne appeared, and the glasses refilled, a 1,000 baht note being handed to the attractive young waitress with the delivery of each bottle. Jinlin didn't like the way that she flirted with both Guy and Chai, and could feel her level of resistance slowly ebbing away. The fight began, and to the trained eye, the younger man was clearly outclassed, his body and head receiving far too many kicks and punches, he delivering little in return. He went down following a vicious spin and heel kick by the older man, his semi-conscious gaze directed at Jinlin, as his head slumped under the ropes a little more than a couple of yards away from her. Both Guy and Chai made a grab for her, but were too late. With one bound, she was in the ring, and the astonished older fighter found himself subjected to a vicious flurry of kicks, punches, and elbows, delivered with such speed and precision that he could offer no defense. He hit the ground hard, his eyes closed, and his head slammed against the canvas. People rose from their seats and applauded, some of them cheering. This had never happened in the history of Muay Thai fights, and the well-heeled crowd loved it. Inside the ring, all hell broke loose. 3 security men jumped over the ropes and attacked Jinlin. Jinlin's movement was little more than a blur, a lightning combination of Krav Maga and MMA, with kicks and punches not found in any known martial arts rulebook. 2 men hit the canvas unconscious within seconds, the third man doubling over in agony as Jinlin's foot connected with the most sensitive part of his body. Guy jumped to his feet. Fucking hell, Chai. Let's get her out of here. Guy and Chai climbed into the ring. Jinlin snarled and attacked them, her whole body seemingly suspended in midair as she struck. One spinning kick sent Chai to the ground. Guy saw the opening, blocked a death chop aimed at his throat with a right forearm guard, and caught her cleanly on the chin with a perfectly delivered left hook, grabbing her in his arms as she collapsed unconscious. Chai got to his feet, ruefully rubbing the side of his head. "Let's go, gents," he said as he climbed out of the ring, throwing a bundle of cash onto the table as he left, his legs unsteady, as the force of the kick still blurred his vision. Guy slung the featherweight Jinlin over his shoulder as the group headed back through the foyer and into the hotel car park. "I'm going to tie her up when I get her back to the hotel." Guy unceremoniously slung Jinlin's slight body into the people carrier. "There's no fucking way I'm going to sleep in the same hotel room as this wildcat when she comes round without her being restrained. She tried to fucking kill me. Can you believe that? She taught me how to deliver the death chop, then fucking well tried to kill me with it. I didn't exactly walk away unscathed, Guy. My ears are still ringing. Where the hell did she find such power?" Chai rubbed the side of his head as he spoke. "I think we all know the answer to that question, Chai." Mark's face had an amused, almost whimsical look. You and your fucking CIA drugs. That was the first time that the party had heard Chai swear. Perhaps he was one of them after all. Chapter 21. The Aftermath. Chai dropped Guy and the still unconscious Jinlin off at the Hilton and offered to take both Mark and Randy back to their apartments. He smiled as they both politely refused. I appreciate your caution, gentlemen, he said. I am, however, aware of both your addresses and of every CIA safe house in Bangkok, and always have been. Is there anything that you don't know? Mark asked. Just one thing, gentlemen. The way into Jinlin's knickers, although after tonight's performance, I would expect either a scorpion or a black mamba snake has already set up home there. Chai continued smiling, a quiet laugh breaking out. Randy shook his head before replying. Okay, by me, Chai. After all, we are still on the same side. As the people carrier accelerated away, Chai opened up. What the hell are we going to do with Jinlin? She really is becoming a liability and could easily get us all killed. I am beginning to think that she will be better off in Hong Kong, where my people can keep an eye on her. Did you see the way that she attacked me? It appears that alcohol pushes the wrong buttons in her. Randy stroked his chin as he spoke. We may have to put her back on CS7, or we could all be in danger if she goes into a complete meltdown. To be fair though, Chai, you were the one that forced the champagne on her. Guy did warn you, and she did try her best to refuse. Yes, I know. It's just that she appeared to be so normal, constantly flirting with both Guy and I. I simply wanted her to enjoy herself. You are in love with her, aren't you, Chai? I always have been, Mark. Ever since you lot first arranged for her to bump into my father. There were times when I wanted to kill him so that I could have her for myself. Sometimes she seems to come on board, and the next minute she again becomes an unfeeling automaton. I honestly think that if Guy hadn't knocked her out, she would have killed the pair of us. From the look on her face, that goes for half of the people in the hotel. Yes, that's quite probable, Randy. So where do we go from here? As you cannot possibly go to Beijing tomorrow, Chai, knowing that Zai wants you dead, why don't we go native tonight? Let's grab ourselves half a dozen bar girls, drink enough beer to drown an elephant, and do what any sensible man is supposed to do in Bangkok. Nana Plaza then, Mark? I don't think so, buddy. Those security men shooting at us the other night got a rather good look at me. So, it's my gentleman's club then. It isn't exactly going native, but I think that you will enjoy the experience. As Guy carried Jinlin to the lift, eyes turned in his direction. Too much champagne. He chuckled as the lift door opened. In the bedroom, he hurled Jinlin onto the bed. Stupid little wildcat, he said as he left the room, pausing at the door before turning back and heading for the bed. He unbuttoned her jeans, removing them along with her bra and knickers, and hurled them onto the floor, before leaving the room with a smile on his face that would just not go away. He walked over to the drinks cabinet, still smiling, and whipping the top off a bottle of Tiger beer, settled down in front of the TV. The news was of a gun battle at a Bangkok restaurant. 5 gunmen and 1 waiter dead, and 2 kitchen staff injured by stray bullets, as 2 of Bangkok's mafia gangs fought out a territorial battle in the never-ending drugs war. The TV presenter said. I've got to hand it to you, Chai, he said out loud. You certainly know how to tie up loose ends. He switched over to the sports channel and sat bolt upright as he heard his name mentioned. The commentary was in Chinese, and there before his very eyes, climbing into the ring, was Chin, the bastard who had beaten him in his last fight. That feat alone had made him a minor celebrity back in China. And the picture on the screen flashed images of himself, prostrate on the canvas, and writhing in pain. He felt his anger rising to almost an explosion point. The whole country was gloating. Their hero, Chin, had against all the odds defeated the great Guy Ashton. Never in a million fucking years, he screamed at the TV. The bedroom door opened, and a fully clothed Jinlin entered the room. What's wrong, Guy? Why are you shouting? I'll tell you why I'm shouting, Jinlin. That fucking bastard lover of yours, Ming, has made a laughingstock of me all over Asia. That's your fault. Why didn't you stop him drugging me? I'm fucking glad I killed him. How could I stop him? I didn't even know you. Why did we leave the hotel so early? I was enjoying myself, especially the Muay Thai fights. What happened, guy? Not much really, girl. You just went berserk and tried to kill everyone at the fight, including both me and Chai. I don't remember. One minute I was watching the Thai boxing, and the next minute I wake up half naked in my hotel room. Why were my clothes on the floor, guy? You honestly don't remember, Jinlin? Not a thing. Never mind. Given time, perhaps your memory will return. Guy Ashton was trying his best to hold in his feelings. Full-blown laughter barely seconds away. Chin suddenly became a distant memory. He would enjoy telling the others of the horrified expression now on Jinlin's face. She could face a gunman without a moment's thought or hesitation, but finding her clothes on the bedroom floor, that scared the life out of her. This was Jinlin's greatest nightmare. Her eyes slowly narrowed and became mere slits. Why had she flushed the CS7 pills down the toilet? Never in her life had she needed them more. Her body belonged to her, and only her. Not to Guy Ashton, not to Chai, not to anyone. She wasn't a plaything to be passed around. Was she passed around, she wondered? Her hands began trembling, her whole body following within seconds. Was this shit what people referred to as emotion? Fuck emotions. Fuck Guy Ashton and fuck Chai. Her thoughts were almost audible. She wanted to scream them at the world. Scream them as a warning. She didn't need emotions, and the next person to cross her would be dead. Without emotions, there could be no guilt, no conscience. Years of taking the drug ensured that residual amounts were still in her system, and were re-emerging as flashbacks whenever emotions surfaced, always accompanied by a fit of almost uncontrollable anger. Jinlin was again becoming weaponized. Only this time she had become her own handler. The control that the CIA once exercised was little more than a distant memory. Guy Ashton began telling Jinlin of his little practical joke. Look, Jinlin, I have to tell you. He looked into her eyes and paused mid-sentence. Those were not the eyes of Jinlin. They were vacant, bottomless pits, black holes devoid of all traces of humanity, and focused enough menace directly onto him to spell imminent danger. Jinlin was a human bomb, primed and ready to explode without provocation. She teetered on the edge and could jump either way. Her eyes returned to normal as she walked back into the bedroom, closing and locking the door behind her. Guy Ashton would barely sleep that night. He lay awake, listening for the slightest sound that may emerge from the bedroom. Occasionally he drifted into unconsciousness, into the twilight zone, to be jolted back by a vicious kick in the stomach and the sight of a triumphant and gloating Chin standing over him as the referee counted him out. Fuck Chin. He knew that one day he would be given the opportunity to get even. He could wait. He was now in better shape than he had ever been in his life. He was fitter, stronger, and without the whiskey, his reaction time had been halved. Chin would be no match for him now, so his only problem was remembering the rules. His mind had been reprogrammed to operate under no rules other than the three primary of Krav Maga. His revised instinct was now to kill. The stupid wildcat in the other room had demonstrated how, when fired up, killing becomes the first and only option to spring to mind. He shook his head and closed his eyes as he remembered and revisited the death chop that she had aimed at him. Without the forearm block, he would by now have joined his father and his mother, wherever they were. He smiled to himself as he remembered his father describing the Christian heaven to his mother, as she in turn described her Buddhist reincarnation. He was half and half, so where would he fit in, he wondered. Chapter 22. A breakthrough. Both Randy and Mark arrived together the next morning, each man's bloodshot eyes projecting reminders of the previous night's carousing. That was some night, Guy. Randy spoke first. I don't think I have ever drunk so much in all my life. Alcohol doesn't seem to affect Chai. He spent the night going 1-for-1 with Mark and myself, and still managed an entire bottle of champagne to go with it. Mark shook his head as he took up the story. We wound up back at a hotel with 4 girls, penthouse suite no less, and I simply passed out. Randy took one of them into a room and Chai spent the entire night with 3 of them in another room. I don't know what they feed him on, but I could sure do with some of it. You don't look too good yourself, Guy. What happened? Guy told the story of the previous evening. I wanted to see her reaction when she woke up semi-naked, but I never expected it to push her over the edge. We are looking at split personality disorder, either bipolar or maybe even schizophrenic. Can you check and see if this thing corrected itself with time, Randy? Surely your people must have records on the rest of the members of the Black Ops. If she recovers, Guy, she will be the first. Now you see why the CIA wants her dead. She is the only one alive who can expose them. Don't forget, I was transferred over here to kill her. Where does that leave me? There is another complication, Guy. Chai is in love with her. Oh fuck, Mark, that's all we need. He wants to move her back to Hong Kong. Has he gone mad? Mark and Randy stayed quiet. I can't work the man out. He has all the wealth in the world and access to any woman that he wants, so why Jinlin? He only has to upset her, and he's dead. I honestly don't think that even I could take her out if she really went for it. She's as strong as a bleeding ox. I think it was the 2 years he spent seeing her with Ming that got to him. You have to admit, Guy, she is fucking gorgeous, and the forbidden fruit angle must have driven him mad. I had similar feelings for a few weeks, Randy, but after seeing her last night, and knowing that at the drop of a hat she could and would kill me, it would be like dipping my dick into a bucket of dry ice lined with razor blades. The 3 of them were still laughing as the bedroom door opened. A smiling Jinlin walked in. Sorry if I ruined the evening for you gentlemen. It appears that from what Guy told me, I went a little over the top. I honestly cannot remember a thing, and I blame Chai for forcing all that champagne onto me. There wasn't much forcing after the first couple of glasses, Jinlin. You downed near a whole bottle on your own. Did I really, Mark? Oh yes, and then you really cut loose. It wasn't enough to knock out 1 Thai boxer and 3 security men. You then went on to attack Chai and Guy. What happened then? Guy knocked you out. I must have been really drunk then for that to happen. Everyone burst out laughing, Jinlin even joining in before asking, Where is Chai now, Mark? We left him with 3 Thai bar girls in the hotel room where we spent the night. This morning he was sleeping like a baby. Jinlin felt a temporary burst of jealousy, her eyes squinting slightly before returning to normal. All 3 men noticed the change of expression. Chai thinks that coming down from the pills is too dangerous if you go cold turkey, so don't you think that a slow reduction would help you to keep your emotions and outbursts of anger in check, Jinlin? No, Randy. I have to do it this way. You are putting the rest of us in danger. Last night you were so out of control that the lives of everyone in the hotel were in danger. This is what happened in the States when a couple of the Black Ops team cut loose and massacred dozens of innocent people. The police could not handle the situation, and trained snipers from the army had to be brought in. If you had got a hold of a gun last night, you would probably have done the same. I am honestly in control, gentlemen. I just have to completely stay away from alcohol, as that seems to be the trigger. I don't know, Jinlin. You didn't see the look in your eyes last night when you woke up with your clothes on the floor. I did what? Don't you remember? Why were my clothes on the floor, Guy? Oh no, you didn't, did you? I can't remember anything either, Jinlin. It must have been all that champagne that we drunk. Randy and Mark burst out laughing. Randy spoke first. How is it for you then, Jinlin? They tell me that for a girl, the first time is always the most exciting. So was it? Guy? I can't remember, Jinlin, honestly. There was a knock on the door and a familiar voice. Come on, let me in. Jinlin crossed the room and opened the door for Chai, who on walking in headed straight for the drinks cabinet, pouring himself a large whiskey before seating himself next to Jinlin on the sofa. Everyone was strangely quiet. Chai looked around before speaking. "What's up? Have I missed something?" Mark burst out laughing and answered. "Not really, Chai. We were just discussing details of Jinlin's sex life. She obviously isn't as innocent as she would have us believe." "Shut up, Mark. It's a natural thing to do, Jinlin, so there is no need to be ashamed about it." "You bastards. I'm going for a shower, I need one. I feel dirty." After locking the shower room door, she stripped and looked at her body in the full-length mirror. It was just a young woman's body, that was all. So why did all the men keep staring at her? Was it simply because she was so slim? Was this the attraction? In the Nana Plaza go-go bar, there had been dozens of beautiful girls, most of them topless. So why did all eyes turn in her direction, and why did the Dutchman make a beeline for her? What exactly did the term sexual attraction mean? She smiled, as over the noise of the running shower she heard the sound of loud laughter in the room that she had just left. Were they laughing at her? Was she really no longer a virgin? If so, she was torn between anger and excitement. Chai's phone rang. He spoke in Mandarin for a few seconds before ending the call. "That's the news I have been waiting for, gents. Zyps is on his way to Phnom Penh in Cambodia. It appears that our two scientists have been located in Sinakville and are hitting the Chinese casinos for really big bucks. We have to get there today and grab them before Zai does." "How did you locate them, Chai?" Guy was a little suspicious. "Word leaked out about these two Europeans going through millions in the casinos. It was a long shot really, but I reckon that the casinos of Macau were a little too close to China for them." "How did you know that they were gamblers?" "That is how they were caught out back in the States. A scientist working for the American government doesn't blow 100 grand in one night unless he has another source of income, because that amount would be an entire year's salary." "And Jinlin, can we really afford to take her along?" "We got a guy. We need her to play the honey trap card." Randy stepped in. "We can't just walk into the casino and demand the smiling pill formula. She is our entry key and has been from day one. That has always been the plan. She has all the necessary tools for the job and 7 years of training." "You saw the tools for the job last night, Guy. How did they look?" "I haven't got a fucking clue. I was so mad at her that I didn't even bother to look." "Okay, Randy. I assume that we become Mr. and Mrs. Jeffries again?" "Well, you did take her virginity, or at least she thinks that you did. So yes, you are once again man and wife. God help you." "Yes, I am once again husband of the Black Widow Spider. And you all know what happens to him once he has fulfilled his conjugal duties?" "She eats him." Chai burst out laughing. "Perhaps you had better let me fulfill that role then, Guy. After last night, I now realize why God put me on this earth." "All 3 of the girls, Chai?" "Oh yes, more than once as well. A little chemical enhancement certainly helped. Thank heavens for the dick pill. It certainly left the girls smiling." "You lucky bugger. I just passed out as soon as I got into the hotel room." "And I fell asleep, Mark, so Chai is the only one that saw any action." "What about Guy? Didn't he see some action?" Everyone burst out laughing, just as Jinlin walked into the room wrapped only in a towel. She glared at them, shook her head in disgust, and disappeared back into the bedroom, closing the door behind her. The laughter broke out again. She felt good. For the first time in her life, she was beginning to feel like a complete woman. There would be no more CS7 for her. Some emotions were worth making sacrifices for, even if both the mental and physical components were a complete blank. "What if I'm pregnant?" she said out loud. "Can I become pregnant if I don't have periods?" She realized that it wasn't a question for the men. They were already having too much fun at her expense. She would speak to a bar girl. They must surely know. Was Guy winding me up, the bastard? Something must have happened, as he wouldn't dare strip me without my permission. She was now talking to her reflection in the mirror. She gently cupped her breasts and ran her fingers around her nipples. The sensation was strange, but not unpleasant. Chapter 23. Back on the trail. The 1-hour flight from Bangkok to Phnom Penh was uneventful. Jinlin sitting between Randy and Mark, with Guy and Chai sitting together in the row in front of them. "Did you manage to contact Control, Mark?" Jinlin asked. "Yes, and I also have the hotel name where the two scientists are staying. It appears that we are sharing the same informant as Chai, as this whole operation is leaking like a colander. We know, Chai's organization knows, and Zai knows. What the hell is happening? I'm not happy with it at all." Randy screwed his face. "The whole damn thing is heading towards a shootout at the OK Corral. I want the smiling pill for the CIA, you want it for the Israelis, Chai wants it for the Triads, and fuck knows who Zai wants it for. You're forgetting the Middle East connection, Randy." "Oh shit, yeah. It looks like a certain Cambodian hotel is going to be pretty crowded over the next couple of nights." Jinlin had gone quiet. "What's up, girl?" Randy asked. "What exactly did Guy do last night?" Both Mark and Randy burst out laughing before Mark spoke. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" "I can't do that. I'm too embarrassed." "You are definitely coming round, girl. Embarrassment is an emotion, something that you have never experienced before." "Can men be embarrassed, Mark?" "Oh yes, Jinlin, men can certainly be embarrassed. However, nothing happened last night. Guy took off your jeans, bra, and knickers in order to teach you a lesson. The next time that you get drunk, you may not be so lucky, so stop worrying about it. As long as you try your best not to kill us, we will all look after you." "That actually sounds good, Mark. No one has ever looked after me before, not even Ming. He thought that he did, but I never let my guard down. That was because of the combination of training and the CS7 drug. So your mind belonged to the CIA and was never really under your own control. Now, things are different. Your mind is returning to that of a young woman with emotions and instincts that together counteract 7 years of pretty much brainwashing. Your skills will remain, but your actions may well be different." "How, Mark?" "You are developing a conscience. Killing will no longer become just a job, and you will be constantly looking for options rather than to simply kill and walk away." "That's good, isn't it?" "Not if it endangers the rest of us. You have to forget, better still, completely override all emotions until this mission has been completed." "Do you think that the CIA will still want me dead, Randy?" "I'm afraid so, Jinlin. There is no walking away from this one. You will have to disappear and create a completely new identity. There is perhaps just one other alternative. If both Mark and I can convince the powers that be that you have completely shaken off the drug and no longer present a danger to either the CIA or the public, they may keep you alive for research purposes." "You know the answer to that one. Will you kill me, Randy?" Trick or treat? I'll let you know when the job is done. In the meantime, we may well need you for the honey trap. Guy has already seen the beehive." "You what?" "Where do you think that the honey is stored?" "You bastard, Randy." All three burst out laughing. Guy Ashton turned around, a questioning look on his face. From Phnom Penh Airport, the party took a Toyota people carrier for the 1.5-hour journey to Sinakville, followed by a similar vehicle containing 4 of Chai's men, who had met them inside the airport as they passed through immigration. "Sang Wu and Wang Yi," Jinlin had remarked as they had climbed into the vehicle. "I thought that they were Hong Kong-based. I don't recognize the other 2 Chai. They are Golden Viper men that control the south of Cambodia for me, Jinlin. They will hand over our weapons when we arrive at the hotel. The last time that I traveled to Sinakville, this motorway wasn't built, neither was Sinakville itself. It was little more than a backpacker's paradise, and now the place resembles Las Vegas, with over 100 hotel casinos being built in less than 4 years. The Chinese pretty much control the whole country now, don't they, Chai?" Chai burst out laughing. "Not just Cambodia, Randy. Near enough all of Southeast Asia. Upset the Chinese Communist Party, and they can and will choke your entire economy and isolate you from most international markets. Having Xi as head of the Golden Viper Triad in Beijing has proved to be more than useful, however, and even the higher echelons of the party recognize that if crossed, we will retaliate, right to the family level. You would kill their children, Chai? We don't need to, Mark. Simply knowing that we will gives us all the power and leverage that we need. Power, Chai? Yes, Jinlin. Power. You saw the way that my father was treated wherever he went. Guy's father was pretty much incorruptible and never took bribes, yet when told to look the other way, he did. It wasn't a moral issue. It is what we call self-preservation. Did Guy know this, Chai? I can answer that question, Jinlin. Randy spoke. He appeared to be genuinely shocked when we told him the story of how his father was recruited by the CIA, and hated the fact that it was Ming and not the authorities that controlled Hong Kong. Did you have his father and mother killed, Chai? No, Randy, that was my father. He didn't really have a choice as Guy was running out of control. My father spoke to his father when he first kicked off over one of his relatives paying protection money, and when he killed 2 of my father's bodyguards, he had to die. But first, his family had to suffer. That is the way of the triads. And that is why they are so feared and so effective. How did Guy's father really die, Chai? It's a common enough drug, Jinlin. It takes 48 hours to bring on a heart attack and is used in most of the world's care homes, even in hospitals with people stuck on life support. What was that about my father, Chai? Guy Ashton turned around from his front seat position. He had been talking to the driver of the people carrier in Chinese and had heard nothing of the conversation so far. Nothing to concern yourself about, Guy, Randy answered. We were just discussing what a complete prick you were back in Hong Kong when you hit the whiskey bottle, and if I'm not mistaken, an equally bigger one in London. What happened there, Randy? Well, Chai, as if having half of Hong Kong trying to kill him wasn't enough, he decided to kill the son of the biggest drug dealer in London together with his bodyguard. Chai burst out laughing. Ah, yes, I heard about that. Ringo probably had it coming because he was a loud-mouthed fool. In fact, I am surprised that he lived as long as he did. His father works indirectly for my organization. The police forces in and around London are difficult to deal with, so we supply the blacks and let them take their chances. I hear that the Eastern Bloc Mafia is taking control of most of the drugs now, Chai. Randy turned his head to face him as he spoke. They are certainly becoming more influential, but as long as we have control over the supply, it doesn't really matter who's in charge of the distribution. And they say crime doesn't pay. Only fools say that, Randy. Either fools, or the ones who are not particularly good at it. Chai smiled. What about cocaine? Back in the States, the Colombians and Mexicans seem to have pretty much a stranglehold over the supply chain, and the mafia controls the distribution. Probably so, Mark. But bit by bit we have been pushing the mafia away from the big cities and moving more up market. The Colombians and Mexicans feed the blacks in the slums, and we supply the more expensive stuff to the better-off white communities. In the rat-infested black ghettos, the trend is more and more towards ice, methamphetamine. It costs nothing to produce and can be made in someone's kitchen. That's why both the price and profits are so low. This is the same ice that we are looking at in the smiling pill, so along with the opium, the suppliers are halfway there. Mark burst out laughing. Bravo, Randy. Once we find the other half, we can all go home. Jinlin shook her head. Home to where? Is there anywhere that will be safe from the smiling pill over the next few years? I think not. Chai's voice was harsh. Come on, Jinlin. We don't need to go over that again. We have all agreed that the formula is split 3 ways. We cannot go back on it now and start arguing about morals and ethics again. You cannot uninvent anything. You cannot turn back the clock. If it has been invented once, it can be invented again even if we do destroy it. Maybe. But perhaps it won't be in our lifetime, and we may even survive it, along with millions of other people. Mark looked closely at Jinlin as he spoke. My dear girl, welcome to the fringes of our world. You are beginning to develop a sense of moral responsibility. The transition may well be painful and somewhat confusing for you, but you will eventually get there, I am sure of that. Randy added. One step at a time, girl, and don't try to rush things. You must avoid overloading that tiny little female brain of yours. Try to concentrate on sex for the time being. Chai chipped in. Yes, Jinlin. A woman's first sexual experience often causes a massive hormonal imbalance, so just try to relax and forget about it. Guy turned around. What was that about Jinlin's sex life? Has she finally remembered what happened last night? Jinlin feigned annoyance. She was beginning to enjoy being the center of attraction. Guy Ashton was pretty much a stand-up kind of bloke, not the type to take advantage of her when she was comatose. Damn, she was kind of wishing that he had done. Chapter 24. Nice hotel. The two people carriers pulled up outside of the enormous Sun City Hotel Casino. Chai's security men leaping from their vehicles first and covering the party as they entered the hotel. There was no sign-in formalities, and the group, including 3 security men, made their way to the lift, an army of hotel helpers following in their wake with the luggage. I suppose that you own the hotel, Chai? No, Jinlin. My organization supplied and controlled the labor for its construction, but I saw long ago that the business model for Cynicville was a recipe for failure. Guy looked puzzled. I heard that Cynicville was destined to become the next Macau, Chai. It would have been, but the Chinese leadership decided that they wanted to take complete control and push out the triads, so we collapsed the project. How did you do that? Simple, Guy. We persuaded the Cambodian government to ban online gambling, which would have been the biggest part of the casino's profits. Over a third of the 100 casinos have now closed, and pretty soon the rest will follow. You made them an offer that they couldn't refuse, you mean? That's correct, Guy, and you are a quick learner. Maybe one day you and I might work together. Jinlin would of course be employed in order to curb your drinking habits and to look after my every need. Jinlin glared at Chai. Everyone else smiled and tried not to catch her eye. The entire Seaview wing of the upper floor was cordoned off, and one of Chai's men covered each of the 2 lifts, the third man standing by the door outside of the presidential suite occupied by Chai in full view of the emergency stairway. Showered and changed, the 5 met up in Chai's room at 6 p.m. as arranged. What have your people come up with, Mark? I presume that Randy and you are using the same sources. Chai was sat on one of the half-dozen luxurious armchairs as he spoke. We may be on the same team, Chai, but as you know, the Israelis have always been reluctant to share any form of information unless absolutely necessary, so we've pretty much got to add 2 and 2 together much of the time. Anyway, the scientists are staying at the Palace Hotel and spending most of the evenings in the casino below us. I have their pictures on my phone so that we can identify them pretty easily. And you, Randy? My people went through their 2 rooms with a fine-tooth comb last night as they were gambling and came up with nothing. Not even a candy bar paper. So whatever information that they have about the formula for the pill, they are keeping it in their heads. What is pretty obvious, though, is that either someone is still funding them, or someone has already paid them a fortune in advance. They are gambling their way through thousands every night. And you, Chai, any news on Zai? Yes, but not the news that we want. He has brought a bloody army with him, so we can forget about going to war. One way or another, we have got to get our hands on the 2 scientists before Zai does. And as they will obviously be on their guard, the only way I can see that happening is by using Jinlin. Jinlin smiled as she spoke. That's what I was trained for, gentlemen, so boobs, bottom, and flashing eyes it is then. Stay off that champagne, Jinlin. Your body hasn't completely purged the CS7 yet, and we need 2 live scientists, not corpses. You worry too much, Mark. I know exactly what I am doing, and if Guy tries to knock me out again, I will be ready for him. The whole room groaned as the men shook their heads in disbelief. Remember, big boy? When this is over, we go for real. Jinlin's eyes narrowed as she spoke, her voice suddenly becoming menacing. Jinlin's mental state was still in transition, her mind hovering between extremes of emotion, either control or chaos, depending on when the residual effects of the drug kicked in. Could she be trusted? Four men again had doubts as they looked into her eyes, narrowed and firing out a message of both rage and venom. The eyes were not Jinlin's eyes. They were the eyes of a wounded, cornered animal. The message was clear. Fight or flight. What the hell has set you off this time, Jinlin? Guy Ashton shook his head slowly in disbelief, anger suddenly entering his voice as he continued. We were only teasing you on the way here. It's what human beings do, and if you don't like it, fuck off back to America before I kick you all the way there. We are all getting really pissed off with your tantrums. You are becoming a liability and putting us all in danger. Jinlin took a step back. She had never seen Guy angry before, even when in the ring. Her eyes slowly returned to normal. Her sexual powers over men had limitations, it seemed, and they were not infinite. She was beginning to understand. Jinlin was still at the bottom of the learning curve and had a long way to climb. Men seemed to have a level of tolerance beyond which her powers diminished. Chai broke the uncomfortable standoff. If the two scientists do come in tonight, I will obviously have to remain out of sight, as Zai will recognize me if he is already in town, so I will make my way to the CCTV room and observe proceedings from there. What if they don't come in? I have men checking all the major casinos, and so far they have been fairly predictable in their habits. Wherever they surface, we have to close in and get the jump on Zai. Then what, Chai? We can't just drag them out of the casino. That is where Jinlin comes in, Guy. You three have to stay in the background playing a different table and covering her back. Jinlin, you have to persuade them to come back here, where we will be waiting for them before they reach the casino, and my men have the chloroform if you don't manage to drop the drugs. Rohypnol, Chai? Similar, but with a slightly milder effect. They will still be compos mentis, and much easier to handle, but will sleep for hours afterward. What if Zai and his army turn up, Chai? Not too sure, Mark. We will have to see how things develop. If we do have to go to war, my men will be fully armed. I fucking knew it, Randy almost shouted. Knew what, Randy? Chai looked confused. I've had a feeling all along that this operation would turn into the gunfight at the OK Corral. I was looking forward to spending my $2 million, but now I'm more likely to get my arse shot off. At least you will be able to afford a good surgeon. Thank you for your kind words, Mark. I'm feeling better already. However, I have a gut feeling that a good funeral is more than likely on the cards. We'll all get through this, Randy. Mark grinned. No more Langley and Monte Carlo, here we come. Okay, one quick drink before we go into action. Not you, Jinlin. You need to be on top of your game tonight. Chai winked at her. Tonight, the call of the siren has to be perfect or we are all in trouble. Chai lit a cigarette just as his phone rang. After listening without speaking, he switched it off and slipped it back into his inside pocket. The two scientists have just left their rooms and will be leaving the hotel in a couple of minutes. My man will ring as soon as they choose tonight's gambling location, so let's have that drink to put us in the mood. If we do pull it off, Chai, who is to say that the scientists will give us the information that we want? Come on, Mark. Both your people and my people have ways of making them talk. Truth drugs have come a long way over the last few years. Physical torture has its limitations. Mind control is the way forward. Yes, and look where it got Jinlin. I'm okay, Guy, honestly. I am in full control. You had better be girl but stay away from the alcohol because we will only get one shot at this, and if we miss, Zai will be all over us like a rash. Guy Ashton wasn't just worried about Jinlin. His mind flashed back to his fighting days in Hong Kong. On more than one occasion, he had been offered obscene amounts of money to throw fights, and had always assumed that Ming was behind it. Ming didn't operate that way. Ming always told people what to do, and they did it. He didn't need to bribe people. Drugging him for the chin fight was more Ming's style. That would have left the fight more evenly balanced, and have given him the excitement of a gambling high. The bribes had to have come from Chai. Why would Chai want him to lose? The more he saw of him, the less he trusted him, and the likelihood of anyone other than Chai still being alive, once the formula for the smiling pill was known, was remote. He was sure of that. Rule 2 of Krav Maga again entered his thoughts. If in danger, strike first. He was uneasy in Chai's presence, but knew that he had to see things through. Snakes strike when you least expect them, and Chai was definitely a snake. He smiled inwardly. So was he. He bore the golden viper tattoo to prove it. Chapter 25. It's on. Everyone in the room heaved a sigh of relief coupled with a tingle of excitement when, on answering his phone again, Chai stood up. They are at the Sea View, which is good news. It's one of the bigger casinos, and one of the busiest, so none of you will be too noticeable. Plus, I know the layout pretty well. I will enter through the back and go upstairs into the CCTV room and watch out from there. We have all studied the pictures of the two men on Mark's phone, so the three of you take up positions at different tables close to them. And Jinlin, you have to work your magic. You need to get them outside one way or another, preferably to your room, and if not, as close to this hotel as possible. The drugs, Chai. Sorry, I almost forgot. 1 pill into each of their drinks will do the job. They are tasteless and instantly soluble. Now let's go to it. Everyone except Jinlin, check their pistols. There will be no security checks at the casino. My men have seen to that. One problem, Chai. Which is Guy? If Zai does turn up and it does get rough, how will we know whose men we are dealing with? They will all be Chinese, and could be working for either of you. My men are all wearing black tuxedos. Let's hope Shi's men aren't. With a bit of luck, we will be able to do the business before he arrives. Hopefully, he is playing the waiting game, or better still, hasn't yet located them. The Seaview Hotel was an enormous 24-story building, the grounds occupying several acres, all bathed in yellow light and leading to the Cynicville shoreline. A fleet of courtesy stretch Mercedes bearing the hotel name was parked outside, as the three men and Jinlin left the taxi and walked through the marble entrance, followed at a discreet distance by Chai's 3 security men from the hotel. The casino opened out in front of them, as some 30 Chinese men from the mainland indulged in their gambling passion, an addiction that few Orientals can resist. Jinlin spotted the 2 scientists by the roulette wheel and walked over in their direction. Eyes from all around the casino were suddenly directed at the exquisite face and body of the beautiful woman in the long, figure-hugging, sequined evening dress, her 4-inch high-heel shoes accentuating the figure. Guy, Randy, and Mark simply stood and stared, each man shaking his head slowly in appreciation. Fucking hell, Guy. She certainly knows how to make an entrance. The entire casino has gone quiet. You have been sleeping in the same hotel room with that for the last few days. How the hell did you manage to even nap? It wasn't always easy, Mark. But to be perfectly honest, she doesn't look quite so spectacular in jeans and without her war paint. Even so, for God's sake, Guy, that is one serious piece of work. And a dangerous and fucking unpredictable one, Randy. So let's spend some of Chai's money and keep an eye on her. Jinlin took a recently emptied seat by the roulette wheel and pulled out a bundle of $100 bills, and with no more than a nod of her head, signaled to the croupier's assistant to exchange them for chips. Not unexpectedly, the 2 targets took note, each man eyeing Jinlin over. For the past weeks, there had been no shortage of beautiful casino women heading back to their rooms, but this one was special. This one was spectacularly beautiful and alluringly aloof. She paid them little attention. The gambling chips arrived, and Jinlin began to play, and soon her $10,000 pile of chips doubled. Chai smiled as he observed proceedings from the CCTV room, nodding at the casino manager every time he wanted Jinlin to win. A switch was pressed, and a small, concealed electromagnet did the rest. The two targets continued to glance at Jinlin as the money piled up. Eventually one of them spoke. "Your luck is certainly in tonight, young lady. Please tell me, what is the secret of your success?" Jinlin turned her head slowly towards the man and looked deeply into his eyes. The man visibly wilted as he held her gaze. "Maybe a glass of Bollinger will tempt me into revealing the secret of my success, sir." The man, balding slightly and in his mid-50s, smiled at Jinlin, and turning to the ever-attendant waitress said, "A bottle of your finest Bollinger and 3 glasses, please." Guy Ashton looked on in admiration, occasionally glancing towards the entrance in case of the unwelcome arrival of Zai and his entourage. Chai smiled as he observed Jinlin on the monitor screen. She would look good on his arm as he lorded over his Hong Kong empire. To have taken his father's girl would confirm his succession to the throne in the eyes of the Hong Kong glitterati. He had long coveted not only Jinlin, but the near emperor status of his father. The scantily clad waitress disappeared and returned almost seconds later with the glasses and the bottle in a bucket of ice, before unscrewing the wire and popping the cork. Chai's facial expression slowly changed, and he began to glare at the monitor in both anger and trepidation. The two targets and Jinlin rapidly depleted the bottle, and a replacement appeared within seconds. "Fucking stupid girl," he said out loud, clenching his fists at the same time. "She's going to fuck up the entire operation." This time he was almost shouting with rage. Knowing that Chai was watching, and knowing that he would be getting nervous at her consumption of champagne, Jinlin smiled and winked at the cameras both above and in front of her, as she slipped a pill into each of the scientist's drinks. The champagne continued to flow, and both targets began to slur their words as the effects of both the drug and alcohol started to kick in. "Why don't we cash in our chips and go back to my hotel room and order several more bottles of champagne?" Jinlin suggested. "I really fancy cutting loose tonight." Both men nodded, their eyes beginning to glaze over. The croupier waved over a security man who piled the chips onto 3 silver trays and disappeared in the direction of the cashier, returning a couple of minutes later with 3 small piles of $100 and $1,000 bills. Jinlin emptied the contents of all 3 trays into her small, glittering handbag, and with a flourish, accompanied by a wink, threw a handful of $100 bills in the direction of the croupier. The croupier smiled and nodded in silent appreciation as she scooped up the money. She had been working the casino circuit for quite a few years, but had never seen professionalism of this standard before. The 3 of them left the table, headed for the casino exit and into the main foyer, followed by Guy, Mark, and Randy a few paces behind, just as one of the hotel's stretch limos pulled up. Out stepped Zai and 4 of his security men. "Oh fuck." Guy assessed the situation, and with one well-concealed punch of no more than a few inches, knocked out one of the scientists, grabbing him as he fell. Randy grabbed him from the other side, and together they held him up as they headed for the exit. Jinlin got the message, and throwing her arms around the other scientist, delivered a long lingering kiss, as Zai and his henchman walked by, an amused look crossing Shi's face as his eyes followed the contours of her body. Chai appeared from around the side of the hotel, and grabbing the car that had just disgorged Zai, threw open the door. Mark and Jinlin headed for the car half-carrying the drugged scientist, and bundled him unceremoniously onto the back seat, soon followed by the second unconscious scientist. Everyone piled into the cavernous limo, Randy seated directly behind the driver. Randy's gun pointed at his head. "Sun City Hotel, please. And if anyone asks you where you took us, I will personally find you and kill you if you tell them. I lie for you. I say Shanghai Royal." "Good man, thank you." Chai leaned forward and handed over a $1,000 bill to the driver as he spoke. The first part of the mission had been accomplished, and the gunfight at the OK Corral had been narrowly avoided. Arriving back at their own hotel, the three men poured the two scientists into a waiting laundry basket and headed for their room. There would be no smiling pill secrets revealed tonight, but tomorrow, when the two scientists came round, the interrogation would begin. You did well, Jinlin. Chai poured out 4 glasses of whiskey. I always do chai. That's my job. You had me worried for a while with the champagne. I had to look closely at the monitor to see how you kept rearranging the glasses as they were refilled. That was very clever. You should join the magic circle. I learned that a long time ago during my training, Chai. The honey trap involves much more than the occasional flash of thigh and a seductive smile. Yes, it worked well enough on my father, and he thought that he was immune, so these poor suckers never stood a chance. She did look rather nice tonight, Chai. A sort of well-dressed, well-scrubbed, black widow spider. Nice. I have no wish to eat you, Guy. More of an overwhelming desire to kill you slowly and painfully. Would that be before or after we have mated my adorable little arachnid? In your dreams, big boy. Only in your dreams. Guy Ashton smiled. Jinlin's voice wasn't quite so threatening as it had been in the hotel before the operation. He detected a hint of friendship, almost a mocking, teasing inflection in her voice. Had she completely shaken off the effects of the CS7 drug, or was it still ever present, lurking, ready to activate 7 years of lethal training? Guy wasn't alone in his thoughts. Chai was wondering whether or not to show his hand. His hand held all the cards: wealth, power, status. She was still being non-committal, softening perhaps, acquiring feelings certainly, but Guy Ashton was an obstacle that had to be removed. 2 years of pent-up anger and frustration at his father's dalliance with Jinlin was becoming directed at Guy. He knew that he had to hold it together, for now at least. Chapter 26. Where now? Chai emptied his whiskey glass, casually lit a cigarette, and took out his mobile phone. 15 minutes when at the rear entrance. Clear our departure at the front desk first, and leave a contact address at my hotel in Ho Chi Minh City before you set off the fire alarm. Make sure the 2 vehicles are outside, and have the people carrier ready for our transfer. Chai returned the mobile to his pocket. Vehicle switch, Chai? Love the fire alarm idea and the chaos that it will create. So where now? There will also be lots of smoke, Randy, and that will really cause a panic. No one will even notice as we slip out. We will head back to Bangkok by road. The journey should take around 4 hours. I just feel more comfortable there. I find Cambodia a little too claustrophobic and corrupt for my liking. I believe that we have just about enough time for one more whiskey, so Jinlin, my dear, as you have already drunk sufficient champagne this evening, would you be kind enough to do the honors? Your father never asked me to wait on him, Chai. Nor did my father have half of China trying to kill him. Besides, you still owe me the 20 grand that you slipped into your handbag and removed from the casino. I won it fair and square. With perhaps a little help from the casino manager, myself, and a strategically placed electromagnet as I recall. Well, I'll be blessed. Mark burst out laughing. That is why she kept on winning. Are all the casinos rigged, Chai? Of course they are. Every single roulette wheel in town. At the blackjack tables, all the cards are marked. The markings can only be seen through specially treated contact lenses. These, however, are only worn whenever a high roller is in town. One big hit and a whole night's profit can disappear, so the punter is only allowed a limited amount of success. But as soon as the stakes reach a certain level, the house always wins. These 2 scientist jokers have already worked their way through a couple of $1 million. Maybe even double that, so we are back to the old problem. Who is paying them? Given time, I am sure that they will be only too willing to tell us, so drink up as the fire bell will be going any minute now. Right on cue, the fire alarm sounded, and as smoke engulfed the main hotel foyer, screams almost drowned out the ear-shattering ring, as general panic set in, and the blind, mindless herd mentality of self-preservation took over. Leaving their room, the party calmly walked over to the lift, kept open by one of Chai's security men, and descended. They left the hotel by the back entrance, both Guy and Randy carrying a scientist each over their shoulders. No one cared. No one noticed. All aspects of duty or responsibility by the hotel staff was either forgotten or ignored in their desperate attempt to reach an assumed safety point. 2 Mercedes were waiting alongside the door, and after a 10-minute ride that took them far away from the town, the entire party, together with 2 security men, left the vehicles and climbed into the spacious people carrier. Next stop, people, Bangkok. Chai smiled before continuing. We will of course pause for a few seconds as we cross into Thailand. I have our passports ready. Chai waved a bundle of $100 bills in the air. This way, there will be no trace of us ever leaving the country, and hopefully Zai will concentrate his search in Vietnam, at my hotel in Ho Chi Minh City. One of the 2 scientists groaned. Chai laughed out loud. They will sleep well tonight. The effect of the drug will keep them unconscious for at least 12 hours. Then we have to figure out a way of extracting the formula of the sleeping pill from them. What then, Chai? Surely you can work that out, Guy? We cannot afford to keep them alive. Their knowledge will forever be a danger to the world. And you, the Israelis, and the CIA won't? We all have our reasons for acquiring the pill. I can think of 1,000 reasons for no one acquiring it. As Margaret Thatcher once said, Guy, you cannot disinvent something. We have to accept the reality of the situation, and as far as my motives are concerned, do you think that the genocide of the entire population of Taiwan is acceptable? He's right, Guy, and not just Taiwan. Mark's face assumed a scowl as he spoke. Don't you think that the Jews have suffered enough over the past 2 millennia? If no one had the pill, what difference would it make to Israel then, Mark? For God's sake, Guy, open your eyes. How long do you really think that it will be before Israel is wiped off the map by an Arab nuclear strike? Iran is almost there now, and within 3 or 4 years we'll have dozens of warheads ready to launch on us from half a dozen different Arab countries. We have to eliminate the threat before it eliminates us, and therefore, we need to strike first. Guy Ashton went quiet. Jinlin had been right. The Israelis could never afford to lose a war. Krav Maga had been created for a reason. It was all now beginning to become clear in his mind as to Mark's intentions. Chai wasn't the only danger. Mark was in fact probably the biggest threat of all. Both Chai and Mark were right. Perhaps not morally, but definitely from a military perspective. Something niggled him though. There was no way that Chai was only doing this to save Taiwan. Chai had greater ambitions. His eyes were firmly set on reversing the Taiwan/China situation. The bastard wanted control over China. Was this cool, calm, and collected English public schoolboy persona little more than an act, he wondered? Of course it fucking was. He knew that Chai was an unscrupulous killer. Everyone in Hong Kong had been scared shitless of him. Ming may have held all the visible power, but sometimes the real power behind the throne can be deceptively inconspicuous in its intent. Was Chai a megalomaniac, he wondered? A very shrewd megalomaniac, one who had cleverly used everyone in the vehicle in his pursuit of both the pill and the power that it would bring him? Jinlin read Guy's thoughts, and had herself been thinking along the same lines for some time. The Chai of the past few days was definitely not the Chai of his Hong Kong days. That Chai had been a ruthless, cold-blooded killer, himself carrying out both torture and executions of anyone who crossed him. Ming had spoken to her many times of how little he trusted his own son, and of how he had instructed his own bodyguards to be permanently on alert whenever he came close. Jinlin's CIA training had taught her to trust no one, especially the leopard that constantly changes its spots. This charming, well-educated Chinese/English public schoolboy was not to be trusted. She was aware that anything, or anyone, that seemed to be too good to be true almost certainly was. I'm shattered. I need sleep. Jinlin faked a yawn, covering her mouth as she did so. Yes, Jinlin. I think that we all do. So when we hit Bangkok, why don't we tie up our 2 scientists and arrange to meet in your and Guy's little love nest at 9 in the morning and begin a little serious work? Hopefully, we can all then have breakfast and go our own separate ways and do what we have to do. How do we get the pair of them to our room, Chai? I'll ring the hotel and have the laundry basket waiting for them in the underground car park, and the hotel staff will take care of that. Do you think that Zai fell for the deception and is now on his way to Vietnam, Chai? I have people watching him back in Cambodia, Randy. As soon as he makes a move, they will let me know. I will contact my people who are covering the airport and ask them to be in touch if he so much as looks in this direction. Randy smiled and turned to face Jinlin. And how are you feeling, Jinlin? I have seen little evidence of the inner psychopath these last few hours. Maybe, just maybe, you have completely flushed the CS7 out of your system, and I won't need Mark to kill you after all. That is excellent news, Randy. Both you and Mark will still have a chance of being alive this time tomorrow evening if that is the case. There were smiles all round. As the vehicle crossed the Cambodia/Thai border, Chai handed a bundle of $100 bills to the guard through a small gap in the slightly opened window. The guard turned his head, walked to the barrier, and lifted it without saying a word. Such is the way of business in Southeast Asia. Chapter 27. The Smiling Pill. It was a couple of minutes before 9 when Chai, Randy and Mark entered the enormous penthouse honeymoon suite together. Was that really necessary, Chai? Mark sounded annoyed. I am an early riser, so why was it necessary for your men to keep me in the foyer for 15 minutes until you arrived? Along with Randy, you and I are to be the only beneficiaries of the smiling pill. I just thought it better that we should all be present when we begin to interrogate the 2 scientists. Randy nodded. He's right, I suppose, Mark. I know he is, but it still came as quite a shock having a pistol shoved up my arse before breakfast. I apologize, Mark. Now can we go to work? The 2 scientists were sat at the farthest most point away from the door, both men happily chatting with each other. Chai spoke first. Professor Lingard, I presume. He walked over and shook the older man's hand. And Professor Steinbeck. Again, he shook the man's hand before continuing. I obviously do not need to explain why we have brought you here, so let me go straight to the rules. I ask you a question and you answer. It really is that simple. Do you both understand? Both men nodded, a strange, yet happy smile appearing on their faces. Professor Lingard raised his hand to his mouth and began to cough. His eyes appeared to roll in his head, the whites of his eyes becoming prominent. His mouth opened slightly. He is going into a diabetic shock and has got to have his insulin shot now, Steinbeck almost shouted. He is a stage 3 diabetic and is about 5 hours overdue. He will be dead in a couple of hours if we don't hurry. Where is the insulin, Professor? Guy grabbed Lingard's coat from one of the chairs and searched the pockets. It's back at the hotel in Cynicville where you dragged us from. Is there a pharmacy nearby? We have to move now before it is too late. There's one on the ground floor of the hotel in the small shopping precinct. Jinlin's voice exhibited concern. She wondered why and wasn't used to feeling concern. She had seen lots of people die, usually by her own hand, yet had never felt like this before. I have to hurry and give him a shot before he passes out. He could be dead within minutes. Professor Steinbeck stood and headed for the door. Hold it right there, Professor. Mark was pointing his silenced pistol at Steinbeck. You go no fucking where on your own. I'm coming with you. One false move and I blow your balls off. The 2 of them left the room. Attention turned to Professor Lingard. His eyes had returned to normal. He was smiling. Guy, Ashton and Jinlin simultaneously smelled a rat. Chai took a small bottle from the inside of his jacket pocket. Do you know what these are, Professor? Lingard continued smiling and nodded. Of course I know what they are. I created them. They are your smiling pills, Professor, and you will now write down the formula for them. If not, You will be eating them. Chai handed over a small notebook and a pen to the professor. Lingard was still smiling as he spoke. I will not be disclosing the formula for the smiling pill, sir, no matter what you have planned for me. I simply cannot remember it, and neither can Professor Steinbeck. A big, almost imbecilic grin creased his face. Oh my God, Chai! Guy burst out laughing. He has already taken the pill. His brain is beginning to turn to jelly. You are all fucked. The pair of them have outwitted you. No one will ever know the formula for the smiling pill. Chai let out a scream, and in a fit of rage hurled the small plastic bottle across the room and slapped the professor across the face. Tell me the formula, you bastard. Tell me. Chai slapped him again and again. The professor continued smiling. Jinlin moved between the two men. You are wasting your time, Chai, can't you see? He doesn't know any longer. He can't remember anything, nor will he ever do again. At that exact moment, the hotel room door silently opened, and 3 men burst in brandishing silenced pistols. Randy was the first to react, reaching inside his jacket for his pistol. 3 bullets entered his chest, and he dropped to the ground. Chai, Guy, and Jinlin froze, before raising their hands above their heads in submission. Oh shit. Chai closed his eyes and shook his head, expecting the heat and pain of a bullet at any second. He had seen the 4th man enter the room, the Chinese premier's brother, Zai. Zai looked over at the still smiling Professor Lingard. You are too late. Chai himself smiled as he opened his eyes and spoke. We are all too late. They have both taken the smiling pill, and probably wouldn't be able to remember how to boil an egg. Shi's eyes narrowed. He walked across the room in Guy's direction, his every move covered by one of his men with the pistols. He turned his attention to Jinlin. You are every bit as beautiful as Ming said you were, Jinlin. And from the reports that I have been receiving, every bit as dangerous as my American contact said you were. You killed one of my best men that night at the bar. He was my cousin, which was most unfortunate for you. You should never trust the Americans. They asked me to kill both yourself and Mr. Ashton. They will only keep people like you alive for as long as you are useful to them. Then they will discard you. I now have little alternative but to kill you. Being Chinese, you will understand how important it is for me not to lose face. Strangely, despite what appeared to be imminent death, Jinlin felt flattered. She liked the compliment. Was she really beautiful? Did Ming really tell Zai that she was beautiful? Zai turned his attention to Ashton. So, you are the famous Guy Ashton. I am almost tempted to ask for your autograph. I have watched all of your fights on Chinese mainstream TV, and was furious when Ming told me of how he had you drugged for your last fight. Chin could never have beaten a fully compos mentis Guy Ashton, and millions of your fans in China are aware of that, and so now is the time to set the record straight. Zai turned to one of his gunmen and nodded. The man opened the door. Guy Ashton's mouth opened wide in amazement as Chin, the Chinese bastard who had beaten him that evening in Hong Kong, walked into the room. Stripped to the waist, snarling, and pointing his clenched fist in Guy's direction. You will now fight Chin, Mr. Ashton. A fight to the death with a guaranteed prize of your freedom if you win. Zai handed a small camera to one of his gunmen and continued speaking. The fight will be shown live to your millions of fans back in China, and should you win, your reputation of invincibility will be restored. The network is already set up and is being broadcast as we speak. Zai nodded at one of his men and flicked his eyes in the direction of Chai and Jinlin. Watch the girl, and if she moves, shoot her. Both Chai and Jinlin were handcuffed with their hands behind their backs. Just a precautionary measure, Mr. Ashton. Zai looked deeply into Guy's eyes. We wouldn't want any interference now, would we? Remember, this fight is to the death. Only one man lives. Clear the room, please, Mr. Ashton. The chairs will be the boundaries with one at each corner. I'm sure you know the correct dimensions. Guy moved the chairs and coffee table around to form a makeshift ring, as the enormous honeymoon suite was turned into an arena. He removed his shirt and shoes. Ah, The golden viper tattoo, Mr. Ashton. A nice touch. Zai frowned. Under normal circumstances, such a tattoo would be an insult to our organization and would certainly be punishable by death. I have given you my word, however, so if you win, you go free. Professor Lingard continued smiling, completely unaware of the drama about to unfold before his eyes. One smiling pill would have taken days for the full effects to become apparent, but a dozen accelerated the process exponentially. Zai walked across the room and switched on the TV, Channel 47, China Daily. I will leave my associate back in Beijing to do the commentary, gentlemen. I fully expect record viewing figures for my little promotion. She's man with the camera focused on Guy's face. Guy smiled at the sight of himself on TV as he glanced over the man's shoulder. His smile turned into a glare as he remembered his fight with Chin. His reflexes had been strangely slow. Simple shots that should have been deflected or blocked somehow seemed to find their mark, each one of them draining him of energy until that final kick in the gut. He had put the defeat down to the many whiskeys he had drunk the previous night. That damned girlfriend hadn't just run off with his money, she had taken a huge slice of his heart with her. Right, gentlemen, let the entertainment begin. Zai was loving every minute of this and faced the camera as he continued. The rules are quite simple. There are no rules. This is a fight to the death. Millions of people in both China and throughout Asia gasped in shock at the words and the chilling delivery as they sat in anticipation of the feast to come through their TV sets. Did Zai really mean a fight to the death? How could there possibly be no rules? Jinlin and Chai watched, both of them becoming aware that this was a different Chin to the one who had beaten Guy in Hong Kong. He was slimmer around the waist and had packed on considerably more muscle. Zai followed Jinlin's eyes. Impressive, isn't he, Jinlin? I have personally supervised his training ever since his victory over Mr. Ashton, in preparation for this very moment. I have turned him into a killer and have drafted him in as my own personal bodyguard. Chin moved forward. He slammed his clenched fists together and snarled. There was a metallic sound as his fists met. Jinlin suddenly sat bolt upright and studied Chin's eyes. They were too wide, almost round. They were not Chin's eyes. She had seen similar eyes in Hong Kong. Yaba made you invulnerable, invincible, unable to feel pain and near impossible to knock out. CS gas had no effect, and tasers were often little more than a temporary distraction. Multiple bullets, other than a headshot, had to be pumped into a man high on Yaba if you needed to stop him. He's high on amphetamines and his pads are loaded, Guy. You bastard Zai, this is not a fair fight. Guy Ashton understood. The pads covering Chin's knuckles concealed a spiked metal knuckle duster. He had heard tales of loaded pads before. The usual way to deceive the judges and the referee was to dip the bandages below the pads into a weak plaster of Paris mix, which hardened during the course of the fight, doubling the effectiveness of the punch. Zai glared at Jinlin as he spoke. Center of the ring, gentlemen, and when I say fight, the fight begins. Chapter 28. To the death. Guy, Ashton, and Chin circled the ring, each man looking for an opening. Ashton tried a sidekick with his left leg. Chin blocked and countered with a speculative left jab that connected with Ashton's chin, the punch being delivered with little power. Ashton stepped back, a look of surprise in his eyes, his legs a little unsteady. Jinlin was right. His pads were loaded, and what should have been little more than a warm-up tap felt like he had just been hit by a steam train. The pads concealed hardened steel knuckle dusters, which were covered by little more than a thin layer of fabric. Zai smiled and took the camera from his bodyguard, focusing on the fear now radiating from Ashton's face. You bastard, Zai. Contempt spilled from Jinlin's lips. You may as well have given Chin a gun. This is no contest. Zai continued filming. Stay out of range, Guy, feet only. Jinlin wondered where this sudden concern was coming from. Wasn't it Guy that had molested her in the bedroom next to the makeshift ring? Did he really take her virginity? Physically, there had been no evidence, so was he just stringing her along? Ashton spun and attempted a roundhouse heel at Chin's head. Chin walked inside it and threw a right hook to Ashton's midriff. Ashton doubled over and sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Krav Maga. Rule 3. Jinlin's voice was at a fever pitch. Ashton's body was physically unable to respond. His mind momentarily traveled back to those bruising sessions in the Devon farmhouse. Rule 3. Any weapon at your disposal. He had no weapons. There was nothing to grab a hold of. MMA. Rules. He heard Jinlin's voice say, this time without any hint of panic, the delivery being in a slow and calm, measured fashion. He understood. Concentrate on the forbidden rules. Chin moved in for the kill, his right arm raised, his hand opened like a blunt guillotine blade, ready to deliver the death chop to Ashton's neck. Ashton sprung to life. Rule 3 of Krav Maga and the forbidden rules of MMA combined in perfect harmony. His left hand grabbed Chin's testicles, and with an almighty yank, he felt them come away from his body. Chin's screams were cut short as Ashton rose to his feet, his stiff middle finger jabbing sword-like into his neck. The neck muscles relaxed, and his head shot back. Ashton's hands moved to exactly where Jinlin had demonstrated in the Devon farmhouse gymnasium, and with one half twist of his body. 100 million Chinese heard the crack over their TV sets, before watching Chin's lifeless body drop onto the beautifully tiled honeymoon suite floor, with the head almost at right angles to the body. Zai passed the camera to one of his men and began applauding, with a big smile creasing his face. Perhaps not the ending that I had hoped for, Mr. Ashton. Nevertheless, under the circumstances, quite a dramatic one. I have to apologize for the slight advantage that I gave Chin with the pads, but having watched you fight on so many occasions, I realized that poor Chin really wouldn't have stood much of a chance against you without some form of assistance. Ashton bowed his head slightly. Zai returned the compliment. You have to kill them both, Zai. All eyes focused on Chai. I know how to obtain the formula for the smiling pill. He's lying, Zai. He's been lying since the day we first met him. Jinlin faked a spit. He lied and double-crossed everyone that he ever came into contact with in Hong Kong. Even his own father didn't trust him. I have played along with them so far, Zai, in order to gather information. I now know where the source of manufacture is and can take you there. Chai's voice betrayed a hint of desperation. Sat in a corner of the room, Professor Lingard smiled and shook his head as he spoke. Only 2 people know the formula for the smiling pill, and both of them have forgotten it. He's right, Zai. Chai is bluffing in the hope that you will spare his life. Guy glared at the handcuffed Chai and continued. The smiling pill is no more. No one will ever be able to use it for their own corrupt political end, especially that snake. I believe that you are right, Mr. Ashton. So before I keep my word and set you free, I would like you to perform one more task. And what is that, 11? For the benefit of the millions of your fans back in China, I want you to fight Jinlin and to kill her. Fuck off, Zai. Jinlin sprang to her feet. I'm up for it, Guy. Remember what I told you. When this mission is over, we go for real, and I always keep my promise. I do hope that you will be taking these handcuffs off me, Zai. Of course, Jinlin. And this time no pads. Only bare hands, winner take all. What do you mean, winner take all, Zai? Simple, Mr. Ashton. The one who lives goes free. If you both live, I shoot you both. Now, what could be more explicit than that? Guy Ashton looked into Jinlin's eyes as her handcuffs were removed. He saw the sudden change. They had become the eyes of a wild animal. Not all of the CS7 had left her body. Drug-infused blood was swirling around in her brain. He now had to contend with 7 years of black ops training. 7 years of training on how to kill. I can't do it, Zai. What will the Chinese people think when they see me kill a slip of a girl half my size? Very true, Mr. Ashton. Zai switched off the camera and placed it on the coffee table that had been moved to the side of the room. Once again, there will be no rules, and I fear that the testicle target is rather one-sided. Ashton's hopes of he and Jinlin working for an opening together died, as he once again looked into her eyes. They were the eyes of a killer with not the slightest flicker of either fear or emotion. She had been programmed to kill regardless of consequences, and the CS7 drug was now in total control of her mind and senses. Chapter 29. This time we go for real. With one bound, Jinlin leapt forward into the makeshift ring and sent Ashton reeling with a flying kick. Rule 2. Krav Maga, always strike first. Jinlin's face was contorted with rage and hatred as she spat out the words, her eyes ablaze and narrowed into little more than slits. Ashton shook his head in order to clear his vision. He knew that he was no match for Jinlin at range. Her moves were lightning fast, her reflexes measured in milliseconds. Rarely had he ever managed to find his target during their time training in Devon. He did have one chance, however. He only needed to catch her slight figure with one punch, and his power would either break bones or render her senseless. He was also acutely aware that to obtain maximum power, he had to sacrifice speed, and to do so would open him up to a Jinlin counterpunch. Ashton watched Jinlin's eyes for the slightest telltale sign of a strike to come. She had taught him this back in the Devon farmhouse gymnasium. Always study the eyes, she had emphasized. The eyes never lie. For several minutes, the fight continued, Jinlin peppering Ashton's body with lightning kicks and punches before moving skillfully out of range. It was only a matter of time before his body weakened, and the lactic acid overcame his muscles' ability to respond to his commands. This was obviously Jinlin's strategy, and it was working. The plan was to pummel his frame and head just enough to slow him down, at which point, she would deliver the coup de grace, the death chop. He feigned tiredness by dropping his guard a little. Jinlin took the bait. She closed the gap, feigned a punch, and leaping 3 feet into the air, sent a spinning kick in Ashton's direction. That was the move that he had been waiting for, and just as he had done that night in Nana Plaza with the security man, he moved forward into the kick and grabbed Jinlin's slight body, throwing it to the ground and pinning her down. Kill the bitch. Chai's voice was loud and clear. Jinlin screamed in frustration as 16 stone of bone and muscle pinned her down. She headbutted him in the face, drawing blood from his nose, her eyes wild with anger. She sank her teeth into his cheek. Anything. Rule 1 Krav Maga, always win. Rule 3, use any weapon, even teeth. Ashton tightened his hold and pinned her head with his as he whispered, I love you, Jinlin. He felt her body suddenly relax. For the first time since her 13th birthday party, her eyes filled with tears. They both got to their feet, Ashton's nose and cheek dripping a steady stream of blood onto the tiles, his whole body racked with pain from Jinlin's merciless kicks and punches. Zai shook his head as he spoke. That was really developing into the fight of the century. Why did you have to spoil it? His voice could not conceal his anger. Because of a little-known martial art called Krav Maga, Zai. What do you mean, Jinlin? What has that got to do with saving your life? As I promised, I will now have to kill you both. Rule 2 of Krav Maga is to always strike first, and Rule 3 is to use any weapon at your disposal. I don't understand, Jinlin. Jinlin grabbed the solid silver knife used for slicing lemons from the drinks cabinet, and with the deadly accuracy honed by years of training, sent it spinning across the room, deep into the throat of one of Shi's gunmen. The second man trained his gun on Jinlin. Ashton seized the moment and crushed his windpipe with a slicing chop from his open hand, grabbing hold of the gun as the man fell. As Jinlin moved forward, Shi's third man spun round away from her and fired. Ashton threw himself to the ground, firing as he did so. It was an impossible shot to attempt in midair. Jinlin had always told him to steady himself before taking the shot. With the death of the entire Black Ops team, Jinlin was probably the only person in the world who could make the shot. Shi's man hit the ground, a bullet hole between his eyes. Jinlin shook her head, her eyes and mouth wide open with surprise. Guy Ashton trained his gun on Zai and spoke. "Put one of Jinlin's handcuffs on, please, Zai, and put your hands behind your back." "Take mine off first, Guy." "All in good time, Chai." Ashton pushed it over to Chai and closed the remaining handcuff around his loose wrist, interlocking both him and Chai like Siamese twins. Jinlin got the unspoken message and retrieved the plastic bottle containing the smiling pills that Chai had hurled across the room in his fit of temper. "No, Guy, please. You have a lovely smile, Chai. Why not improve on it? It really is one of your more endearing features. Both my mum and dad will most certainly approve. You killed them both, you bastard." "It was Ming, not me." "No, Chai. They were your orders. Ming and my father had been friends for years. Ming even came to our house and ate with us when I was younger. I still have one of the Christmas presents that he brought me." Ashton turned his attention to Zai. "Why me, Mr. Ashton? I offered you your freedom." "Come on, Zai. You were prepared to kill both Jinlin and I. There was no way that you were ever going to let us live. Shall we just call it karma?" "Don't do it, Mr. Ashton. My men will hunt you down wherever you go. There will be nowhere in the world that will be safe for you. You seem to have forgotten. You turned the camera off yourself. And by the time anyone finds you, you won't even remember your own names, either of you." It was an uneven struggle. Both Chai and Zai fought for their lives despite the handcuffs, until with just a little pressure slightly below the ear from Jinlin, their will to fight for survival subsided, and during the period of semi-consciousness, the contents of the entire bottle of smiling pills found a home deep inside their bodies. The eyes of Professor Lingard closed as his breathing stopped. His head rolled forward, the smile remaining on his face. "Did you really mean it, Guy?" "Mean what?" "That you love me." "Don't be silly. I could have killed you any time that I wanted to. You know that, don't you?" "Of course I do, Jinlin. I've always known that." Chapter 30. At TH Airport. Guy Ashton and Jinlin walked over to the immigration desk at Bangkok Suvarnabhumi Airport and handed over their passports for inspection. "Did you enjoy your honeymoon, Mrs. Jeffries?" Guy froze. "It's okay, Mr. Jeffries. All has been taken care of. Have a pleasant flight." "For God's sake, Jinlin, will we ever shake these CIA lackeys off our tail?" "That's the same woman that checked us in at Heathrow." "Yes, I know, Guy. That's how the system works." They walked over to the first-class lounge. "Oh no." "Oh yes, Jinlin. Didn't you work it out?" Steinbeck never took the smiling pill. Nor was Lingard a diabetic. Mark and Steinbeck had been working on ways to get the pill formula to Israel without anyone else having so much as a sniff. "Let's go and join them." "Well, if it isn't the happy honeymoon couple, please take a seat and join us." A big grin appeared on Guy Ashton's face as he spoke. "Good to see you again, Professor Steinbeck. So, where is it to be, Mark? CIA headquarters at Langley or Tel Aviv?" "Tel Aviv, Guy. You have always known that though, haven't you?" "Yes, of course. The CIA was never going to get their hands on the smiling pill. That would have presented a real challenge to the Israeli long-term plan." "When did you work it out?" 5 minutes after I met you. Dad told me that he was CIA 5 years ago, and he hated your lot." "What Jews?" "No, Mark, Mossad. He described you as leeches. You suck up everything on offer but give nothing in return. When you said that the CIA and Mossad were working together, I knew that you were lying. I also figured out how first Chai, and then Zai found us at the hotel. You have been playing everyone like a well-tuned fiddle. Very good. I presume that none of us were supposed to live. Even better. So why are Jinlin and I still alive? Because of Jinlin. I was part of the team that stole much of her early life from her. The least I could do was to give her a chance to catch up a little. I rigged the room below the honeymoon suite with explosives, but when I saw both you and Jinlin walk away, I guessed what had happened. I've got to thank you for something, I suppose then, Mark. Even Chai and Zai will be smiling at that. 4 people burst out laughing. So where are you two off to? Geneva, Mark. Jinlin and I have a spot of money to collect. And after that? Please don't go there, Mark. Jinlin smiled. The first truly genuine smile since the age of 13. Perhaps the CIA are still looking for me. Understood, Jinlin. That's our flight that they have just called. So have a nice life, the pair of you. And if either of you ever needs a job or somewhere safe to lie low for a few years, look me up in Tel Aviv. I don't even know your surname, Mark. I will be under Jacob Linus Guy. My ancestral family name. Go back far enough, and you will eventually arrive at Moses. No Chinese/English blood. Just 4,000 years of pure Jewish blood. Bye. Guy and Jinlin looked on, deep in thought as Professor Steinbeck and Jacob Linus made their way to the departure door. They had been lucky. Mossad rarely allowed witnesses to survive. Guy Ashton checked the time on the gold Rolex on his wrist. It had been one hell of a journey that he had just been on.